Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Disciples Ballpark here in Haar, to the east of Munich in Bavaria in Germany, and it is a beautiful day here, and we are going to start the quarterfinals of the Bundesliga 2022. This is a week late thanks to the outbreak last week in Paderborn, but everyone is healthy again, and the Paderborn Untouchables are here in Haar, and we will play 2 games today, and Game 3 will be tomorrow, Sunday, at 1 p.m. local time. My name is Tim Collins. I am thrilled to be with you to enjoy all this action in the Bundesliga, as the Untouchables Paderborn are actually going to be the home team for the 2 games today. It's a bit of an odd scenario. These games, of course, should have been played last weekend in Paderborn, and because of the various requirements, players that for both teams have jobs outside of the league, and there were a bunch of players that had already taken last weekend off for travel, and therefore it was just easier for the 2 teams to continue with the same travel plans. And Paderborn had, of course, planned on coming to Haar this weekend, but instead of playing 2 away games, they're going to travel but then play 2 home games. So it's a little bit of an odd situation, but so be it. That's how the Bundesliga is, and you just got to deal with it, and it keeps things interesting. So we have the quarterfinal. It's a rematch of the 2017 quarterfinal between these very Haar Disciples and Untouchables Paderborn. That series was won back then by the Disciples 3-1. It is a best-of-5 series for those who don't know. The Bundesliga regular season came to an end 2 weeks ago, and the Haar Disciples finished in 3rd place behind the Heidenheim Heideköpfe and the Legionnaire in Regensburg. Meanwhile, the Untouchables Paderborn in the Bundesliga North finished 2nd place behind the Bonn Capitals. They had a record of 15-5, and of their 5 losses, actually 3 of them were at the hands of the Capitals, and then the only other ones were 1 loss versus Berlin and another versus Doran. So the Untouchables, a very strong team. They have strong statistics in the pitching and offensive department. They were actually 2nd in the North in both of those, generally speaking. And their best pitcher is going to be starting Game 1 today. That is the right-hander Mark Harrison. He's also a pitcher whom the Disciples saw back in 2017. And he was a youngster back then, and he's an old wise man at the age of 22 this year, like much of the team. The Untouchables are a very young team. They, of course, receive a lot of that talent from their academy that they have been running for years in Paderborn, and they are a very young, talented, and hungry team, coached by Jendrik Speer and Octavio Medina. And so they are here in Haar to play home games to start the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal. The other quarterfinals, Regensburg versus Doran, they are leading 2-0. Hamburg and Heidenheim leading that series 2-0. And Mainz and Bonn tied at 1 game apiece. However, right now, we are going to listen in to the stadium announcer as he's announcing the names of all of the players taking the field. So I'll turn it over to Richard and Jeremy in the PA booth.
Batting 6 mit der 39, Centerfielder Jan Reinhardt. Batting 7 mit der Nummer 2, Luca Rammelmann, right field. Batting 8 mit der 29, Leftfielder Jan Eberhardt. Batting 9 mit der 26, der DH, Ladingaus Landwehr. Starting pitcher für die Paderborn Untouchables wird sein Mark Harrison. Auf der Bank mit der 30, Robert Lesing. Mit der 11, Florian Seidel. Mit der 15, Matt Kemp. Mit der 35, Niklas Göbert. Mit der 44, Luca Kloppenburg. Mit der Nummer 10, Patrick Harrison. Mit der 12, Benjamin Taki. Mit der 47, Stefan Dembowski. Herzlich willkommen, Paderborn Untouchables. Hallo erstmal. Und damit geht's los bei uns im Ballpark hier in Haar, in der schönsten Stadt der Welt, in München. Batting first mit der Nummer 10 per Baseman, Nate Thomas. Batting second mit der 39, heute DH, Captain Will Ford. Batting third mit der Nummer 16, Left Fielder Drew Thomas. Cleanup hitter, First Baseman mit der Nummer 30, Daniel Patrice. Batting fifth mit der Nummer 18, der Centerfielder David Ditzky. Batting 6 mit der 26, Second Baseman, Callum Murphy. Batting 7 mit der 22, unser Catcher, David Wally Wallace. Batting 8, die 44, unser Shortstop, Francisco Riestra. Batting 9 mit der 36, der Right Fielder, G.I. Joe Rosenthal. Starting Pitcher für unsere Haar Disciples wird sein mit der 6, Titus von Kapp. Des Weiteren auf der Bank mit der 32, Enzo Muschig. Mit der 11, Nils Schmidt. Mit der 72, Simon Lechner. Mit der 17, Ryan Boomer Saunders. Des Weiteren auf der Bank mit der Nummer 9, Zach Trees. Mit der 8, Jan Endrea. Nummer 49, Daniel Wolf. Mit der 28, Sean Cohen. Mit der 4, Adri Penskofer. Mit der 2, Gonza Kurika. Mit der 1, Luke Steinlein. Mit der Nummer 20, DJ Daniel Jager. Herzlich willkommen, Boys! Sehr schön. Und deswegen nehmen wir die Caps runter und stehen auf für die deutsche Nationalhymne. Dankeschön. Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
Dann kann es jetzt losgehen.
Ja, es geht los.
Let's play ball.
So we are about ready to play in game 1 of this best of 5 series between the Haar Disciples and the Untouchables Paderborn. Paderborn, again, remind you, is the home team in both games today. So the Disciples will bat first, and their starting lineup starts with Nate Sean Thomas, the third baseman. Will Thorpe batting second. He is the designated hitter. Drew Thomas, the Chicago native, is playing left field and batting third. Daniel Patrice, the native of Lyon, France, but also a German citizen as well, he is playing first base and batting fourth. David Dinsky in center field is batting fifth. Callum Murphy from the outskirts of Toronto is playing second base and batting sixth. David Wallace, local kid, is a catcher. He's batting seventh. Francisco Riestra, originally from Venezuela, I believe. He is batting eighth and playing shortstop. Joseph Rosenthal, formerly of the Cologne Cardinals, is batting ninth and playing right field. Defensively for the Untouchables Paderborn, as you see them take the field right now, they are going to have, of course, Mark Harrison on the mound and pitching. He'll be working with catcher Maurice Bendrian. The infield starts with Finn Bergman at third base. Chris Byers, who is from South Africa, he's the shortstop. Fildrick Llewellyn from Curacao is playing second base. Daniel Hintz, the veteran of the group, he is the first baseman. In the outfield, you have Ian Eberhardt in left field, Bjarn Reinhardt in center, and Luca Rummelman is in right field. And so the lineups are set, and you see Mark Harrison on the mound. He is a tall fella. I was searching through my scorebook, which goes all the way back to 2016, the one that I have. And when these two teams faced off in 2017, Mark Harrison did get into one game. He pitched 3 1/3 innings of relief and did not allow a run only 1 hit. I think that was his only appearance against the Disciples. So that was 5 years ago when he was just a young lad. As I mentioned, he's now the grizzled age of 22 on the mound, and he had a very good season. He was by far the biggest workhorse for the Untouchables. He pitched 51 1/3 innings, and in those innings he only allowed 37 hits, 14 earned runs, 27 walks, 55 strikeouts, ERA of 2.45. He had a record of 6-2. And so the Disciples will be having their work cut out for them against this right-hander. You see he's got long arms, long legs, and he works from the first base side of the rubber. I remember him being a tall fellow a few years ago, but obviously he is grown. And so he is going to be a problem for the Disciples to try and solve. Of course, he's going to try to just continue his strong season. You see he's got a good fastball, and he delivers the ball from a pretty over-the-top angle, so he's got that downward action. And so we will see what happens. This ball game about ready to begin. We're roughly 12 minutes behind schedule. So at 1:12 p.m., I'll call it, Nate-Sean Thomas is going to step up to the plate. And we are going to get this thing going. Game 1 of a best-of-5 series. Nate Thomas, by the way, this year batted .438 in 48 at-bats, 60 plate appearances. He did have 2 home runs. He also drew 10 walks, so he's the Disciples' started-up guy. He's the one who gets things going, and he will try to do that right here. We are ready, and the first pitch of the 2022 quarterfinal coming right now, and that is a strike called on the outside corner. We are underway. Home plate umpire Ilyar Khan. Down the first base line, you have Alex Hartl, and down the third base line, Jens Weider. 0-1 on Nate-Sean Thomas to start things off. And that's strike 2 over the outside edge. A couple of fastballs. Nothing fancy so far from Harrison. Oh and 2, let's see what he comes back with. The right-hander works from the stretch exclusively. And the pitch outside looked like a changeup maybe. And Thomas did not bite. The third baseman, Bergman, is playing way off the line, but even with the bag. The shortstop, Byers, is deep, almost on the outfield grass. Same with Llewellyn, the second baseman. Hintz positioned normally at first. The outfield is straight away. The 2-1-2 swung on and missed. On a breaking ball in the dirt, it goes to the backstop, and Thomas will reach. The throw to first gets away from Hintz, but he blocks it to keep any further damage. So it's a strikeout, but a wild pitch. And Nate-Sean Thomas is aboard. So that was the strategy, get ahead with fastballs and then come with a breaking ball. That's a good back foot breaking ball, but Bendrian could not handle it. So Nate is aboard. And that'll bring up Will Thorpe. Thomas, by the way, on first base, is a threat to go. Obviously, he was 9 for 9, so we'll keep an eye on him over there at first base as Thorpe steps up to the plate. Mark Harrison delivers a fastball strike over the outside corner. That one had some pretty good heat on it. No radar gun, but I would guess that's upper 80s, perhaps 90. Just the eyeball test. We don't have a radar gun today. Thomas is short lead at first. 0-1 on Thorpe. Thomas not going. The breaking ball hits Will Thorpe, and he is aboard. And so the Disciples have a couple base runners to start things off here. This one was way inside. And Thorpe did the little courtesy rotation of the hip that you see all base players do. Baseball players, not base players. Base players do completely other things. So Drew Thomas, the Chicagoan, had a chat with him before the game. And the pitch, that's a strike with the fastball. Drew, who joined the team mid-season, does have a home run. He batted .318. That's 14 hits and 44 at-bats. He also drew 8 walks. He has 4 doubles, a triple, and a homer. That home run was here. He's got 2 on and nobody out here in the top of the first. Harrison's 0-1. Outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Thomas actually spent some time last year playing in the Empire League in upstate New York. He played for Tupper Lake. And through that, he traveled through my hometown of Plattsburgh, New York. So I was eager to talk to him about that. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Looked like an off-speed pitch he was out in front of. And the count 1-2. Nate Sean is at second. Will Thorpe is at first. There's nobody out. This is, you know, some teams in this league might bunt, but Drew Thomas, he was not brought here to bunt. So here's the 1-2. Driven to center field, and Reinhardt is back, spins around, and it's over his head. He falls down, and the ball rolls for a while. Here comes Nate Sean Thomas to score. Will Thorpe is coming around. He will score. The throw to third, and Thomas is in with a triple. The ball probably could have been caught. Bjorn Reinhardt in center field got turned around, and then when he went back on the ball, it was over his head, and then he tripped and fell, and there is a lot of real estate out there, as that ball probably rolled about 420 feet away. And 2 runs for the Disciples on a 2-run triple off the bat of Drew Thomas, and it is 2-0. And Daniel Patrice will step up to the plate. Disciples quickly taking advantage of the strikeout wild pitch and then the hit batter. Thomas with 2 strikes driving it. Now Patrice takes the ball outside. Daniel Patrice was just flat out one of the best hitters in the Bundesliga this year. He batted .443 with an OPS of 1,144. And if he played in a different ballpark, he'd probably have 7 or 8 home runs too. That pitch is low, 2-0. Patrice, in 106 plate appearances, 39 hits and 88 at-bats, including 13 walks. He has 16 doubles. Some of them were over 400 feet, though. He's someone who drives the ball to all fields, and the defensive alignment reflects that as they are all playing straight away everywhere. He takes a pitch inside, and it's now 3-0. The corner infielders, by the way, Bergman and Hintz, are playing on the grass. The shortstop Byers and the second baseman Llewellyn are back. They will give up a run on a ground ball if Patrice hits one in that direction. The Disciples leading 2-0 before you can even blink on the 2-run triple off the bat of Drew Thomas. And Patrice, who looked like he had a green light, took a strike at the knees. That was the pitcher's pitch, 3-1. Drew Thomas on third base, taking his lead. 3-1 to Daniel Patrice. Here it comes. And he lines it into right field, a base hit. And he threw him a breaking ball, I believe, on 3-1, and Patrice did what he's been doing all year, hitting it hard somewhere where you can't predict. A line drive to right field, a clean single, and the Disciples lead 3-0. Still nobody out in the inning. And so far it looks like Harrison has lacked the command of his breaking ball. His fastball has excellent movement, and he's been able to spot it for some nice called strikes. As Dinsky steps up to the plate. Dinsky was also a phenomenal hitter for the Disciples. 38 hits and 102 at-bats. That's a .373 batting average. He has a triple, 2 homers, and 11 doubles. And that pitch is yanked outside. Ball 1 from Harrison. Patrice on first base. Not much of a base stealer, but he is 2 for 2. Very short lead, not going anywhere. And set from Harrison. The pitch is fouled directly back to the screen. 1-1 on Dinsky. Dinsky is another guy who very speedy, but also has a lot of pop and can drive the ball. He would have a couple more dingers this year were it not for the the vast expanse of the outfield here in Haar. This is by far the largest ballpark in Germany in the Bundesliga. And the 1-1 missed outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. That looked like maybe a little cutter or a changeup. I'm not sure what pitches he throws, so I'm just eyeballing it. Obviously has a fastball and a breaking ball, but he's thrown a few pitches that look maybe like a change or maybe even a split finger. I'm not sure. You can guess along with me. 2-1. Patrice off first of short lead. Not going. That's a strike, a fastball. Again, the fastball has by far been Harrison's best pitch this inning. And I remember this from 2017, the last time I saw him. He has excellent stuff, excellent mechanics. So far has not located in this game. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here it comes. And a little floater over first. That will drop for a base hit. Rounding second and heading for third is Patrice. He will make it. The throw comes into third. So Dinsky fighting off a pitch off of his hands and floats it into right field for a base hit. And the Disciples, since the first 2 runners reached on a strikeout wild pitch and then a hit batter, now have 3 consecutive hits, a triple and 2 singles. Watch this. Just in on his hands. That looked like it might have been a little cutter because it was coming back towards the center of the plate, and Dinsky just fought it off. So first and third. Still nobody out. Now Callum Murphy coming up to the plate. Murphy, in his first year with the Disciples, batted .261, 23 for 88. Also drew 21 walks. That actually was the most on the team. And he's been a very solid addition for this Disciples team. This is a very well-rounded offensive attack. The fastball misses low and outside, 1 ball, no strikes from Mark Harrison. Well, right now, the Untouchables is just trying to get it out. They would love a ground ball to turn 2. That would mean another run, but they would take it. Early in the game, 3-0 Disciples, top of the first. The pitch. A ground ball to the hole. There's another base hit. In to score is Patrice. It is 4-0 Disciples. 4 consecutive hits. Dinsky stops at second base, and still nobody out. A nice piece of hitting. Like I said, this is a Disciples team. You know, you look at the batting averages, there's a few guys whose, statistics really jump off the page, but even for the folks like Riestra or Callum Murphy who have seemingly pedestrian statistics, there is absolutely a lot of value behind what they have brought to this team. What they've done is turned every at-bat into a battle for the opposing pitcher, and that's what Murphy did there. He just put the bat on the ball, hit a line drive through the shortstop hole, and that brings out Jendrik Speer, or is that actually appears to be Matt Kemp out there on the mound, having a discussion with Mark Harrison. Nobody out in the inning, and the hitter is going to be David Wallace. 2 on. Nobody out. The inning started. If you missed it, Nate Sean Thomas struck out but reached on a wild pitch. And then Will Thorpe was hit by a pitch. And then Drew Thomas hit a deep drive to center field that Bjorn Reinhardt could not run down, and it rolled to the fence for a 2-run triple. And then 3 consecutive singles have scored 2 more runs. So it's 4-0 Disciples. There's nobody out. The Disciples have Dinsky at second, Murphy at first, who, by the way, both of those guys can run. Murphy was 2 for 2, but Dinsky just runs with reckless abandon on the base paths. And so the hitter, David Wallace. Wallace batted .213, 10 hits in 47 at-bats. And Harrison lifted the leg. I guess that was probably to see if Wallace would square at a bunt. And he did not do so. But I could envision a bunt in this situation. And the pitch. He does not bunt. Instead, he swings through a fastball, strike 1. Dinsky also a very short lead, being held relatively close by the shortstop Byers. Wallace, not really a pull hitter, so Byers is standing closer to second base than Llewellyn is. So there's a bit of a hole on the left side. 1 strike to Wallace. And now he squares and he pulls it back. The ball gets away from Bendrian. No advance. The pitch was a ball. And they count 1 ball and 1 strike. Nobody out. Strikeout wild pitch. And then a hit batter, a triple, single, single, single. That's where we are. It's not the beginning that Paderborn was hoping for, that's for sure. There's the 1-1 pitch coming to David Wallace. He squares again. The pitch is outside and again dropped by Bendrian. 2 balls and a strike.
der Wolle ist auf, geht's die Zeit, das Handy aus den Hosentaschen und Klackhandschellen. Auf geht's!
I think Wallace with a hitter's count maybe still squares to bunt here. We don't know. There's the 2-1. Here it comes. He squares and he pops it up, and it's caught. No, it's dropped in foul territory by Hintz. Got a glove on it. And it looked like he was in the middle of trying to call off the catcher while also trying to catch the ball, and he missed. And by the way, Louis J., I see you in the chat. That's why I said it. So I'm reading the chat. If you want to communicate with me, feel free to type it into the YouTube chat. I am reading everything, keeping an eye out for, you know, any questions you may have. Anyway, the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Harrison looking for that first out. Wallace probably will not be bunting here with 2 strikes. Here it comes. Breaking ball, grounded slowly to third, bobbled there and picked up by Bergman. He gets the tag on the way by. Tufts is arguing that he missed the tag, but Jens Weider called him out. So that's going to be a 5 unassisted. Wallace reaches on the fielder's choice. So Dinsky is out. It was too slowly hit to become a double play. And so it was probably just as well that Bergman initially bobbled the ball and then he picked it up and tagged out Dinsky on the way by. So 1 away finally for the Untouchables, and now Francisco Riestra will step up to the plate for his first look at Mark Harrison. And the fastball is high. Francisco batted .245, 25 hits in 102 at bats. Not a lot of power. He did have 1 double, but he's a guy who will put the ball in play. And the pitch is taken low, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Riestra drew 12 walks. And if he gets on base, he can run. He was 6 for 7 in the stolen base department. First and second, 1 out. The pitch. That one is a strike at the knees on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Murphy is the lead runner at second, Wallace the trail runner. Murphy is the faster of the two. 2-1 on Riestra. Murphy dancing off second. The pitch lined into center field. Reinhardt on his way in, and he makes the catch on this one. Fires back into second base. That time he got a good read on the ball. Riestra hit that ball hard. The Disciples are getting good swings against Mark Harrison, at least in this inning. But Reinhardt in center field this time got enough of an angle to run that one down for the second out. And so now Joseph Rosenthal steps up to the plate. Rosenthal, the 9th batter of the inning. He hit .239 this year. That's 26 for 109. He drew 12 walks. And he also did have a home run, 2 triples, and 3 doubles. So he's got some pop, even though he's at the bottom of the lineup with that low batting average. Again, the batting average doesn't tell you everything. In the past, the Disciples have had lineups that just had holes in certain portions where you think the pitcher could relax. That is not the case, as Harrison falls behind outside, 1 ball, no strikes. This is game 1 of a best-of-5 series. There's the 1-0 pitch to Rosenthal, the former Cologne Cardinal. So he's for sure seen Harrison before, playing in the Bundesliga North. Fastball was on the inside corner for a strike, 1-1. First and second, 2 down now, 4 runs in for the Disciples. 1-1 on Rosenthal. Breaking ball popped up, foul territory out of the play to the right, and the count 1-2. Well, that was a little frisbee slider, and it was in a very hittable zone. Rosenthal had a pretty good cut at it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rosenthal digging in, 2 down. Fans still filing into the ballpark here, but it is a very warm and humid day. I was going to say stuffy, but I'd rather say humid. That pitch was low and outside, and Rosenthal, a good job to let that one go by. 2 balls and 2 strikes with runners on first and second, 2 down. Murphy at second, Wallace at first. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called, a fastball. And the inning finally comes to an end, but the Disciples plate 4 runs. They get 4 runs, all of them earned on 4 hits. And they've left 2, and at the end of a half inning of play, it is the Haar Disciples 4, the Paderborn Untouchables nothing. Well, coming to bat at the very least, as this is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people at the Brauerei Wildbräu. Brauerei Wildbräu, or as I like to say, Brauerei Wildbräu. As we move to the bottom of the first inning, the right-hander on the mound for the Haar Disciples, Titus van Kopf. And this year he had an ERA of 4.45 in 64 2/3 innings pitched. And that included he gave up 61 hits and allowed 32 earned runs, 25 walks, 58 strikeouts for the right-hander. But this is really the year that he has settled into the role of the Game 1 starter. He had some activity in previous years and some experience, and this year it was his job, and he kept it all year. Did a very good job pitching some big games against teams like the Heideköpfe. And so now he gets his chance in the playoffs, pitching against the Untouchables Paderborn, who are a very good hitting team, as they came in second in the Bundesliga North with a .316 batting average. They actually scored 170 runs. That was second in the league. Remember, the North plays fewer games than the South does because there are fewer teams in that league. So you can't really directly compare the statistics, but you can look and get an overall sense of what their strengths as a team are. And clearly the Untouchables, their strengths were pitching and hitting all year. They're just one of the best teams in the North. So we will see what Titus van Kopf can do against the lineup that begins with Maurice Bendrian, and then Chris Byers bats second, Fildrik Llewellyn bats third, Daniel Hintz fourth, Finn Bergman bats fifth, Bjarne Reinhardt bats sixth, Luca Rammelman is batting seventh, Ian Eberhard bats eighth, and Ladislaus Landwehr, the designated hitter, is batting ninth. So Titus van Kopf ready to throw his first pitch, and it's a strike to Maurice Bendrian. Bendrian this year batted .347, exactly 25 hits in 72 at-bats. He had 2 home runs and 2 doubles among his hits. He also walked 16 times. National team player. And he flies that one down the right field line. Looks like it's going to stay in play. In foul ground, it's caught by Joseph Rosenthal for out number 1. 1 away. As a Bendrian, as I was going to say, he's actually one of the elder statesmen at 23 in this lineup. He's, besides Llewellyn and Daniel Hintz, he is the oldest player in the lineup. Excuse me, also Chris Byers, I believe, is a little bit older, but among the Germans, he's one of the older players. So Chris Byers is going to step up now, the South African. Very interesting story for Byers, as he played in the Little League World Series back in '07, and oh wait, the pitch is outside to him. Grew up in Saudi Arabia on American base. Batted .407 this year, a triple and 7 doubles amongst his hits. Pitch is outside for ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. By the way, I would like to send a greeting. Andrea Radovic would like to say hello to Philip watching at home. Hi, Philip. 2 balls and no strikes on Chris Byers. Swing, and a big one at that, comes up empty. 2-1. Von Kopf with a little bit of a quick leg kick move there on that delivery. Sometimes he has a more deliberate move to the plate, and sometimes like that, he sort of speeds it up a bit. And he missed outside, 3-1. That time he went to the slide step, and he throws another one outside. So Byers is on with a walk. That's something I have not seen from Titus von Kopf, actually. Maybe he's trying to do a little Nestor Cortez. So Byers is at first base with the walk. He was actually 5 for 5 in the stolen base department, but trailing by 4 runs, I think he's going to give Fildrik Llewellyn a chance to hit. Llewellyn, a native of Curacao. He batted .333 this year, 20 for 60. That works out nicely. A homer, a triple, 5 doubles amongst his hits. And the slide step, that one hits the outside corner. Strike. Von Kopf really trying to speed his delivery to the plate. Oh, and 1. I wonder if they were concerned with the running game or if he's just trying that. And he does it again. And again, strike 2 on the outside corner at the knees. Llewellyn checking the signs from Jendrik Spear down the third base line. 2 strikes. Base runner at first base is Byers taking his lead. And Von Kopf with a breaking ball in the dirt. Good block by Wallace way outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Von Kopf is really trying to work quickly here, although at the moment he's rubbing up the baseball. Infield and outfield are both playing straight away. Titus would love a ground ball at one of his infielders. Now a bit longer of a hold and the full leg kick, and this ball is shot foul off to the right. So already just a bunch of different looks from Titus von Kopf. That was his normal delivery with the full leg kick. I'll show you it again on the replay here. Well, that's probably going to be too long of a replay. But look out for that. Watch his left leg when he lifts it up. Sometimes he lifts it waist high, and sometimes he just delivers straight to the plate without lifting it much at all. Let's see what he does here. He went straight to the plate, and a fastball thrown right past Llewellyn for strike 3. Well, I wonder how much that had to do with it. And you saw Llewellyn kind of looking back as if to say, was that not a balk? I mean, it was pretty close to a balk. 2 down. Daniel Hintz, that's one thing Titus will definitely have to be careful of if he's going to do that. So Daniel Hintz, he is by far the veteran of this lineup, 35-year-old. Played in Paderborn for a long time, and he hits a fly ball to right center field. Rosenthal is there, and he's got it for out number 3 before I could even tell you much about him. So we'll have to wait till the next time he comes up. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base. At the end of 1 complete inning of play, it is the Disciples 4 and the Untouchables nothing. This is game 1 of the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal, live on Eurobaseball TV, präsentiert von Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the top of the second inning here in Haar. Remember, the Disciples are the visiting team playing against Paderborn, so they bat in the top half of the inning, and it's going to be the same beginning as the first inning. The top of the order, Nate Thomas, Will Thorpe, and Drew Thomas against Mark Harrison, who in the first inning gave up as many runs as he did in any game prior this entire season. Most runs he gave up in one game was 4 against Bonn earlier in the year. And the pitch is inside for a ball. Nate struck out but reached on a wild pitch and then came around to score. And the next one, that's low, 2-0. On Thomas, and he hits one in the air to left center field towards the gap. Nobody's going to catch it. It lands and goes to the wall, and Thomas is off to the races. He rounds second, headed for third. He is in there diving with a triple. Well, let's look at the pitch. I think it was a fastball away, and he just went with it. That's exactly what it was. Got good wood on it and drove it to the vast expanses of the outfield. He perfectly split the outfield of Eberhardt and Reinhardt. Neither of them was anywhere close to that ball, and you know Thomas can fly, so he was at third base easily. So, once again, Mark Harrison in trouble. And Will Thorpe, who was hit by a pitch and scored on Drew's triple in the first, he will step up. Infield corners are in. Breaking ball is a strike, which, by the way, I think that's the first breaking ball strike that Harrison has thrown, at least for a called strike. The corners are in. The infield up the middle is back, so they would still give up another run on a grounder up the middle here. Breaking ball drilled to left field. Will it stay fair? It will hook foul. It lands on the warning track and rolls off towards the bullpen. That was a solid piece of hitting. Thorpe, I think, was sitting on that breaking ball, and he got one where he wanted it. It was just a little too quick. 0-2. And the fastball hits him in the shoulder. This one drilled him up and in. Thorpe with a quick look back out at the mound. Obviously Harrison probably not interested in putting more base runners on. He's been wild today with, not really with the fastball, more with his off-speed pitch. That might have been a cutter. It looked like it had some backwards motion, but Thorpe has been hit twice today, so not a fun way to get on base, but it's an effective one at the very least. So now Drew Thomas, who tripled home 2 runs. The Disciples have 4 runs on 5 hits, and there's nobody out here in the second inning. Thomas hit that deep fly ball. It was a 2-strike pitch. This one is outside. That looked like the off-speed pitch. And the count 1-0. Nate Thomas is at third. Will Thorpe is at first. Drew Thomas at the plate with a 1-0 count. Here it comes. And the pitch, it just missed low. The pitch just missed low. I got to stop trying to speak too fast. Two balls, no strikes, nobody out, first and third. And it's 3-0. Harrison nowhere close with that one. And he takes a little walk out behind the mound to calm himself down. But you know, his sort of body type, that lanky, long right hand pitching motion, you know who he reminds me of? A few years ago in Solingen, the Alligators had a pitcher by the name of Chris Metzger. And that's who Mark Harrison reminds me of. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 4, the bases are loaded. Nobody out. That last pitch looked to me like Harrison was starting to get a little frustrated. It looked like he really threw that one hard. I mean, obviously trying to throw a strike, but looked like there was some frustration in that one to me. And he missed. So the bases are loaded for Daniel Patrice, who singled to drive home a run. And now, again, up the middle, they will play for a double play. Corners, Bergman and Hintz, they would try to come home with the ball. So Patrice standing in, 1-for-1. Here's the pitch. That's a strike at the knees on the outside corner. One of Daniel Patrice's strengths is that he is a really good low ball hitter. And, you know, generally those pitches where that last one was, the low and away strike, that's a pitcher's pitch. Popped foul out of play, 0-2. But Patrice can actually get to that ball. He's got such long arms, and he's got that lanky swing. And he can drive that pitch over the right field fence. I've seen it before. There's the 2-0 to him. Bases loaded, nobody out. A soft ground ball. This is too slow to get a double play. They get the force at second and nothing else. As Byers goes to Llewellyn to retire Drew Thomas. However, Nate comes in to score. And Patrice gets a run batted in as he reaches on the fielder's choice. And the Disciples lead 5-0. So first and third. So Patrice is at first, Thorpe goes to third. And now David Dinsky, who singled, comes up as well. The Disciples leading 5-0 in the top of the second inning. They have brought their hitting shoes so far in this one. And the pitch. Dinsky rolls one foul. That looked like an off-speed pitch he was out in front of. Dinsky, another guy who has power to all fields, and the outfield positioning respects that. They are playing straightaway and deep. There goes the runner from first. The pitch is outside. Bendrian fakes the throw, and that's it. A stolen base for Patrice. And the Disciples have runners on second and third. Bendrian had no chance to get the runner. Patrice at second base. Thorpe, of course, you know, is dancing off third base. So Dinsky, I think the pitch was a strike, so the count is 0-2. You see Ilya Arkan, home plate umpire, is holding up 2 strikes. So the pitch was a called strike. I see the question, what is the rough velocity of the pitchers? It's hard to tell, but I mean, generally in the Bundesliga, you get guys like 85. There will be some guys throwing 90. I think Harrison is throwing closer to 90. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed, a big strikeout. So Dinsky is out. That's out number 2. And at least the second baseman, Llewellyn, can back up. The shortstop actually never even bothered coming in. The shortstop, Chris Byers, was going to give up a run anyway, even with second and third, and 1 out. So Dinsky strikes out. That was a good breaking ball, by the way, from Harrison. That's one of the few he's thrown. He located it pretty well. And so now Callum Murphy, who also singled his first time to drive home a run. Disciples leading 5-0, looking for more, and he waves at an off-speed pitch. Now you wonder if Harrison is going to start throwing his fastball a bit less and start throwing more off-speed stuff. I mean, the fastball has not been working. The Disciples with 5 runs and 5 hits against him. And another roller slowly hit. Bergman charges, Fields throws on the run, and his throw is perfect to get Murphy. So Bergman makes the play to first to get the final out of the inning. The Disciples do, however, score a run. They score a run on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on base. At the end of 1.5 innings of play here in Game 1 of the Bundesliga quarterfinal, it's the Haar Disciples 5 and the Paderborn Untouchables 0. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people at the Brauerei Wildbräu. So here we go for the bottom of the second inning. The Disciples and Tito's Fun Kopf with a 5-0 lead. 4 runs in the first, 1 in the second, and it'll be 5, 6, and 7. Finn Bergman, who takes a dandy of a breaking ball. That was a beauty pitch. Finn Bergman, Bjarne Reinhardt, and Luca Remmelman. Bergman is 22, Reinhardt is 18, and Remmelman is 19. And another beauty. Those are 2 just off-the-table curveballs. That's, I don't know if Fun Kopf changed something, but those are the 2 best curveballs I think I've ever seen him throw. The 0-2, fastball high. And again, he's messing with the windup a little bit. He's sometimes using a big leg kick, sometimes none at all. That's the big one, and the fastball fouled back. Still 1-2. Some new tools on display for Tito's Fun Kopf, or at least, you know, from what I can remember. I have to ask him about that after the game. 1-2 on Bergman, who, by the way, batted .328 this year with 2 home runs, a triple, and 4 doubles. And he swings through a high fastball. The ball was dropped by Wallace, and he picks it up to tag out Bergman. 1 away. Second strikeout for Tito's Fun Kopf. That time again, he went to the slide step, basically. And Bergman laid on that pitch. And so Bjarne Reinhardt steps up to the plate. Reinhardt this year batted .302, 16 for 53. He only had 1 extra base hit, though. That was a double. And Fun Kopf pumping strikes. 0-1. And the next one, that one a breaking ball that bounced in there. And over the head of Wallace and home plate umpire Ilyar Khan. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Reinhardt bunts through that one. That is strike 2. Looking for a base hit. Nate Thomas, the third baseman, of course, playing back. Reinhardt trying to get on base. The Untouchables need base runners, trailing by 5. Only the second inning, though. Game 1 of a best-of-5 series. And again, the quick pitch. This one is upstairs, 2-2. Fun Kopf now, that is his 22nd pitch, as you can see there in the pitch counter. Right now, everything going smoothly with the score bug there. 2-2, and there's the Nestor Cortez leg kick. This ball grounded to the hole, backhanded by Riestra from the outfield grass, long throw. Oh, and just off the glove of Daniel Patrice with the long stretch. They would have had him. The ball short-hopped Patrice and trickled away, and so we'll see if that's going to be a hit or an error. If it's a hit, it's the first hit for Paderborn, and it is indeed a hit. Would have been a very nice play by Riestra. So Reinhardt reaches on the single as we watch the replay. The hitter now is Luca Remmelman, 19 years of age. He's going to turn 20 in 2 days. So he gets to enjoy his teens for a couple of more days. Right-hand hitter. Swing and a miss, strike 1 on Remmelman. Remmelman batted .366. He's got 3 home runs, 2 triples, and 7 doubles, so he's got some pop. Those 3 home runs are second on the team to Daniel Hintz. And Fun Kopf steps off. Reinhardt is on first base. He was 2 out of 4 in the stolen base department, but this is not a running situation. And they check on him anyway. He dives back. One strike to Luca Remmelman. And now 2 as he fouls that one away. Tito's allowed a walk to Chris Byers in the first inning, but otherwise got through the inning with 2 flyouts and a strikeout. This inning, a strikeout and now a infield single. And Rummelman with a 2-strike count. Fouled away, sounded like a broken bat as well. And indeed it is. Rummelman chucking the bat. Very frustratedly towards the dugout. And now he's got a new one. Some of those lucky bats, sometimes it's sad to see him go. On deck, Ian Eberhardt. Rummelman is the number 7 hitter in the lineup. 0-2 on him. 1 down. Reinhardt, the runner at first. He is going. The breaking ball is a ball. The throw to second base not in time, so a stolen base. So Reinhardt steals second base. It was a good pitch to throw on. It was a slow curve from Titus van Kopf. And you see he also went to the full leg kick. And so that did not leave David Wallace much of a chance to throw out Reinhardt at second base. So he is at second base. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Rummelman. And the pitch struck him out with a fastball tailing inside. 3rd strikeout for Titus van Kopf, and there are 2 away. Take another look at this. Good running action on Titus's fastball. His fastball has a lot of movement today. You can really see. So 2 down, and now Ian Eberhardt, 21 years of age. Eberhardt was actually born in Walla Walla, Washington, but he's a German citizen, and time is called. Walla Walla is one of those places I only know from the back of baseball cards when I was a kid. I think they had an affiliate for the Seattle Mariners back then. They may still, for all I know. There's the pitch. Fastball strike at the very top of the zone. Eberhardt, by the way, this year batted .222, 8 hits in 36 at-bats, limited playing time. All of his 8 hits were singles. He is the left fielder in today's game. Of course, there's no pitch calm, so Van Kopf taking a little bit longer to get the signs from Wallace with the runner Reinhardt out on second base. It's old school here in the Bundesliga. We don't have all them modern gadgets. 1 strike to Eberhardt. The quick pitch, and that missed low and outside. 1-1. Two down, bottom of the second. 5-0 Disciples in a best of 5. This is game 1. And the 1-1 pitch just missed the outside corner. And the count 2-1. That time he went to the full leg kick again. Two and 1. 2 down. Infield, outfield straight away. Long hold, and now the pitch. Curve. That could have been called a strike, but Wallace popped out of the crouch before the pitch came in because the runner Reinhardt was dancing off second base, and that most likely blocked the home plate umpire, Ilyar Chan, as I'm told it's actually pronounced, from calling it. Actually, you know, I've known Illy for years, and I've never actually asked him how his last name is pronounced. That was a beautiful pitch, but you see Wallace popping up out of the crouch. That, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt, and he did not swing, so it's it wouldn't have been strike 3 anyway. It would have been strike 2. It's a walk, however. It's ball 4. I believe they appeal. Was it a swing? So now they're going to, no, so Ilyar Khan actually called that it was a swing. So that's actually strike 2. The thing that was confusing was that he made the safe call, which is what you do when the ball's in the dirt on a 3rd strike. This is the wrong replay, my apologies. The pitch was a check swing on a pitch in the dirt. It's ball 3. No, it would have been ball 3. It would have been ball 4, excuse me. But it was ruled a swing by the home plate umpire. However, it is a wild pitch, which means the runner Reinhardt is allowed to go to 3rd. we can just watch this entire replay from the prior pitch. Meanwhile, Chan and Vider and Hartle are discussing it. This is the previous pitch, but you'll see what happens on the next one. So what happened was it was a 3-1 pitch that was in the dirt, and the hitter swung at it on a check swing. Eberhardt swung at it, and home plate umpire ruled it a swing. Here it is again. So there's the check swing. He doesn't call anything. Then he calls safe. So Wallace picked it up and threw, thinking that it was strike 3, but it was actually only strike 2. By my count, it's only strike 2. It would have been ball 4, but then Chan ruled that he had called that the batter swung at the ball. So, you know, it's just the wrong sign was given, and that's what confused everyone. But in the end, it's a strike, and the count is 3 balls and 2 strikes. But it's also a wild pitch, and Reinhardt goes from second to third. So that's, I believe, where we are right now. Jendrik Speer is discussing things with Illy at home plate. And Chan is explaining everything that happened. And you can see Jendrik is saying, why'd you give the safe sign? And Illy's probably saying, because I screwed up. But it's a strike. He called him back because he did call it a strike. And that is within the home plate umpire's purview. He can call a swing if he thinks he saw a swing, regardless of whether there's an appeal or not. And that is indeed what Chan is doing. So as you see, he gives the sign, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So 3-2 with 2 outs, a runner at third. Eberhardt is still at the plate. And now you're all caught up. Baseball, not a complicated game. Come on, people. This isn't that hard. It's just confusing when a lot of things happen all at once. Here's the payoff pitch. It's hit on the ground on 1 bounce to Murphy. He fields and throws to first, and the inning is over. No runs. 1 hit, no errors, 1 left at the end of 2 complete here in Haar. Game 1 of the 2022 quarterfinals. The Disciples leading the Untouchables 5-0. This is Haar Disciples Baseball. Präsentiert von Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the top of the 3rd inning here in Haar. The Disciples leading Paderborn 5-0. My name's Tim Collins. Hope you're enjoying the game. Hope you're enjoying your day wherever you may be all over the world. I know we have viewers in Houston. We have viewers in Chicago. And, of course, folks in throughout Europe. And sometimes we have people watching from Australia. So wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon, or good night. Good evening. David Wallace steps up to the plate, and he takes a ball outside. Wallace reached on a fielder's choice his first time. We are in the 3rd inning. Mark Harrison has thrown 55 pitches already now. And the pitch fouled away, and the count is even 1-1. The Disciples came out swinging in the first. They had a 4-run first inning. That pitch is low, 2 balls and 1 strike. They scored another in the second. trying to take control of game one. Best of 5. When these two teams met in 2017, there were quite a few of the same characters with Paderborn at that time. There's a swing and a foul on a pitch that was riding up and in on his hands. But all in all, Paderborn, mostly a very young team. They do have a few veteran guys. Byers, the shortstop, Llewellyn, and Daniel Hintz. But for the most part, early 20s, late teens. Wallace steps out and wants to think about it. Takes a half practice swing. Mark Harrison is just waiting. Wallace saunters back into the box. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on and missed for strike 3. That is the 3rd strikeout for Mark Harrison. Looked like an off-speed pitch. And Wallace swinging over the top of it, taking a look at this. Yeah, a little slider. And so Francisco Riestra drove a ball to deep right center field. His first time. But that was actually the 2nd out of the 1st inning. The Disciples went until the 7th batter of the inning without making an out. Riestra hit his ball hard, however. This pitch is yanked low. I don't know if that was a changeup. Sometimes you can see the ball coming out of the fingers of Harrison. It looks like it might be a circle change that he's yanking to the ground. This fastball is lined into center field, a base hit. Riestra's hit the ball hard twice. So a 1-out single. That is the 6th base hit for the Disciples against Harrison. And that'll bring up Joe Rosenthal, whom I believe that's his father watching from Sydney, Australia. So g'day to be stereotypical. So cheers, mate. How's Sydney? So Joe Rosenthal steps up to the plate. He struck out looking his first time. Riestra at first base. Might be a threat to go. He does do some running sometimes, if I remember correctly. He is 6 for 7 in the stolen base department. Very short lead for him over there, being held on by Daniel Hintz, as you can see. So Rosenthal at the plate. Big hole on the right side for him. That's a strike fastball at the knees. Rosenthal hits the ball to the opposite field quite regularly. And there's a large gap in right center field. There's also a gap. The second baseman, Llewellyn, is playing towards the bag. Obviously, they need to cover should Riestra try to steal. But that plays into Rosenthal's strengths as a hitter. Not really a pull hitter. Runner not going. Breaking ball swung on and missed, 0-2. Now you wonder with 2 strikes if the Disciples might turn Riestra loose. There you see Cisco, as he's known. Oh, 2. Breaking ball is outside, off the glove of Bendrian. Riestra not going anywhere, 1-2. 5-0 Disciples. We are in the 3rd, game 1. Nice crowd filing in. There's still folks coming in. They know there's a lot of baseball today, so some people will get here a bit later. Harrison from the stretch. Riestra dancing a bit, but he's not going, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Another off-speed pitch. A good one from Harrison, and that's out number 2. His best pitches today have been those off-speed pitches for sure. That's where he's gotten most of the swings and misses. And this one was very well located. I'm not sure, maybe that's the changeup, or if it's, like I said before, maybe if it's a splitter, something like this. But whatever it was, Rosenthal was way out in front. And so now Nate Thomas steps up to the plate. And now with 2 outs, I think if this count goes to 2 strikes, you might see Riestra take off. Maybe even before that. Thomas, who struck out and reached on a wild pitch only to score, has also tripled and scored. So he's already had a busy day, and we're only in the 3rd inning. The breaking ball was outside to him for a ball. Thomas, a big cut, fouls that one to the screen, 1-1. Riestra again was not going on that previous pitch. One ball, one strike to Nate Sean Thomas. And that changed way outside, 2-1. You can see Harrison, you know, he was trying to pitch Thomas away earlier, and Thomas just drove it to the left center field fence. And so you can't pitch him inside, you can't pitch him away. So Harrison trying to get him to chase something out of the zone, but Nate not fishing. 2-1, Riestra extends his lead from first. Not going. A ground ball slowly hit to the right side on a couple of bounces to the second baseman Llewellyn, who throws out Nate Thomas to end the inning. So the Disciples, no runs, a hit, no errors, one left at the end of 2.5. It is 5-0 Haar. This is Haar Disciples baseball. This is the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal between the Untouchables and the Disciples, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to the bottom of the third inning. 5-0 Disciples leading the Untouchables. And Ladislaus Landwehr steps up to the plate. He is the designated hitter, number 9 hitter. And Van Kopf deals. This ball flied into right field foul. Strike one to Landwehr. Batted .273 this year, 6 hits in 22 at-bats, so limited playing time. He is 19 years of age. Just turned 19 on July 4th, as a matter of fact. So happy belated birthday. And the 0-1 from Titos. Breaking ball catches the top of the zone. He's had a good curve so far. That was not quite as far at the bottom of the zone as the 2 he threw in the previous inning, but still some excellent drop to that pitch nonetheless. 0-2. Quick pitch, line drive. Oh, just out of the reach of Riestra, diving to his right. And Landwehr is aboard with a leadoff single. Titos tried the little slide step move, and the fastball running in on the hands of Ladislaus Landwehr, and he lined it just out of the reach of Riestra, who had it timed perfectly, but couldn't quite get there. So Landwehr is on first base, and now the top of the order. Maurice Bendrian will step up to the plate. Bendrian hit a fly ball to right field to start things in the bottom of the first inning for the Untouchables. Right-hand hitter. Mentioned he batted .347 this year. He did have 2 home runs and 2 doubles. 25 for 72. Also drew 16 walks. And that pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Bendrian looking back. Oh and 1. Bottom of the third inning. Remember, Haar is the visiting team, even though we are in Haar. And that's due to the rescheduling that had to take place after last week's cancellations in Paderborn. And the pitch is low and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. 5 runs on 6 hits for the Disciples. No runs on 2 hits for the Untouchables. Bendrian taking a long look down at the third base coach, Jendrik Speer. He's got a 1-1 count. You wonder if Landwehr might take off here. That's his lead, very short one. Flat-footed, and the pitch is outside, 2-1. Landwehr did not attempt any stolen bases this year. Again, he only played in limited action. Two balls, one strike. Nobody out, runner on first base. And the runner was going. They tried the hit and run, and the pitch is fouled away. Landwehr did not have a good jump on that. And therefore, it's a good thing that Bendrian made contact with that pitch, because Landwehr would have been thrown out by about 20 feet at second base on that one. So the count even 2-2 on Maurice Bendrian. Infield looking for a ground ball to turn two. Bendrian taking his sweet time getting in the box, and now he's in. Von Kopf checks the runner and comes set. And the pitch, fastball is high. Again, the slide step from Titus. Now the count is full, 3-2. This is one of those spots where, you know, the young pitcher, you have the leadoff base runner. It's now 3-2. You got to make a quality pitch here, but you don't want to walk him. And then suddenly Paderborn has the start to, you know, a rally. The payoff pitch. Runner is going. The ground ball to the hole. Riestra had vacated. It's a base hit into left field. And Paderborn has 2 on with nobody out. That would have been fielded by Riestra. Can't say for sure whether it would have been an out. It was hit very slowly, but Riestra was covering with the runner going, and Bendrian pulled it right to the spot he had vacated. So a clean single. And there are runners on first and second. For now, the number 2 hitter, Chris Byers. And we get into the part of the lineup that has them thump. Byers, Llewellyn, and Hintz. Bergman also has power. So nobody out. Paderborn trying to dent the scoreboard and get back into this ball game. Again, a lot of game left. It's only the bottom of the third. And Byers, who walked his first time, will get his second look at Titus von Kopf. First and second, there's a pretty big hole on the left side. There's a strike at the knees on the outside corner. That's a big pitch for Titus. You don't want to start falling behind guys. The 1-0, he squares to bunt, and he pops it up, and it is caught by Von Kopf. Throw to second, double play. Well, it was a horrible bunt, and it was worse base running, as the ball actually almost went over Titus's head. And he caught it, and the runner off second base, Landwehr, never really saw where that ball went, and he was doubled off easily. So there are 2 quick outs here. And suddenly, Fildrik Llewellyn steps up to the plate with 2 outs and Maurice Bendrian at first base. So a break for the Disciples. It was a high fastball, and Byers sort of stabbed at it. There's a pitch, swing, and a miss, as Llewellyn trying to hit a 6-run home run with that swing. 0-1. Bendrian is at first, and there are 2 down. And a check on him. He dives back. Sorry, wrong button. And he's going to dust himself off. One strike to Fildrik Llewellyn, who struck out his first time. And another check on him. Oh, and they just barely got back. Boy, to get picked off to end this inning would be an ultimate downer for Paderborn. They've already had a bad bunt, bad base running at second, and to be picked off trailing by 5. Boy, that would not make the coach happy. 0-1. Bendrian at first base, and Titos again lobs it over to first base. I don't know why you're so concerned when you have a 5-run lead and 2 outs in the inning. 1 strike on Llewellyn. And now 2 as he fouls that one away. No balls and 2 strikes. Titos, 47 pitches, gut in der Lage. Oh, 0-2 on Llewellyn. Runner on first base is Bendrian. Not going. Fly ball deep right center field. Dinsky going way back along with Rosenthal into the gap. And Dinsky runs it down. A lot of room out there. That ball's probably gone in every other ballpark, but not here. Welcome to Haar, Paderborn. That's a long fly ball for out number 3. That was a great running catch, got to say. Just a lot of ground to cover. Watch this. As it was solid contact. Dinsky, you see that little speck in your screen running towards right center. He made the catch just shy of that lamppost, which is, that's a good 390 plus feet away, my guess. The alleyways here are not shallow. To dead center field is about 450, so there's a lot of real estate to cover out there, and Dinsky did it. We will go to the the top of the 4th. The Disciples leading 5-0. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, the 2022 Bundesliga Quarterfinals, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the top of the 4th inning. The Disciples with a 5-0 lead. And one of the big plays in the game occurred last inning. That was the bunted double play, the pop-up off the bat of Chris Byers, and then the doubling off of Ladislaus Landwehr from second base. That was a huge turning point in that last half inning for Titus von Kopf. And the Disciples will send 2, 3, and 4, Will Thorpe, Drew Thomas, and Daniel Patrice to the plate against the right-hander Mark Harrison. Here in the top of the 4th inning, game 1. And Harrison's first pitch to Thorpe misses low and outside. Ball 1. Thorpe has been hit twice, once with a curveball, once with a fastball. So we'll see what he gets hit with this time. And the pitch looked like a change or something that floated inside, 2-0. On Thorpe. Harrison has his sign, and now Thorpe asks for time and receives it. And Harrison looked for a moment like he was just going to hold the set in protest. But he will go through the motions again. We're back and ready for the 2-0 pitch to Thorpe. Almost hit him again with a little inside change. Harrison looks like he's trying to stretch out his back a little bit or something. He walks off the mound after that one, walks all the way almost out to second base. He's kicking at the grass. After he threw that pitch, looked like he tried to stretch his back. I want to watch this on the replay, see if I can see. Yeah, just trying to regain his composure, but he does not do so on that one. That's a 4-pitch walk to Will Thorpe, starting things here in the 4th. And so Drew Thomas will step up to the plate. Thomas tripled to drive home 2 and then walked. So he has immediately produced a couple runs for the Disciples so far. His triple was to dead center field and got over the head of Bjarne Reinhardt. This is an outfield that is not friendly for players who have not played here before. And the pitch, Drew Thomas takes inside. That is 5 consecutive balls to start this inning. And if I remember correctly, none of them have been fastballs. He has, maybe one of the 5 pitches has been a fastball. But that looked like another off-speed pitch. There's the 1-0 to Drew Thomas after a long hold. Another pitch looked very strange coming out of his hand, but it missed the outside corner. What pitch was that, Ty? What would you say? Change up again. Yeah, it looked like a change. Thank you, Ty, sitting right next to me. 2 balls and no strikes. And here it comes. Outside, ball 3. That is 7 consecutive outside of the strike zone. Thomas, I presume here, well, he probably has the green light, but he also might just take. I mean, you got 7 consecutive strikes, or balls rather. You got Patrice on deck, 3-0. And a strike called on the outside corner. That one looked like it just barely nipped the outside edge. 3-1. And Thomas asks for time. One thing I remember when these two teams played each other in 2017, there was a lot of cat and mouse. A lot. Like really a lot. So you wonder if we will see that as things progress here. Of course, Drew Thomas was no part of that. Here's the 3-1. Strike 2 on the inside corner. And now the count is full. Thorpe at first base. Wonder if maybe he will take off. He did not attempt any steals this year, but 3-2, you got a good hitter at the plate. Maybe he goes. He does go, and that hits Drew Thomas with a breaking ball. And so Thorpe will get to go to second base, no problem anyway. A walk and a hit by pitch. Thomas hit in the left shoulder. Did not appear very happy about it, but it was a breaking pitch. And Harrison has not been wild in the walk department, but he's hit 3 batters. He has walked 2. So 2 on for the Disciples, and Daniel Patrice singled to drive home a run and hit a fielder's choice to drive home a run. So he's doing what he does. Thorpe and Thomas, the base runners. Harrison again in a jam. And Patrice asks for time. And Harrison and Bendrian are going to have a halfway discussion. That's about how far they're going to go. So Bendrian took about 5 steps towards the mound, got his message across. Daniel Patrice. Awaiting the first pitch from Harrison. And a little slider in for a strike. 0-1. There's the 0-1. Breaking ball hit high to shallow center field. He just got under it. Reinhardt is under it, makes the call and the catch, and gets the ball back in. Patrice just missed that. That was a hanger, and he just barely mistimed it. So that's out number 1. And that'll bring up David Dinsky. Dinsky singled to drive home a run and then struck out, so he's 1 for 2. That is one of 4 strikeouts for Mark Harrison. Ducks on the pond for Dinsky. Thorpe is at second. Drew Thomas is at first. Got to watch out those back pick situations in a situation like this. And that little breaking ball drops in for a strike. Dinsky with an 0-1 count. There you see Will Thorpe, number 34, in your picture. He will move as the pitch comes to home plate. And the 0-1. Dinsky squares, and the pitch is down low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. That obviously would have been bunting for a hit. The third baseman, Bergman, is back. And with 1 out already, it doesn't make any sense to do a sacrifice. Not only that, but Dinsky, one of the best hitters on the Disciples. One ball, 1 strike, and the pitch. Fastball just missed inside, just missed. The Thorpe was doing his Fred Flintstone impression on second base as that pitch came in. 2-1. Curve, and that one catches the inside corner. 2-2. Dinsky struck out on the breaking ball his last time, so let's see if Harrison can execute that pitch again. When he's executed it, it has been his best pitch today. The pitch inside, and it hit him. Or did it not? Yeah, it did. No call from the home plate umpire. Thorpe is rounding. And no, it indeed is a hit by pitch. As Thorpe just kept on running just in case it wasn't, and it was a wild pitch, but Bendrian also knew that it was a hit batter. So that's 2 hit batters in the inning with the breaking ball, and the bases are loaded. For Callum Murphy, you see Thorpe kept on running. That's good base running. You got to do that just in case. But very quickly, Ilyar Chan sent him back to third. So, Callum Murphy with the bases loaded and 1 out. Murphy singled and then grounded out. He has a run batted in. Up the middle there, playing for a double play, and Murphy looks at a fastball in the outside corner for a strike. Oh and 1 is 1 out. Harrison would love a strikeout here. In the dirt, yanked away, and a good job by Bendrian to get to that one. Harrison looks like he's really starting to lose the grip on that changeup. He's missed badly with a few of them, and that was the worst one of the bunch. That's a good job by Maurice Bendrian. You see the target is actually low and away, and that was way low and away. Bendrian able to keep it from going to the backstop. Thorpe at third, going to be alert for that again, however. 1-1, and now Murphy calls time as the cat peeks his head out from behind the couch. One and one on Callum Murphy. Thorpe, Thomas, and Dinsky, the base runners. There's a swing and a foul into the dugout. Count 1 and 2. Yeah, Thorpe, Drew Thomas, and Dinsky are the base runners. Dinsky, who the trail runner is, he's got blazing speed. So if Murphy finds a gap, there is a chance that all 3 runs could score. One ball, 2 strikes. Callum Murphy. Harrison looking for a 3rd strike here. And the pitch Outside and low. That was again the changeup that he yanked, and the count even 2-2. Bases loaded, 1 out. 5-0 Disciples. Trying to keep putting the pressure on Paderborn here in game 1. And it's popped up on the infield. It's a foul ball called for by Daniel Hintz. He's under it and squeezes it for out number 2. So Murphy is out number 2, and now it'll take a 2-out hit from David Wallace. So Harrison able to execute the pitch he needed, and I think it was a 3-2 breaking ball, and Murphy was out in front. And so now David Wallace, who is 0 for 2, he did reach on a fielder's choice and struck out. So he steps up, bases still loaded. The Disciples have not scored this inning. A very promising beginning with a walk and hit by pitch, but then a fly out, then another hit by pitch, and now the pop outs, and now it's up to Wallace with 2 down to try to plate another run. And he drives it to the gap in right center field. That ball will land. Thorpe is in, Thomas is in, Dinsky being waved around. He will score, and David Wallace has cleared the bases. It's 8-0, a 3-run double. Well, I mentioned that Dinsky, the trail runner, is the fastest of the 3. He scored on that with absolutely no problem whatsoever. Pitch down and away, and he just went with it and split the gap between Reinhardt and Rammelman. And all 3 runs, of course, with 2 outs, they can just go at the crack of the bat, and Dinsky coming around before the ball even came back to the infield. So the Disciples have blown it open. They lead 8-0. And now Francisco Riestra is at the plate. Still 2 down, and Riestra looks at a pitch that bounces in there. There's no activity in the bullpen for Paderborn, by the way. So Harrison is just going to wear it, I guess. Although we will see what happens. Remember, there's another game. I think a balk was called on that pitch, by the way. So Wallace goes to third, so that pitch does not count. Let's take a look and see if we see what happened on the replay. I do not see the balk. Anyway, runner at third. I don't know who called the balk either, whether it was not the home plate umpire. Breaking ball is a strike in the count 0-1. Riestra has hit the ball hard twice. He singled and flied to deep center field. The Disciples have hit Mark Harrison hard. They have 7 hits and 8 runs. And he's also hit 3 batters and walked 2. Has not been his best day. One ball and 1 strike on Riestra. And he pops that one up, foul ground towards the Paderborn dugout and on the roof of the dugout. A nice try by Bendrian as he went sliding out of your picture, but it's a foul ball for strike 2 on Riestra.
Wahrscheinlich später auch vom Catcher der Paderborner hat der Mühe gegeben. Konnte den Ball nicht finden. Fetten Applaus für den Catcher. Dankeschön. Never give up. Guter Mann.
That's always a nice touch. Richard Pozgai, the stadium announcer, giving some love to Maurice Bendrian for that effort as he went sliding, almost running into the Paderborn dugout. 1-2 on Riestra. Wallace at third. The pitch swung on and missed in the dirt, blocked by Bendrian. He's got to throw to first, and he does so to end the inning. But the big hit off the bat of David Wallace, the bases clearing 2-out double to score 3 runs. So the Disciples get 3 runs on, let's see, 1 hit. That's it. They only had the 1 hit. 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th here. This is game 1 of the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal. And the Disciples lead 8-0 over the Paderborn Untouchables. This game brought to you, of course, by the good people at Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the bottom of the fourth inning. The Disciples with an 8-0 lead. Titus von Kopf has still only thrown 48 pitches, and he will deal with 4, 5, and 6. Daniel Hintz, Finn Bergman, and Bjarne Reinhardt. Daniel Hintz flied to right field in his only at-bat so far today, and he will step up to the plate for the second time as Titus von Kopf will go back to work against this middle of the lineup. And a good breaking ball. Again, with that breaking ball, when he throws it with that arm action, it's really, really tough to see. It's tough to hit. Just drops off the table. Strike one on Daniel Hintz. I think I forgot to give you his statistics right. He flew out on the first pitch. That curveball had no bite, and it is high, 1 ball, no strikes. Hintz batted .253 this year, but he led the team with 5 home runs and 4 doubles. 20 hits in 79 at-bats for the 35-year-old. Always been a very solid player for Paderborn. That pitch, strike called in the outside corner. 1-2, Hintz shaking his head. And Titus von Kopf waiting for Hintz to step back in. He does so. 1-2. And that breaking ball is low and away. 2-2. And that's outside ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Titus does not want to allow leadoff walk. There were a couple base runners on to start last inning, but the botched bunt attempt is really what did the Untouchables in last inning. There's a breaking ball in the dirt, and that is the first base runner here in the fourth inning. Second walk allowed by Titus von Kopf, as he was nowhere close on that pitch. So Hintz takes his place on first base. He is not a base stealer. He did not attempt any during the year. So Finn Bergman steps up to the plate. Bergman, another guy with power. He had 2 home runs for the Untouchables this year. Struck out his first time against Titus von Kopf. I think he chased a high fastball, if I remember correctly. And the pitch. That's fouled to the screen. That was a high fastball. It is overcast. There are parts of the sky that look like maybe it's sunny, wherever that is, but mostly it's overcast and cloudy here. There is a threat of rain a bit later today, but right now it's very pleasant. And the pitch, breaking ball, drilled high and deep to left center field, a long way back. That one goes out of the ballpark. 2-run home run for Finn Bergman into the alleyway in left center. That is no cheapie whatsoever. In fact, there's a guy out there on a bike wondering what just happened. And what just happened is it is now 8-2. The Disciples leading. That was a breaking ball in the eyes of Finn Bergman, and he crushed it. That was a no-doubter, even in this park. And you see he watched it and gave it a little time. You got to be real careful watching your home runs in this ballpark because a lot of them don't fly out like you think they would just because this park is so huge. But that ball was absolutely crushed. So Bergman goes yard, and 2 runs on the board for Paderborn. And now Bjarne Reinhardt steps up to the plate. And Titus will try to start over again. The pitch is low for a ball. I saw, Lewis, your comment in the YouTube chat asking about the World Baseball Classic qualifier in Germany this September. To be honest, I have not looked at who's in their bracket, but it's usually Czech Republic, Netherlands, Spain, Britain. That pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. And Germany usually has a tough time against Netherlands and Italy, of course. Spain has also given them problems, and Czech Republic they have beaten in the past, but a good curveball by Titus von Kopf gets the swing and a miss. But honestly, I have not looked to see who's in their bracket or what's going on. But I am planning on going, I can tell you that. Regensburg only about an hour and 10 minutes from here. It's a good time. 1-2 pitch to Reinhardt is shot foul off to the right, still 1-2. I'm glad to hear you enjoy the Brauerei Wildbräu. I enjoy a Brauerei Wildbräu as well. Everybody should enjoy a Brauerei Wildbräu. You should enjoy many Brauerei Wildbräus. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Backwards K goes in the book. Titus von Kopf lights it up for his 4th strikeout of the afternoon at the knees on the outside corner. And Luca Rammelmann will step up to the plate. Rammelmann struck out his first time. Curve is a strike from Titus von Kopf. There's one away. Bottom of the 4th, 8-2, Disciples leading. Game 1, best of 5. Game 2 will be right after this. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball, 0-2. Game 3 will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. And the curveball lifted to right field down the line. Rosenthal gives it a look, but it's out of his reach. And the count remains 0-2. Well, the Disciples came out swinging. They scored 4 runs before even recording an out in the first inning. They tacked on another in the second. They plated 3 in the top of this inning, and now Paderborn finally has some runs of their own of which to speak. Breaking ball in the dirt, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 2-run home run off the bat of Finn Bergman. And that's where we are, 8-2. Big hits for the Disciples, a 2-run triple off the bat of Drew Thomas. There's a little floater in the left. That will drop, a base hit. As Rammelmann floats one over Riestra's head for a single. And now Ian Eberhardt steps up to the plate. As I mentioned, Drew Thomas, a 2-run triple in the first inning. Daniel Patrice, an RBI single. Callum Murphy, an RBI single. And then Patrice again with an RBI ground out in the second inning. And then David Wallace, a bases clearing double with 2 outs in the 4th. That's the 8 runs for the Disciples. And then this inning, Bergman's 2-run bomb for Paderborn. And now they have a runner at first for Eberhardt, who gets hit by a pitch. And here comes the replay of this one. Eberhardt for sure made no effort to get out of the way of that one, but same with Will Thorpe. So that's just how baseball players do it. Usually they try to move in a way that makes it look like they're trying to move, but Eberhardt, just a statue on that one. He just stood there and took it on his wrist, it looked like. Kind of risky place to get hit, but here's the number 9 hitter, Ladislaus Landwehr. And he fouls one, trickles foul at the plate. Landwehr singled and then was doubled off second base on that failed bunt attempt off the bat of Chris Byers. That was in the 3rd inning. That was also a big play. You know, these Bundesliga games, sometimes you look at the scoreboard, you think 8-2. Okay, well, but there are big moments in all these games. Without Wallace's double, without that double play, it could be a much closer ball game. There's a strike on the outside corner, 0-2. This is the second time through the lineup, and as you would expect, the Untouchables have had better swings at Titus von Kopf. There is, by the way, activity in the Paderborn bullpen, so I wonder if Mark Harrison's day is done. 0-2 on Landwehr, outside. As Rammelmann was dancing very far off the bag at second base, but he had plenty of time to get back. So Rammelmann at second, Eberhardt is at first. One and 2 on Landwehr, and again Titus von Kopf gives a look out towards the outfield with that little inside move. Now he's ready. The pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3, second strikeout of the inning. Fastball running in on the hands of Landwehr. And he swings through it. So now the top of the order, Maurice Bendrian. Bendrian 1 for 2. He singled and flied out. 2 down in the inning. Five strikeouts in the game so far for Tito's Fun Cup. He's hit the 1 batter, walked 2, and allowed 5 hits so far. And Bendrian steps out for a moment. And Tito's is ready. And the pitch. Line drive, base hit to left center field. Around third, coming towards the plate, Rammelman. He will score. That was a good job by David Dinsky in center field to cut that ball off and get it in quickly. Otherwise, that could have been another run and possibly a double or triple for Bendrian. So a run-scoring single makes it 8-3, an RBI for Maurice Bendrian, as Rammelman comes in to score. Eberhard goes to second, and now the batter is Chris Byers, and this game's getting closer. A lot of game left, as I have said many times, and will say many more times. Tito's trying to get the third out of the inning here. 72 pitches for him. Byers walked and then popped up that bunt as Riester runs in behind Eberhard at second base. Eberhard the runner at second base. Bendrian is at first. And the pitch is a ball. Well, a big hit right here could get the Untouchables right back into this game. Time's called by Chris Byers. Game 2 coming up after this one, usually about a half an hour after the end of the game. Swing and a miss. Well, both Byers and Llewellyn have taken some very hefty cuts. That was not a cheap one. He was trying to go yard for sure on that. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 down in the inning. Eberhard and Bendrian, the base runners. There's a strike on the inside corner. Good pitch from Fun Kopp as the fastball running in under the hands of Chris Byers. And Tito's has his sign, 1-2. And that fastball missed outside, 2-2. Count even. And a foul on an off-speed pitch. Byers actually did a good job waiting on that one and just fouled it back. He had a pretty good cut. He was out in front, but then you could see that he kept his hands back long enough. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on in the bottom of the 4th. And time is called again. Fun Kopp, who was working very quickly earlier in the game, has slowed his pace down here. Obviously, the runner on second base probably has something to do that. Here it comes, the 2-2. Again, swung on and fouled back to the screen. That was a high fastball that was running in on his hands. Well, 78 pitches now for Tito's Fun Kopp. Two balls and 2 strikes. Eberhard and Bendrian taking their leads. The pitch. Hit on the ground to short. Riestra fields and goes to Murphy at second, and they get the final out of the inning. But the Untouchables score 3 runs. They get 3 runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. Can't read my own handwriting, as usual. There were no errors and 2 left on base. We will go to the 5th inning here in Game 1 of the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal. Haar Disciples 8, Paderborn Untouchables 3. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We go to the top of the 5th inning here in Haar. The Disciples leading 8-3, and Mark Harrison at 96 pitches is going to go back out there. And, you know, you figure he can't pitch game 2 or 3. Might as well empty the tank now. Hope he can find it and retire the side a few more times and give the offense a chance to catch up, which they started doing in the last half inning. As his first pitch to Joe Rosenthal is outside for a ball. It'll be Rosenthal, then the top of the order, Nate Sean Thomas and Will Thorpe. And that pitch misses low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Rosenthal has struck out twice. Once looking, once swinging. Top of the 5th inning. Remember, Haar is the visiting team today. That is ball 3 bouncing in there. Harrison really has been kind of all over the place today. He's made some excellent pitches and he's made some, you know, wild pitches. He's hit 3 batters. He's only walked 2. 6 strikeouts, but 7 hits and 8 runs, all the runs earned. That is the most runs he's given up in any start this year. 3-0 on Rosenthal. Right down the pipe, 3-1. And there's ball 4, Rosenthal with a leadoff walk. And he's a guy who will be running if he thinks he can make it. Now, I don't know if anybody on the Disciples has an automatic green light, but if there were anybody, it would be him and Dinsky probably. Rosenthal was 13 for 15 in the stolen base department. Of course, with Nate Thomas at the plate, you maybe want to give him a chance to swing the bat a little bit before you take off. But we will see. Nate Thomas, of course, a switch hitter, batting left-handed. He has struck out and reached on a wild pitch, and then he tripled, and then he grounded out. And there's a strike. 0-1 to him. Rosenthal draws a throw, a little lob toss. Clearly, they have read the scouting report, or at least looked at the statistics. Obviously, they know Joe Rosenthal from his time in the Bundesliga North anyway. He's standing on first base. Harrison comes set. One strike on Nate Thomas. And the runner is going. The pitch is a strike. The throw to second base. And they got him. That was a good throw by Maurice Bendrian. It was a good pitch to throw on as well. It was an outside fastball. And Rosenthal, you know, he had a good jump, but credit Bendrian. Also the slide step by Harrison got the ball to home plate quickly, and that was executed perfectly. Tip your cap to Maurice Bendrian on that one. There's one away. And the count now is 0-2 on Nate Thomas. Check swing, and that's low and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Eight to 3 Disciples. We're on the top of the 5th. They scored 4 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 more in the 4th. And Paderborn with 3 runs of their own in the bottom of the 4th. Nate Thomas trying to get on base here. And a pop-up, foul territory off to the left. Bergman gives it a look, but it's over the fence. And out of play. The count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on Nate Sean Thomas. Thomas, who's from the British Virgin Islands. You know, speaking of the WBC, Thomas in the past has played for the British national team, as has Callum Murphy. One and two. Broken bat popped up on the middle of the infield. The shortstop, Byers, is backpedaling, and he makes the catch in shallow center field. And Thomas is out number 2. So that'll bring up Drew Thomas, and this is the first time that there have been 2 outs and nobody on for Mark Harrison. Excuse me, this is Will Thorpe, not Drew Thomas. Will Thorpe will step up to the plate. I skipped a space in my lineup card. Thorpe is, well, he's been hit twice and walked. So he's been on base all 3 times. Does not have an official at bat, however. 2 down, nobody on. Top of the 5th inning, the Disciples with an 8-3 lead. But those 3 runs by Paderborn in the bottom of the 4th have made this game feel a lot closer. It was 8-0 as Harrison throws a first pitch change for a ball. Maybe it was the slider, not really sure. Either way, it was low and inside to Thorpe. 1-0. Missed inside with the fastball, 2-0. Harrison's 2-0. That one catches the outside corner, 2-1. Harrison trying to have a quasi 1-2-3 inning after the walk and then the caught stealing. It's not really a 1-2-3 inning, but it would be 3 up, 3 down technically. And that ball lined hard to left field, but it is right at Eberhardt, who one-hands it to his gloved side. So Thorpe hits it well, but ends up with a flyout, and Harrison ends up retiring 3 in a row after the walk and the caught stealing. Nothing across the board for the Disciples. No runs, no hits, no errors, nothing left. We are exactly halfway through game 1, and the Disciples lead the Untouchables 8-3. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. That's Brauerei Wildbräu. There you see the line score as we are moving to the bottom of the fifth. 8-3 Disciples, 8 runs, 7 hits, no errors. Against 3 runs and 6 hits for the Paderborn Untouchables. They scored all 3 of their runs in the last inning against Titus von Kopf, who's going to try to right the ship. He also pitched through trouble in the third. And the first pitch is bunted back to the mound, barehanded by von Kopf. He throws to first in time. And that is Fildrik Llewellyn, who was just thrown out, 1-3. Llewellyn trying to get on base to try and start a rally and put on the pressure. 3, 4, and 5. Now that was Llewellyn, now Daniel Hintz, and then Finn Bergman. But that's a nice, easy, quick out for Titus von Kopf, who in the last 2 frames had to deal with a lot of base runners. And actually, it was thanks to that failed bunt double play that Titus was able to escape a jam that looked like it was maybe getting worse in the 3rd inning. And then in the 4th inning, the Untouchables did get to him. The Finn Bergman 2-run home run, which, by the way, is a legit blast. When you go out of the ballpark in the alleyways here in this ballpark, it's most likely 400 feet because not only is the fence about 380, but the height of the fence is about 25 feet or so, as that breaking ball to Daniel Hintz missed for a ball. So you got to really pummel it to get it out in the alleyways in this ballpark. Bergman did that. The pitch is low. 2-0 on Daniel Hintz. Hintz is 0 for 1. He has also walked and scored. He scored on Bergman's home run last inning. Von Kopf is set, 2-0. And now he's high with a fastball, 3-0. Titus, low 80s in the pitch count, 83. That was pitch number 83, according to the electronic scoring. Hint's probably going to be taken here. And it's a strike at the knees. 3-1. And that's ball 4. So Hintz walks for the 2nd consecutive plate appearance. And he will take his place on first base. And here's Finn Bergman. Well, Bergman struck out and then hit a very long home run. 1 for 2. It is 8-3. And I mentioned it's overcast. There's a bit of a glare on the field. The sun is kind of coming out, but there's a fly ball left field deep, and this is sending back Drew Thomas. It's over his head. One hops the wall, and he gets the ball back in quickly. This is going to be a double for Bergman. The throw to third is not in time. It goes off the glove, but von Kopf is there to back it up. That ball was hit off the end of the bat, and I think it fooled Drew Thomas in left field as he initially didn't react and then realized that the ball was going to be over his head. He did recover very quickly, and that prevented at least a run from scoring. Bergman this time knew he didn't get it, and he was running hard all the way pretty much. But 2nd and 3rd with only 1 out now, and Bjorn Reinhardt steps up to the plate. Bergman has had some good swings his last couple at bats. Reinhardt singled, stole a base, and has struck out, 1 for 2. Infield is back, except at the corners. The Disciples will give up a run to get an out here. The pitch, ground ball slowly hit left side. Riestra deep in the hole, keeps it from going to the outfield, throws behind the runner at second, but there's no play. The run comes in to score. That's an infield single. Good play by Riestra to keep that ball from going into the outfield. That was good base running by Bergman also. He went back to the bag on that ground ball. That's what you were supposed to do when the ball is hit ahead of you as a base runner at second base. But it's an RBI single for Bjorn Reinhardt. Nothing really that Riestra could do. That ball was hit too slowly to get the out at first base, and Reinhardt runs pretty well. So he did the wise thing, throwing behind Bergman at second. So now it's 8-4, and they're going to check on Bergman. The hitter is Luca Rammelman. Paderborn trying to claw their way back into this game. There's only 1 out. Disciples would love a double play ground ball right here. Rammelman at the plate. Curveball is fouled away, 0-1. Rammelman has struck out and singled. He also scored. He scored on the RBI hit from Maurice Bendrian. That was last inning. So now 2 consecutive innings that Paderborn has scored against Titus. And that's, you know, 3rd time through the order. They've seen his stuff. They go up there with a different plan of attack. And there's a check on the runner at second base. Titus whirled and faked a throw, but there was no infielder within about 25 feet of the bag. So, and Dinsky in center field about a mile away. So nothing doing there. 1 strike on Rammelman. There's 1 out and 2 on. And that pitch is outside. He went to the slide step again. 1 ball and 1 strike. The next pitch will be the 90th pitch for Titus von Kopf. Trying to work his way through 5. The pitch fouled away. A late swing by Rammelman, and he's behind the count 1-2 now. Now Titus with 5 strikeouts. He's walked 2. He has hit a batter. That was Eberhardt last inning. One ball and 2 strikes. Bergman at second. Reinhardt is at first. Got him swinging with a high fastball. That's exactly how we got him the first time. And there are 2 away. A big strikeout for Titus von Kopf. Taking another look at this on the replay. And again, that slide step. It's been working well for him today. So 2 on with 2 outs, and now Ian Eberhardt, the number 8 hitter, he grounded out and was hit by a pitch. 0 for 1 officially. Eberhardt, the 21-year-old. And the pitch. That's a strike on the inside corner. 0-1. That, by the way, was the 6th strikeout for Titus von Kopf. There's the 0-1 pitch coming to Eberhardt. Breaking ball. That was a good block by Wallace to keep that in front of him. Both runners could have moved up on that had he not done so. Ball 1, 1-1. One pitch. That's a strike, painting the outside corner with a fastball. That pitch tailing back towards the strike zone. Good location. And he's a strike away from getting through this inning and taking the Disciples through 5. Haar leading 8-4, but they in a jam with Bergman and Reinhardt, the base runners. 2 down. The pitch fouled, and he just got a piece of that one to stay alive. Did Eberhardt. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Here it comes. Outside again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, after Eberhardt, you have Ladislaus Landwehr, the number 9 hitter, the DH. But Titus wants to end this inning right here. He wants this next pitch to be the final pitch of the inning. It will be his 97th of the game. And a breaking ball outside, full count now. And that will allow the runners to be off with the pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. So they will be running with this next pitch. And that could be big. Anything to the gap, you know, could make it a 2-run ball game. It's 8-4. Was 8-0 at one point. Paderborn have cut the lead in half. And here comes the payoff pitch. And it's upstairs, ball 4. The bases are loaded, and the tying run will come to the plate. Bergman to third, Reinhardt to second, and Eberhardt with a good at bat. He was behind in the count and able to work a walk. That is the 4th walk by Titus von Kopf, and now Ladislaus Landwehr, the 19-year-old DH, just turned 19. He stepped to the plate representing the tying run. And Coach Alex Tufts is going to make his way to the mound to have a quick discussion with Titus von Kopf. Now Titus, in his season this year, the longest outing he had was 7 innings against the Heidekopf and 7 innings against the IT Shore Falcons Ulm. That 7 innings against Heidenheim was definitely his best start of the year. He allowed 4 runs in that game. He had 5 walks and 6 strikeouts. He had to really battle that game. Well, this game is looking somewhat similar to that. Of course, in that game, he was not given an 8-run lead, but here he was, and he's trying to work his way through. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Really big moment in the game. We're only in the 5th. And the pitch to Landwehr. Fouled, out of play, strike 1. And Titus went after him with a high fastball right away. And I imagine the discussion with Tufts had something to do with, go get him, kid. He's the number 9 hitter, make him earn it, which, you know, he may do. 1 strike the count on Titus von Kopf. Bases loaded, tying run at the plate. The pitch, line drive, foul off to the right, strike 2 on a couple of good fastballs from von Kopf. I want to give a shout out to Andreas Thies, the voice of MLB on Sport 1, coming and hanging with us here in the booth, or the tent as they may. Nice to see you, sir. 2 strikes to count. Bases loaded. Titus comes set, and here comes the pitch. A little looping liner on a couple of hops to short, grabbed by Riestra. The throw to first, got him. That was a tough play, and Riestra made it, and the inning is over, and the Disciples can breathe a sigh of relief. Paderborn had the tying run come to the plate, and Titus von Kopf got him on a 6-3 ground out. For the Untouchables, they score 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 3 left on. Playoff baseball is heating up. We go to the 6th inning, 8-4 Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to the top of the 6th inning. Haar 8, Paderborn 4, Game 1 of the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal. And for the Disciples, they're going to send 3, 4, and 5. Drew Thomas, Daniel Patrice, and David Dinsky against a new pitcher, Luca Kloppenberg. will come in. Kloppenberg has not had a lot of activity this year. He only pitched in 9 2/3 innings, ERA of 5.5. So he is on to try to give as much length as he can to the Untouchables. And the first pitch swung on and fouled to the screen by Drew Thomas. Drew tripled to drive in 2 runs to start the game. That was, well, not to start the game, but that at the beginning of the game he did that. Then he walked, and then he was hit by a pitch and later scored in the 4th. 0-1 the count to him. That curveball, little frisbee type thing, a little too high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Luca Kloppenberg, the right-hander. 1-1 to Drew Thomas. That's low and outside. Luca Kloppenberg is 20 years of age, so another young'un. And he misses up high, ball 3. Looks like he's got a pretty live arm with some good movement. 8-4 Disciples. They led 8-0 at one point, but Paderborn immediately answered and pulled it to within 8-3. There's a swing and a pop foul out of play behind us, 3-2. And Paderborn has been scratching their way back. They scored 3 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. They threatened in the 3rd, but could not score. So it has not been a walk in the park to get this far, and nor should anyone expect it to be. This is the playoffs after all, and Paderborn, a very good team. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Drew Thomas. Ground ball pulled to the left side, backhanded by Byers. He loses his sunglasses and throws to first, not in time. As Thomas beats that one out, that's an infield single. Well, Byers made a nice play in the hole, but the ball was not hit all that hard. It was off the end of the bat from Thomas. And Byers, I think he had the sunglasses on the top of his hat, and as he went down to his knees, they came popping off. His throw to first was on a bounce, but not nearly in time. So an easy infield single for Drew Thomas. He is aboard. And that will bring up Daniel Patrice. Patrice has singled to drive home a run, then reached on a fielder's choice also to drive home a run, and then flied out to shallow center field. He popped up a hanging breaking ball his last time, was very frustrated. And the pitch, high, ball 1. Well, Andreas, you know, I didn't bring my second microphone today. If I'd known you were coming. You have one? Do you have a phantom power? Does it need phantom power? I think I have phantom power, yeah. Sorry, I'm talking to my buddy Andreas. You might hear from him in a moment. There's a broken back ground ball for a strike.
So, heute gibt's bei uns ein Grillfestival. Ich glaube, da hinten habe ich letztes Jahr.
So 1 ball and 1 strike. And Patrice needs a new piece of lumber. That's the second broken bat we've seen in this game. I think it was, who was it? Was it Rammelman who broke a bat? Maybe it was Llewellyn, I'm not sure. It was one of the power hitters for Paderborn broke his bat. Anyway, Daniel Patrice with a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Nobody out. Drew Thomas at first, the pitch. That's in there for a strike, 1 and 2. Patrice looked like he was looking for something else. Drew Thomas on first base, a very short lead. He has not shown signs of running. 1 and 2 on Patrice. And the pitch. That's fouled off to the right. Now, Thomas did steal 2 bases in 2 attempts, however, this year, but he's probably going to wait and see what Patrice does. You got Dinsky on deck. This is the heart of the Disciples order, one that has been very productive all year, just peppering the ball from foul line to foul line. Patrice, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out. Thomas at first. And Kloppenberg from the stretch deals. Popped up again. Patrice has had a couple of good swings in a row, and he's getting closer to squaring one up, but you could see he's a little frustrated. That pitch was up and maybe just a little bit out of his sweet zone. Patrice with a 1-ball, 2-strike count against Luca Kloppenberg. Kloppenberg in relief of Mark Harrison, who went the first 4. Runners going, line drive, base hit on a hanging breaking ball. Thomas will stop at third. Patrice smacks that one into left, and the Disciples have 2 on with nobody out on 2 singles. Which, by the way, I misspoke. Harrison threw the first 5 innings. We are in the 6th. There's that hanging breaking ball. Patrice waited on it and just sort of yanked it into left field. He is such a good hitter. He's able to stay back, and he's got a long, lanky swing, but a lot of power behind it. And he has really been on everything this year that has been thrown his way from almost all the pitchers in the Bundesliga. There's nobody that's really made him look bad. And so David Dinsky with 2 on and nobody out in the 6th inning here. Dinsky has singled, struck out, and was hit by a pitch, and later came around to score. Games 1 and 2 today, game 3 tomorrow, games 4 and 5 would be next week. Here's the pitch. There's a breaking ball upstairs and high. You can see where the point of development for Luca Kloppenberg would be. It's the difference between his fastball and the breaking ball. I think even from back here, it's quite easy to see which pitch is coming just based on his arm motion. And his fastball looks like it's got good movement, good life on it. And Dinsky taking that breaking ball outside and high. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Drew Thomas is at second. Daniel Patrice is at first. Luca Kloppenberg, who only pitched 9 2/3 innings all season in the first Bundesliga. I imagine he probably got some work in the second Bundesliga as well. 1-0. And the pitch. That's upstairs, ball 2, 2-0. That's another thing the Disciples have done well this year. They have not chased a lot of pitches out of the zone. They have been able to attack when the pitcher has gotten it in there. Dinsky in or hit his count, 2-0. And he lines it up the middle, base hit. Thomas is being waved around third. He almost stumbles that he had to get out of the way of Bergman, but he comes in and scores anyway. Bergman standing as close as he possibly can to the baseline. Of course, he's not allowed to obstruct the base runner in any way, but Drew Thomas nearly stumbled, but still comes around to score. It is an RBI single for David Dinsky, and the Disciples extend their lead to 9-4. 3 consecutive hits to start this inning. Watch this replay. The pitch was down, and he just sort of socked it into center field. Watch how close Finn Bergman is to third base. That's, you know, he's doing his job by doing that. But you also got to leave room on the inside for the base runner to come by and tag the inside of the bag. Close to obstruction on that, but it made no influence on the end of the play anyway. And so, as a bunt attempt fouled away by Murphy, strike 1. The Disciples with 2 on, nobody out. They lead 9-4. It's an RBI single for Dinsky. Patrice goes to second base. 1 strike on Callum Murphy. Murphy is 1 for 3. He singled to drive home a run in the first inning. 9-4 Disciples. And Kloppenberg from the stretch deals. Slow chopper on a couple big bounce under the glove of Bergman. Everybody's safe. The ball trickles away from the shortstop Byers, but no further advance. Bergman charging on it, tried to get it on the short hop and completely whiffed on that one. Let's see if that's going to be a base hit or an error. The bases are now loaded for the Disciples. We'll see what Murphy will be scored as you see the replay. Bases loaded for Wallace, and there's still nobody out. It's an error. That's going to be an E5. It's a bit of a tough one, but again, Bergman tried to pick it on the short hop rather than grabbing it. He would have had to play at third had he done so. So it's an E5. That's the first error of the ball game. And now David Wallace, who earlier in the game had a bases clearing double. Now he swings through that first pitch, and he's behind 0-1. That bases clearing double was a huge hit in the game for the Disciples. It came with 2 outs. It looked like Mark Harrison was going to wiggle his way out of a jam. And then Wallace plugged to the gap in right center field to clear the bases. Here the bases are loaded with nobody out. Again, they're going to play up the middle for a double play. There's a line drive caught by the second baseman. And Llewellyn with a fake to first, but good base running by the Disciples. Wallace hit that ball reasonably hard, lines out to the second baseman. And so that's the first out of the inning. And that will bring up Francisco Riestra. Riestra has hit the ball very well today. He hit a deep fly ball to center field that was caught. Then he lined a single. Then he struck out. So he's 1 for 3.
Vamos, Francisco.
Francisco with the bases loaded and 1 out, and now Kloppenberg steps off the mound, grabs the rosin bag. It's very humid today, although the humidity has dropped a little bit since the game started. Riestra with the bases loaded. Patrice is at third, and Riestra shoots a foul ball off to the right, strike 1. Riestra, I mentioned, hits the ball that way quite a bit. He's got ducks on the pond here. Patrice at third, Dinsky at second, and Murphy, who reached on the error, is at first. Inning started with singles by Thomas, Patrice, and Dinsky. The pitch fouled away, good cut by Riestra, 0-2. Then the error allowed Patrice to make it to third. So that's a fielder. It was what would have been a fielder's choice. So if this remains to be seen which of these runs, if any, that score would be earned or not. But that's just bookkeeping. Who cares, really? 0-2 on Riestra. There's that little curve and nothing on it. 1 ball and 1 strike. Francisco with a 1-2 count. And Kloppenberg takes a long time coming set, and now he's ready. Bases loaded, the pitch high, and Bendrian have to jump up to get that one. Boy, a high fastball like that, not so easy to stop when it's whizzing by over your head. As Kloppenberg almost threw that one to the backstop. Count even 2-2 now. 1 run is in for the Disciples. They have 1 out, bases loaded, looking for more. No lead is safe. And the pitch. A ground ball slowly hit to short. Byers goes to Llewellyn. There's 1. The relay to first. And Hintz holds the bag. A 6-4-3 double play gets Paderborn out of the inning. But the Disciples do score a run. They get 1 run on 1, 2, 3 hits. That run is earned. There was an error, and there were 2 left on base. And so we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Haar leading the Untouchables by a score of 9-4. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people of the Brauerei Wildbräu, otherwise known as Brauerei Wildbräu. What kind of Brauerei are they? They're the Wildbräu Brauerei.
I hear myself.
All right, we are back, and it is the bottom of the 6th inning. Haar leading 9-4, and I think I can hear you. Can I hear you?
I can hear you too.
I am joined by the one, the only, the man, Andreas Thies from Mein Sport Radio and also Sport 1. He's been handling play-by-play duties for MLB games. And Andreas, servus, grüß dich. Was für eine nette Überraschung, dich zu sehen hier im Ballpark.
Thanks for having me, and it's the same pleasure for me.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, we have a new pitcher on the mound, Jan Endriat. Jan Endriat is on the mound for the Disciples. Titus van Kopf, his day is done. And Endriat is going to come in and try to protect this 5-run lead for the Disciples. And just give me a moment, Andreas. So Andreas and I go way back. We go back to 2016 when Andreas and Ty Erickson and I and Axel, yes, right. We were in Hoofddorp for the 2016 European Championships. Absolute blast, and Andreas and I have worked together. We did the Swing and a Miss podcast the last couple of years.
I missed that podcast, to be honest.
Yeah, that was good fun. That was good fun. Maybe we can revive it at some point when we all have time. So, anyway, so I'm going to sort of sprinkle in the conversation along with the play-by-play here because we do have a playoff game going on here, and Mark Harrison for the Untouchables went 5. Titus van Kopf for the Disciples went 5. And now it's up to the bullpens as Jan Endriat is on, and he will face the top of the order, Maurice Bendrian, Chris Byers, and Fildrik Llewellyn. So Andreas, what have you seen so far since you got to the ballpark in this ball game? What's your take?
I've seen a strong offense from the Disciples. I've seen them as guests. That's a little bit unusual.
That's true, yeah. Pitch is outside to Bendrian for a ball, and Maurice, by the way, is 2 for 3, 2 singles, including an RBI. I'll give you Jan Endriat's statistics in a moment as we're going, but Endriat, former from Schweig, which, by the way, today, Schweig, they're having their big softball tournament, the Midnight Ball tournament. And there's a good curveball, strike 1.
And I've watched the first 3 innings on a stream, and I watched Titus van Kopf, and I saw him dealing.
Yeah, he was dealing. And then he threw a couple of really good curveballs. And you also got to credit Paderborn. They changed their approach, I believe, and started sitting on some of those pitches. And the second and third time through the order, they hit him better, but he was able to still execute when he needed to. Comes the 1-1 pitch. That's upstairs, 2-1. Endriat this year in 23 1/3 innings had an ERA of 2.7. Early in the season, I think he pulled his back muscle. Or maybe was that last year? I have no idea what year we're even in. Maybe it was last year. I don't know. But he had a pretty good year. At the end of the year, his numbers look good. There's a curve, and it's in for a strike. That's what he's known for, that curveball. He's got a really good one. But Andreas, you're working the game tonight for Sport 1, aren't you? Which game is it?
The Guardians at the White Sox.
Never heard of either of those teams. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, it's not Yankees Red Sox? What is this?
No, it's the 4th or 5th White Sox game I call this season.
They got some fun players. I like the White Sox. They're having an underperforming season. There's a breaking ball outside, 3-2. As my good friend Kevin King from Chicago will attest, they are a frustrating team this season.
Yeah, they are.
Because they have so much talent.
So many injuries. Luis Robert is now on the injury list.
Yeah, Luis Robert, he's one of those electrifying players. 3-2, the count on Maurice Bendrian, trying to start things off here in the 6th. 5-run lead for the Disciples in game 1. And a swing and a foul tip. The count remains full. Remember, there's another game after this, but it's getting kind of dark already here. Coming up on 4 p.m. When it's overcast, it gets dark quickly here. And when it's sunny, it stays light until about 9 p.m.
I'm relieved I don't have to call the Red Sox and the Blue Jays tonight. So
why is that?
Because of the game yesterday.
Oh, right. I did read about that. 28 runs? 28 that sounds bad. That sounds like a bad day for the Red Sox.
That was ugly.
I just read the headlines this morning as I was heading out. I did not watch any highlights. I confess.
They had an inside the park
Ball
Grand Slam.
forward, just barely outside. Sorry, Andreas, didn't mean to.
They had an inside the park Grand Slam.
Yeah, I saw that in the headline. That pitch just missed. Take another look at this one. The 3-2 pitch tried to paint that outside corner. And he just didn't quite get it there. And Bendrian draws the walk. You can see it's outside. So now Chris Byers. It's a leadoff walk for Untouchables as they're trying to get things going here. They have been scratching back the last few innings. It's not been a walk in the park for Disciples pitching. And a big swing by Byers, nothing there. Strike one on the breaking ball. Yeah, inside the park Grand Slam. You know, I was at the one time I've been to Fenway, I think I've told you this story. September 1st, 1990. I was 13 or so. I'll tell you after this next pitch. One strike on Byers. And strike two, good fastball top of the zone. Mike Greenwell hit an inside the park Grand Slam home run. I'm pretty sure it could have been ruled an error by Jesse Barfield, but the highlights, whoever was doing the camera failed to capture what actually happened, so now it's been lost to time. But it was a ground ball that went down the right field line and rolled around along the wall, and he circled the bases, and I've never gone to Fenway ever since. The pitch is in the dirt, the runner was going, and it's going to be a stolen base on ball one.
I've been once to Fenway Park, and I watched a boring 3-0 game against the Cleveland Indians with Jonathan Papelbon closing the game.
Oh man.
Back then, 2009, I think. Yep.
Yeah, that's the year I moved to Europe.
And in that playoffs, they lost to the Los Angeles Angels with John Lackey, I think.
Yeah, John Lackey seems like he was around for quite a long time. That sounds like a John Lackey Angels period. He was around and he was yelling at his coaches for trying to take them out of his game. So Byers has a 1-ball, 2-strike count. And Bendrian is at second base. I'm not sure if they awarded him a stolen base or if that was just given a wild pitch. He was running on the pitch. So now they gave it a wild pitch. So if you're keeping score at home, that's scored a wild pitch and not a stolen base. Not that it really matters. Byers, by the way, walked, and then he bunted into that double play and then reached on a fielder's choice. Meanwhile, there's a delay because I think Bendrian broke his belt and he needs a new belt out at second base. Let's see the question. Why is the dude on second celebrating? I'm guessing because he was safe. I don't know. I mean, he dove in and made it. So the count is 1 ball, 2 strikes on Chris Byers. Fildrick Llewellyn is on deck. Bendrian at second, not being held on by anybody. That's popped out of play. Count remains 1-2. Endriat is a guy who bobs his head a lot. He turns and looks, he fakes, he takes his time, he quick pitches. And he's even got the little Nestor Cortez mustache, which of course, the first week of the season, I mentioned it to him, and he didn't know who Nestor Cortez was. Well,
everybody
now
knows
he knows
who Nestor Cortez is.
Everybody knows who Nestor Cortez is. And everybody you should all just try to be like Nestor Cortez, as far as I know. I don't know him personally, but he seems like a fun guy. 1-2, breaking ball, that's outside, 2-2. He's also a quite good major league pitcher, so I hear.
Yeah, that was what I heard too.
Yeah, I've watched, I've pretty much only watched Yankees games this year, so I've watched a bunch of his starts, and he's fun.
I had the honor to call one Yankees game this season.
Which one was that?
It was the no-hitter against the Astros.
Oh, so it's your fault. You jinxed them.
I wanted to call every New York Yankees game ever since, but haven't got one.
Yeah, they were like, after the no-hitter, you don't get to do it anymore. Meanwhile, Byers strikes out on a high fastball. And he goes chasing one that was out of the zone. That's an important first out of the inning. And now Fildrick Llewellyn, who is 0 for 3, will step up to the plate. We are in the 6th. This game started about 15 minutes after 1. and we're creeping up on 4 o'clock here. Game 2 will begin about a half hour after this one, and depending on how quickly it goes, it would be completed today. If not, of course, they'll just resume tomorrow, but that actually would complicate things quite a bit. Pitch, Llewellyn pops one up, foul ground behind the plate. It is going to be out of the reach and over the backside. Looked for a moment like maybe it would stay in play, but the wind took that one out. Strike one to Fildrick, the native Curaçaoan. He's 28 years of age. Paderborn, a lot of early 20s, and then you have Llewellyn, Hintz. Llewellyn 28, Hintz 35. Byers, I forgot to look how old he is, but he's also in his late 20s, I believe. Everybody else 23 or younger. 0-1 on Fildrick as Endriat comes set. Bendrian still on second base. Keeping time with his step. The pitch, that one is corked to deep left. If it's fair, it's gone, and it is foul. That ball bounced off the fence that I think is beyond the left field fence and then carried all the way back into the field of play. So it's a long strike, and the count is 0-2.
That was a rocket.
That was a rocket. Did you see Finn Bergman's home run, by the way?
No, I didn't.
So you see the light tower in left field?
Okay.
That's where it cleared the fence.
That's not too shabby.
Left center field in this ballpark is like 380, but then the fence is 25 feet high. So he basically hit a 410 foot, maybe 420 foot. That's just, you know, there's no StatCast. We still just have TimCast, but my guess is that it was a 410 plus foot blast. That's my guess. 0-2 on Llewellyn.
I like TimCast.
TimCast. There's no better TimCast. Oh, there is. StatCast is actually much, much better than TimCast.
Called the home run derby on Monday. The longest home run was 480 feet this year.
That's pretty far. Was it Giancarlo Stanton by any chance?
No, I think it was Juan Soto.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, he does that. 0-2. That ball drilled to deep center field, a long run. Dinsky has room, he's under it, and about 400 plus feet away makes the catch. Bendrin tags from second and moves to third. And in case you were wondering why the Disciples don't set up that fence in center field, that's why. When you have one of the fastest outfields and the largest outfields, you can take away some bombs. That's the second one Dinsky has taken away this game. In fact, Llewellyn hit that deep fly ball in the third inning that Dinsky caught near the fence in deep right center field. And now he just casually goes back to deep center field and hauls that one in like it's nothing, but that ball was crushed. So that's two balls that Llewellyn has hit that are probably gone in, I'm going to say, every other ballpark in Germany. And here, David Dinsky can claim that he caught both of them. So now Daniel Hintz steps up to the plate with 2 outs and a runner at third. And a breaking ball in for a strike. Have you followed the Bundesliga a lot this year, Andreas?
I have, not as closely as I would like, but I have followed the Bundesliga, so I'm up to date a little bit.
There's the 0-1. And that one, did it hit the bat or did it hit the base runner? Or did it hit nothing and the run just come home and score? It hit something. Had to have hit something. And it is a dead ball. So I think it hit the bat.
Nice try.
It must have hit the bat, because if it hit Hintz, obviously Hintz would be on his way to first base. But there was no call from the home plate umpire, so it was a little bit hard to decipher what happened. But indeed, that's going to be a strike. That's strike 2. Now, Bendrian, of course, alertly came running home. You know what that reminds one of is the 2015 playoff between the Rangers and the Blue Jays, the Jose Bautista. Previously in that inning, in that game, I think it was Rugnet Odor, came home on a play like that. It was a ball that hit the bat of Shin-Soo Choo. Anyway, it's strike 2, and the count is 0-2 on Hintz. Some MLB memories here. Runner has to go back to third, and Hintz hits a ground ball towards short. Riestra gets a nice bounce, throws to first, and the inning is over. So the leadoff base runner does not amount to anything, as Hintz grounds out 6-3. No runs, no hits, no errors. One left, and we go to the 7th inning here in Haar. The Disciples leading 9-4. This is the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal. Präsentiert by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back. Top of the 7th inning coming up for the Disciples. Tim Collins joined with Andreas Thies to my left. How you doing, Andreas? Thanks for sticking around for another inning.
I'm doing great.
Getting ready to call, who you said you're doing, the Guardians versus the White Sox tonight for Sport 1. For those of you.
Sport 1 Plus.
Sport 1 Plus. Okay, and that you have to, what is it, like €3 if you want to watch the game, something like this? Or do you have to subscribe for the month? How does that work?
It's a subscription. I think it's €6 per month.
Okay.
Right now, so.
Yeah, cool.
But in August we will have 6 or 8 games on Sport 1.
Great.
And I will call 3 or 4 of them.
Excellent. That's awesome. So glad to hear that. I will tune in. I haven't had a chance to yet. I tried to once, and then I realized, I realized it wasn't going to work on my.
Okay. But it's on Sport1.de as well, so.
Yeah. So Finn Bergman is going to step up. Bergman has had his final. Wait, what am I talking about? This is the top of the 7th inning. See, I'm getting confused with Haar being the visiting team here. And Joe Rosenthal is up at the plate against Luca Kloppenberg. Kloppenberg in his 2nd inning of work, he gave up a run on 3 hits last inning, and Rosenthal swings and fouls the first one away. It'll be Rosenthal and then Thomas and Thorpe, 9-1 and 2 for the Disciples. Kloppenberg came on in relief last inning for Mark Harrison, who pitched the first 5 and gave up 8 runs. 1 strike on Rosenthal. There's that curve and it's high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Rosenthal has struck out twice and walked.
How's Bonn doing today? Are they
Bonn,
playing?
Last checked, I think they were leading, but I haven't checked in about
they're
45 minutes.
2-0.
Yeah.
In Mainz.
What about Regensburg and Doran?
3-2 Regensburg in the 7th, top of the 7th inning.
As Rosenthal is plunked squarely in the center of the back with a fastball, and he is on first base. Now, last time he walked leading off the inning and then was caught stealing, as that one hit him right underneath that number 3 in 36. So Rosenthal is at first base. I wonder if he might try to steal again and get revenge on Maurice Bendrian. 9-4 the Disciples lead, top of the 7th inning, game 1 of a best-of-5 series. Game 2 is going to start about a half hour after this one. Nate Thomas, who struck out in the first but reached on a wild pitch and then scored. He's also tripled, and then he's grounded out and flied out. That pitch is a strike, fastball that tails back over the inside corner. Regensburg-Doren, that is a close game, 3-2. In Doren, that's a long ways away. It's, I think, north of Hamburg, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a check on Rosenthal. He dives back. So clearly Kloppenberg thinking along the same way as me. I got to give credit to the announcer booth. They are really trying to get the fans going here. Rosenthal on first base. Holding set, he is not going. The pitch is way high and outside, and Thomas has a 1-1 count now. Nate, switch hitter, batting from the left side. His triple was to the opposite field. That was back in the second inning. Luca Kloppenberg comes set, and the 20-year-old deals with a slide step, and that's outside corner. That was called a strike. Had to wait for a moment. I couldn't hear him, but I saw the head movement, and so that pitch nipping the corner 1-2 to Nate Sean Thomas. And Nate now asks for time and receives. The Disciples scored 4 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the fourth, 1 more in the sixth. That's their 9 runs. Paderborn with 3 in the fourth and 1 in the fifth. That's their 4 runs. Only 1 error in the game has not had any bearing on the scoring, however. The pitch, the runner is going. It is inside for a ball. The throw to second, and Rosenthal is called out. I did not see the sign from the umpire either.
That was a great throw.
But I saw absolutely no movement from Jens Weider. Did you see Jens Weider? You're right, it was a great throw.
It was with the back at us. So I think I saw the move.
I saw him looking, and it looked like he was going to call him out, but then I didn't see anything. So that's why I was waiting. And Rosenthal was arguing that it was a balk, that he never came set. But indeed, Rosenthal has been denied for a second time. He's caught stealing. And so there's 1 away. The count, 2 balls and 1 strike on Nate Sean, 2-2 rather on Nate Sean Thomas. The church bells are ringing. And a little curve, that one is a ball. Bendrian threw the ball around the infield expecting it to be called strike 3. And he immediately turns around and apologizes to the home plate umpire. That is not how you get on the umpire's good side.
Well, that was a great throw. It was a great pitch.
I mean, that breaking ball floats in at such a high arc. I mean, by the time it was in Bendrian's glove, it might have been in the strike zone, but when it crossed the plate, it might have still been high. That's what Chan was saying. So the count is full, 3-2. And that's high, ball 4. So a hit batter, a caught stealing, and now a walk. And that'll bring up Drew Thomas.
An den Start unsere Nummer 34, Wilson.
I forgot that the doubleheader has 7 innings only, so.
It's not 7 innings here.
Not 7 innings?
Nope, that was only the COVID years.
Ah, okay.
Which, you know, admittedly was last year and the year before that. But no, regular doubleheaders now. We don't do the. And there's also, you know what's nice? No zombie runner in the 10th inning.
You don't like the zombie runner?
I don't know. I know you're a Major League Baseball guy, but I don't know if you know. In the Bundesliga, we actually play normal baseball in extra innings. Here's Drew Thomas. The pitch sliced off to the right and foul. Maybe you can tell how I feel about that.
You don't like the zombie runner?
I do not like the zombie runner. I hate it. It's horrible. It should go away. And that's my debate tip.
That's your hot take of the Saturday.
But the one thing I will say, if it exists, it is not a ghost runner. It is a zombie runner. Ghost runner is what we used as kids when we didn't have enough people to play. Zombie runner is a runner that literally comes back from the dead to run the bases. That's exactly what they are. There goes the runner, Thomas. The pitch is high. Throw to second base. Bendrian is on a streak, but Thomas got under the tag. He's safe. Time is called as Byers Well, that was a great throw again by Bendrian, but Thomas got his right hand around. I think he did the swim move. And finally, the Disciples get a stolen base against Maurice Bendrian. Another pitch that was good to throw on. He was able to come out of the crouch on that high fastball. And it looked like they were maybe going to get Thomas again, but Jens Weider right there. And Thomas is there. No argument also from Byers, so you know it must have been a clear play. The pitch was a ball, so the count 1-1 on Will Thorpe.
I kind of like the zombie runner.
Squeeze that in. There's that breaking ball. That's in for a strike. I think I said this was Drew Thomas at the plate before. This is not. This is Will Thorpe. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the zombie runner as well when I wasn't actually rooting for a team. When you're rooting for a team, it's just the worst garbage possible. You know, when it first came in, I kind of liked it also. I thought it was interesting, and it did lead to some interesting, you know, exciting baseball. But then I got more attached to the Yankees again, and I've become an actual fan, and now I hate it. I absolutely hate it. It's the worst. There's the pitch. That ball hit in the air to right field, and Rommelmann drifting over makes the catch. Thomas tags to draw the throw, and he will go no further. That's a good throw by Luca Rommelmann, showing off the arm in right field. So that is the second out of the inning. So I think maybe I know you're a Red Sox fan, but if you're actually just as a fan watching the game and then the opposing team wins because they got a free guy on second base, it's just like, ugh.
Yeah, that's awful.
It's awful. I mean, I suppose it doesn't matter if the Red Sox are, you know, not in first place.
I think the Red Sox just lost every extra innings game in this year. So
right, so you should really hate the zombie runner.
I hate the Red Sox right now.
Oh, well, you should hate the Red Sox anyway. As a Yankees fan, I'm just here to tell you, you should hate the Red Sox. Here is Drew Thomas, by the way, Chicago boy, with Nate Thomas on second base. The pitch is high. Drew tripled to drive in a couple of runs. Then he walked. Then he was hit by a pitch. Then he walked again, if my handwriting is to be believed. Usually, you know, the first 4 innings, my handwriting is fine. And then as the game goes along, I don't know what happens. I mean, I know what you're thinking. But no, I'm not drinking any beers as I'm doing these games. Pitch is swung on and missed 1-1. I think it gets darker and my eyesight gets worse and I get more scatterbrained and nervous trying to keep track of things, and I write things more and more quickly as the game goes, and then I just can't read any of it. Nothing. I have to check the e-scoring, but 1 ball and 1 strike to Drew Thomas. Do you have that problem, Andreas, when you're scoring along with the games?
I won't score with the games. So.
Oh, you do it the easy way.
Yeah.
Breaking ball sliced into right field. Long run for Rommelmann. Will he get there? Yes, a nice running catch in the corner to take an extra base hit and an RBI away from Drew Thomas. So Luca Rommelmann makes that play in right field, and the Disciples are denied. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. It is time to stretch. Bottom of the 7th inning coming up. The Disciples leading Paderborn 9-4. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Jan Endriat will step back out on the mound, and he's going to deal with Finn Bergman, Bjarne Reinhardt, and Luca Rammelmann, 4, 5, and 6.
You know what they say, Andreas? Guy makes a nice play to end the inning, and he always bats third in the next half inning, right?
I don't know if you ever heard that, but when I was a kid, they would always say, oh, the guy makes a nice play, leads off the next inning. Like, doesn't it always seem like that happens? But here we're just varying that. The guy makes a nice play, and he bats third in the next inning. Finn Bergman has had some very good swings today, a home run and a double. And that curveball misses high for a ball. Both of his hits were against Titus von Kopf. 1 ball and no strikes. That one drops in for a strike, 1-1. Bergman's home run was an absolute blast. The double was, I think, hit off the end of the bat, but he still got it to the warning track in left field. 1-1. That's 3 consecutive curves, and they all...
I'm just wondering, did the Haar Disciples ever have any walk-off losses in Haar?
Well, no. I mean, that would be impossible unless they've done another road game like this. They have done road games. There's a swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt, blocked by Wallace. He fires to first, and they just barely got him.
I took his time.
He took his time to really line it up, but he got the throw off, no problem.
What a laser beam, Santa Maria.
So there's one of Santa Maria, Richard Poska, the stadium announcer. Yeah, I mean, there have been away games played here. Game 5 of the 2017 quarterfinal against Bonn. Bonn was the home team in the final game, but that was not a walk-off. So it is possible, but I don't think that it has happened, to my knowledge. Here's Bjarne Reinhardt.
That must be brutal.
That must be brutal. That pitch was low for a strike. Well, hopefully it won't happen. I mean, I don't know. You jinxed the Yankees. So if it happens today, then I'm going to blame it on you, just so you know.
I haven't jinxed the Yankees. I just enjoyed this game.
No, I know. Just so you know, people watching at home, announcers can't jinx things. If I mention that a pitcher has a no-hitter going, I'm actually doing you a favor because then you know you should keep watching. Here's the pitch. Another curveball. That is, I think, 6 straight curveballs from Endriat, and that one finds the zone.
I jinxed Emmanuel Colosea at the All-Star game, I think. I just wanted him to have an immaculate inning after 6 strikes and 2 outs, and the next pitch was a ball. So.
I mean, an immaculate inning after 6 strikes, that's like taking a no-hitter into the 7th inning. Like, you're not even really that close. Here's the pitch. Line towards the alleyway left center field, and over to get it is Drew Thomas. He makes the catch for out number 2. Looked for a moment like it was going to drop down for a hit, but no can do as Drew Thomas covering some ground over there. Hauls it in for out number 2, and now Luca Rammelmann will step up to the plate. And so 2 down, Luca Rammelmann struck out twice and singled. He also scored a run. Haar 9, Paderborn 4. And here comes the first pitch to him. There's a swing and a miss, strike 1. 0-1. And a breaking ball. Again, the breaking ball from Jan Endriat. Rammelmann, a right-hand hitter. There's the 1-0. Swing and a miss on another breaking ball. Excuse me, 0-1. Now it's 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Endriat walked a batter, but did not allow a hit last inning, and he's trying to have a 1-2-3 here in the 7th. And he does. Foul tip caught on the fly by Wallace. 2 strikeouts in the inning, 3 and 2 innings of relief for Jan Endriat. Nothing across the board for the Paderborn Untouchables. We are going to the 8th inning here in Haar. Haar 9, Paderborn 4. Andreas, you're looking at your watch. What does that mean? Are you sticking around with us for a bit longer?
I have half an hour. Have
Okay,
left.
well, would you like to stick around on the broadcast, or do you want to?
I would love to.
Okay, please do. So join us in the top of the 8th inning. We will be back momentarily for the top of the 8th inning here, Game 1 of the Bundesliga quarterfinals between the Paderborn Untouchables and the Haar Disciples. Haar leading 9-4. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. It's a brewery, people. We move to the top of the 8th inning. The Disciples leading 9-4 here in Game 1. 9 runs, 10 hits. No errors for Haar. 4-8-1 for Paderborn. And for Luca Kloppenberg, he's going to face... The pitch is grounded to third. Patrice swinging at the first pitch, grounds out. Bergman throws him out. 5-3 on the put. I was going to say he's going to face 4, 5, and 6 is Kloppenberg. And on one pitch, Patrice is retired. That'll bring up David Dinsky. Patrice Dinsky and Callum Murphy against Luca Kloppenberg. Kloppenberg gave up a run in the 6th, but he pitched through the 7th after allowing a walk and a hit batter. And now 1 pitch and 1 out here in the 8th. David Dinsky will step up to the plate now. Patrice had been 2 for 4 prior to that with 2 singles and 2 runs batted in. Dinsky is 2 for 3. He's also been hit by a pitch. He's driven in a run. Luca Kloppenberg still out there on the mound for Paderborn. That's upstairs in high. Both teams have pitching depth, but they're also, in a somewhat unusual predicament with the guaranteed 3 games in 2 days. Usually you play 2 games and then you have a week off. That is not the case. That ball drilled high and deep to right center field. Long way for Rammelman. He is looking up. It's high off the net. Dinsky on his way to second base. He is standing there with an easy double.
Just wanted to say, Kloppenberg has settled in nicely, but that was a loud double.
Dinsky has good oppo power, as you can see. And the wind is blowing that way as well. So there was definitely a chance that ball could have left. And it hit high up off that net. And so Dinsky at second base with a double.
It would have left Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, well, yes. I'll give you that one. I will give you that one. I mean, some of the ones to left field would have left Fenway if we want to play this game. Here's Callum Murphy. That ball would have probably left most of the other Bundesliga ballparks, too. Murphy, 1 for 4 rather, has also reached on an error. His one was an RBI single, and the pitch is high from Kloppenberg. 0-1. Or 1-0, excuse me.
This ballpark needs a triples, Ellie.
This ballpark is it's just a triples ballpark. Like every corner of this park is a triples alley. Center field is, I mean, it's like polo grounds out there. You could put a housing complex in center field and it wouldn't interfere. The pitch is a ball, 2-0. I once heard Vin Scully describe the old St. Louis Busch Stadium as an airport. That's how large it was.
Hope Vince Scully's doing good.
He's still ticking, and that is a good thing for the world. Pitch is outside corner. Two balls and one strike. Take another look at that one. Well,
I've called 4 or 5 White Sox games this season, and I have the commentary from the host broadcaster on
Jason Benetti, of course.
Jason
Yes.
Benetti, and I still miss Hawk Harrelson.
Really?
I would have loved to have Hawk Harrelson on the ear during broadcast with Steve Stone.
I mean, Harrelson is good. He just drives the opposing viewers absolutely insane. I think that's the main it's the main complaint. I mean, White Sox fans absolutely love Hawk Harrelson, and literally everybody else, lights Twitter on fire. But, Hawk Harrelson, he used to be a Yankees announcer back in the day. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Murphy. There's that little lollipop up and in, 3-2. Harrelson, I think, was the first Yankees announcer for Sports Channel back when cable baseball games became a thing. Before MSG Network, the Yankees. It's really sad that I know all this, but this is how much baseball I watched when I was a kid. For Sports Channel, he and I think Tommy Hutton. Fastball missed inside, ball 4. So Murphy draws a walk. And Dinsky now at second, Murphy at first. And Kloppenberg thought that maybe he nipped the inside corner on that one. But now 2 on. And the hitter, David Wallace. Wallace has 1 hit today, and that one was a big one. It was a 3-run double.
Last week we had a Minnesota Twins game on, and I was calling that with Matthias Ondracek, you know him?
Yes, Matze.
And
good guy.
they had a ceremony for Jim Cart, the legendary broadcaster.
Yes.
They put him on the Hall of Fame and so on, and we didn't know that, and we weren't prepared for that. And
really?
we had to fill 1 hour of Jim Cart ceremony. The first pitch was scheduled for 7:10.
And it came in at 8:10.
At 8:10.
Welcome to baseball broadcasting. There's a foul ball off to the right. At least you don't have to do rain delays.
Yeah.
I mean, in the old days, Phil Rizzuto and Bill White would just tell jokes, or they would cut to Seinfeld or whatever in the old days. I mean, here when there's a rain delay, I just turn off the mics and put because everybody's clicking away watching whatever they want on YouTube anyway. Wallace with an 0-1 count, 2 on, and only 1 out in the inning. There go the runners. The pitch swung on and pulled foul. Boy, Dinsky had that bag stolen easily. He had a running start on Kloppenberg, who was paying no mind to him. But Wallace pulled it foul, so the runners have to go back. Murphy and Dinsky.
And the ceremony hadn't been mentioned on the website or on
It wasn't in the game notes either?
No, it wasn't.
Wow. Well, you get to read baseball poetry or something, translated into German. That must be fun. Casey at the bat. Casey am Schlag. 0-2 to Wallace. There's a lollipop curve and upstairs, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 52 pitches for Kloppenberg. And you can bet that Paderborn absolutely is banking on him being able to finish this game. But here with 1 out, 2 on in the 8th. Still has to pitch through another inning after this if he can get through this one. The pitch, that's upstairs, 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Dinsky is on second. He hit a double high off the right field wall, and then Murphy walked. So those are the 2 on, and only 1 out. It's 9-4, but you know, 9-4 in this league is actually a very close ball game.
And it feels closer.
It feels close. I mean, that's because both teams know that 5-run deficits can be erased very quickly in this league. Doesn't matter which teams are out there. The pitch inside nearly hit him in the count 3-2.
Who will be the pitches for the game 2?
2 is going to be Zach Treese for the Disciples. I do not know who's going to pitch for Paderborn. Paderborn, I mean, they have such young pitching, and I think all of them are Germans, so they can really pitch anybody they want at any time. Probably will be Ben Taki, that's my guess, but honestly, I don't know. Full count on Wallace. Let's see if the runners go. They do not. Breaking ball is rolled slowly foul past the dive of Finn Bergman down the line. And we will do it again. You know, there is rain in the forecast in roughly like an hour's time or so. There's supposed to be some thunderstorms blowing through here. We shall see. The temperatures have cooled off a little bit, and the wind is starting to pick up, but nothing that really screams rain at the moment. But we'll keep our fingers crossed and keep you updated, of course. 3-2. The runners were not going last time. They're not going this time, and that pitch is swung on and missed. It was in the dirt by about 5 feet in front of the plate, and Wallace angered himself for swinging at that one. First base occupied, so obviously he cannot try to go to first on that. 2 down. That's a case of Wallace just being over anxious. It's a good breaking ball. That's got to be the first really good breaking ball that Kloppenberg has thrown. The rest of them that he's thrown, they've just sort of been flipped up there. That one he actually got on top of and really yanked it down. That was a good pitch from Kloppenberg. So, Francisco Riestra, 1 for 4, steps up to the plate. And time called.
Will you be at the World Baseball Classic this year?
I mean, it's on my calendar. I would like to go. I'm probably just going to buy tickets and go as a fan. There's the pitch to Riestra. That's a strike. Do you know, is Sport 1 doing anything to do with that?
I don't know yet.
Or you're not allowed to say? Even
No. I would be allowed, but I don't know yet because I just know the August calendar from Sport 1, and I think it will be settled next week or the week after.
I mean, that would be really wonderful if those games were broadcast throughout Germany.
Bruce Bochy will coach the French team?
Yep, he's born in France. There's a pitch. Swinging and a miss on a breaking ball. Didn't you interview Eric Gagne years ago when he was coaching the
2015
French team?
in Regensburg. Yeah. Still have that photo.
Yeah, it was 2014. I remember
2014?
that, but yeah, it was. But yeah, sorry, Andreas. Get your facts straight, man. Come on. Remember your own life. Jeez, come on.
Am I this?
I only know because back then they were doing the even years for the. That's in the dirt, and no advance by the base runners. Good job by Bendrian.
And 2016 was Hofdorp.
That was Hofdorp, and then there was a 3-year break because there was supposed to be the Olympics in 2020, and so 2019 was in Bonn. Those were the European Championships. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
2014, 8 years.
2014. That's how long we've been doing this.
Man.
That was my first year broadcasting. The pitch inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I think we had just barely met back then, or did we even know each other that well? I don't think we did. I think no, we met in 2016 when you reached out and talked about doing the radio. Which I don't know if you've seen, but somebody took a recording of that radio broadcast and synchronized it with the Dutch TV broadcast of the finale and put it on YouTube.
Okay.
And it's really good, man, I gotta say.
But that's a nice honor.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew where they were ripping it off from or whatever, but 2-2 on Riestra. Curve. Just missed the outside corner, just barely, and that's now Bendrian's second time expecting a strike 3 call and not getting it. He thought that one might have nipped the corner. Let's watch the replay. Did it hit the glove? It was definitely a few inches to the right. And Bendrian trying to pull it back, and Iliar Chan saying, no sir, is outside. And they are discussing things here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Now the runners will be off. Let's see what Riestra can do. The base runners, Dinsky and Murphy. Good speed on the bases. The payoff pitch from Kloppenberg to Riestra coming right now. Outside and high, ball 4. The bases are reloaded. The Disciples have had a ton of base runners in this game. They have only gone 1, 2, 3 once in this game. In the 3rd inning, they sent 4 base runners to the plate. In the 5th, they sent 3, and even that one wasn't really a true 1, 2, 3. There was a walk and a caught stealing. So they have just been all over the base paths. And now Joe Rosenthal with the bases loaded. Rosenthal has been a bit frustrated today. He struck out twice, and then he's reached base twice via the walk and the hit batter, but then he was caught stealing both times. So, you know, he would love to put a good swing on one here to turn his afternoon around. As Kloppenberg comes set, the pitch. That's too low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Here comes the 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Nowhere to put him. Top of the order with Nate Thomas coming up next. Two balls and no strikes. And a drive, well hit, deep left field. Eberhardt is going back in front of the track, and he hauls it in just in front of the wall. That was a great catch by Ian Eberhardt in left field. I think Rosenthal got it just barely off the end of the bat, but boy, what a play by Ian Eberhardt in left field to haul that one in.
That was a great play.
It was a
great
great
outfield
play.
defense we saw the last 2
Yeah,
innings.
we've really seen quality baseball. This team has been fun to watch, the Haar Disciples, and Paderborn for their part. This is the first game I've seen them. They've also been fun. So we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Andreas, do you have to split?
Yeah, I have to split. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. Those of you who have access to Sport 1, tune in tonight to listen to Andreas. And are you with Matthias Andratsek tonight? Yeah, give Matthias schöne Grüße von mir aus, natürlich auch. And yeah.
We'll do that.
Thank you very much for joining. We are going to the bottom of the 8th inning here in Haar. It is 9-4 Haar, game 1 of the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back, and it is the bottom of the 8th inning. Haar leading 9-4. Ladislaus Landwehr steps up against Jan Endriat. 9-1-2. Endriat throws a breaking ball, no surprise there. Excuse me, this is Ian Eberhardt. It is 8-9-1. Eberhardt, then Ladislaus Landwehr, and then the top of the order, Maurice Bendrian. Lewis, I see your comment in the YouTube chat. I will respond to it in a moment. Here's the 0-1. Curve is low and outside. Lewis saying, I was talking about how somebody took our radio broadcast and uploaded the entire championship game of the 2016 European Championships, synced with the professional Dutch broadcast, which I never saw because it was, 2016, I had almost no access. There's a high drive to left field, and Thomas is there. He cut over and then went back into the gap to make the catch off the fly ball off the bat of Eberhardt. One away. Anyway, somebody uploaded the entire game, the championship game, with our commentary overdubbed. And, it was kind of fun to see and watch that game again. I think that there were some highlights going around that the Dutch national team was sharing. Yeah, they used a lot of my highlights in that as well. They're good friends of mine. So now Ladislaus Landwehr steps up to the plate. Number 9 hitter, designated hitter, swings at the curveball. Eberhardt, after that flyout, is now 0 for 2 with a hit batter and a walk. Landwehr has singled in 3 trips, 1 for 3. And if Paderborn is not up there looking for the curveball, I don't know what game they're watching because Endriat has thrown nothing but curveballs. There's another one, and that one is at the top of the zone for strike 2. It was nice to get to talk to Andreas Thies, my good buddy. Andreas was the man behind the curtain for that 2016 radio broadcast. That's fouled to the screen, another off-speed pitch. I think that Endriat has a big curveball and he's got a little curveball, more of a slider type. I think that was the little one. He does throw a fastball. His fastball is around 82, 83, I think, if I remember off the top of my head. But his curveball, that's his money pitch. 0-2. Fastball just missed the outside corner. And that's what he uses, the curveball, and tries to spot the fastball when you're not looking for it. And he thought he had that one in the strike zone. Did not get the call, though. This is the last pitch. Just missed low and away. So they count 1-2 to Landwehr. Fouled off to the right. That's going to get out of play. Nearly hits the scoreboard. Don't forget, game 2 coming up after this. This one is going to be over. My guess is not before 5 p.m. unless things really speed up here. And that's outside, 2-2. Remember, Paderborn will bat in the bottom of the 9th inning. This is a home game for Paderborn, even though we are in Haar. Last weekend should have had the first 2 games in Paderborn, but thanks to that pesky virus that doesn't seem to go away, we had to postpone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Or is it 2-2? It's 2-2. Popped foul again on the breaking ball. Endriat keeps pumping those breaking balls in there, and Landwehr keeps fouling them off. Two and two, fans rooting for a strikeout. And they got it, strike 3, another breaking ball. And finally, Landwehr swings and misses. Endriat has been very good in 2 2/3 innings. He's only allowed 1 base runner. That was the first batter he faced. Since then, he's retired 8 in a row. And so now Maurice Bendrian steps up to the plate. And he's the only one who's reached base, and that was via the walk. Endriat with 4 strikeouts has not allowed a hit. Bottom of the 8th inning, 9-4 Haar leading game 1. And the pitch to Bendrian. That's low for a ball, 1-0. Sit over here. 1 ball and no strikes to Maurice. As the smell of fresh burgers wafts through the air around me. There's a breaking ball outside. No better place to be at the ballpark. Ballpark beer and burgers. Get yourself one of them Wildbräu. 2-0 to Maurice Bendrian with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Haar with a 5-run lead, trying to take game 1 of this best-of-5 quarterfinal series. And the pitch is outside ball 3. Paderborn, you know, I mentioned they used to be one of the absolute powerhouses of the Bundesliga. They have won the Bundesliga championship 6 times in their history. The team, I think, was founded in 1990. They won the championship in 1999, and then every year from 2001 till 2005, they also won it. There's a strike, 3-1. But since then, they have not even made it to the finale since 2012. They lost to Regensburg that year. And the past few years, of course, the Bundesliga has kind of been dominated by the Haar Disciples, although it looks that way on paper, but it's been very competitive, even though Heidenheim has won 3 consecutive years. Or is it 4 now? I can't remember. 2019, 2020, and 21. Yeah, they've won it 3 in a row. There's ball 4 to Bendrian. He has walked twice against Jan Endriat now. But Paderborn, one of the former powerhouses, they sort of took over the reins from Mannheim in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then Regensburg took over from them in the late 2000s. And then in the mid-2010s, you kind of had a mix of Solingen and Mainz and Heidenheim and then Regensburg and Bonn winning, and then the last 3 years, Heidenheim has been the champions. But the Bundesliga has been very competitive overall in its history and makes it a compelling league to pay attention to, especially if you're interested in baseball in Europe. The pitch is on the corner to Chris Byers. Byers, who was playing the last 3 years, I think, in South Africa with the South African League. And then also prior to that, he had taken a few years off from baseball to work as a personal trainer in Dubai. And now he's back playing the game. 0-1 the count to him. And the pitch. That's a curve in there for strike 2, 0-2. Bendrian off first, not a big lead. 0-2 pitch on the way to Chris Byers after a long hold. Here it comes. Strike 3 at the knees on the outside corner. Fastball got him looking. And I mentioned he threw so many breaking balls that he tries to spot that fastball when you're not looking for it. Well, that's exactly what happened. Paint at the knees on the outside corner. 2 strikeouts for Endriat in the inning. He still has not allowed a hit in his 3 innings of work. 1 left on base here in the bottom of the 8th. We're going to the 9th inning. Haar Disciples leading 9-4. This is game 1 of the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinals, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. That's the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the top of the 9th inning here in Haar. Remember, the Disciples are the visiting team in this game. They lead 9-4, and Luca Kloppenberg still out there. And he's going to deal with the top of the order, Nate Sean Thomas, Will Thorpe, and Drew Thomas. Nate has had a good day. He has scored 2 runs, tripled, walked. He struck out but reached on a wild pitch in the first inning and came around to score on Drew Thomas's triple, and since then the Disciples have not looked back. And the pitch on the way. That ball is drilled to deep left field, but it's got a beat on by Eberhardt, who makes the catch there for the first out here in the 9th inning rather. And so Will Thorpe will step up to the plate. Thorpe has been on base 3 times today and flied out twice. He was hit twice by pitches and then walked. Right-hander against Luca Kloppenberg. This is his second appearance against Kloppenberg, and he pops that one up. Foul territory, left side, Bergman giving it a look. Along with Byers, the shortstop, Bergman makes the catch for out number 2. So, very quickly 2 down here in the top of the 9th inning. And that will bring up Drew Thomas. Thomas, his triple got things going for the Disciples. It ignited a 4-run rally in the first inning. And it gave the Disciples a lead that they have, at this point, not relinquished at any point. They have led since the top of the first inning, and it was his triple over the head of the center fielder Bjarne Reinhardt that scored 2 runs. Since then, he walked, was hit by a pitch, and singled, and then flied out. There's a strike in the outside corner. Let me double check that. He might have actually walked twice and not singled. Once again, my handwriting strikes. Now he does have 2 hits. The pitch, that's outside and low. 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike to Drew Thomas. Luca Kloppenberg deals. Swing and a miss, hefty cut there from Drew. And Kloppenberg had come set and then decided to step off the mound. Or perhaps it was Drew adjusting his batting gloves, not sure. At any rate, the count holds 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the 9th. 10 minutes before 5 p.m. here. And the pitch, curveball, is high, 2-2. And that's upstairs, ball 3, 3-2. Kloppenberg at 73 pitches. Harrison threw 110. But all in all, you have to figure that both teams are actually pretty satisfied with the pitching situation they've had to use in this game as Thomas draws a walk. He's been on base 4 times in 5 plate appearances now. And he's at first base for Daniel Patrice. And even though Mark Harrison gave up 8 runs, he was able to give his team 5 innings. And Kloppenberg, appears that he's going to be able to get through the rest of this game. What you absolutely never want if you're a team in a situation such as this, with having 3 games in 2 days in a league that's not usually set up that way. You want to use the fewest pitchers possible, as the fastball to Patrice is high. nobody in the Bundesliga has enough depth to handle playing regularly this often, right? Most teams are built to deal with this Saturday doubleheader or the 2-game weekend. You know, that's usually how it goes, but because of the schedule irregularity, what's the word? Irregularity, that's the word I'm looking for. Pitchers outside, 2-0. These teams are forced to, you know, play 3 games. We've got 2 today and another one tomorrow. Normally, tomorrow, it would be Tito's Fun Cups day to pitch again, but obviously that isn't going to happen. And Mark Harrison is also not going to pitch tomorrow. Ball is popped up behind the plate and out of play. 2 balls and 1 strike to Patrice. So we will see what transpires. That's why, you know, you got to figure whoever, if the Disciples, if they win this first game and then they can win game 2, that would just give them a huge sigh of relief. But if Paderborn wins game 2, then really all bets are off for game 3, because neither team will be using pitchers that they normally use as starters. Not sure what was going on over there. The right fielder, Remmelman, had run all the way over to the corner. Maybe a ball got loose. There's some kids playing on the other side of the fence, and maybe one of them hit it over. Pitch is a strike at the knees to Patrice, and the count out even 2-2. Drew Thomas is on first. There are 2 outs, top of the 9th inning. We are still in game 1. And the pitch inside, and I think that one hit him. Indeed it did. It hit him on the knee, it looks like. So Patrice will get first base, and Thomas will go to second. Now Patrice, who earlier this year rolled an ankle, and now he's actually a bit hobbled on his way to first base, as maybe it hit the funny bone. There's nothing funny about it, of course, but he's going to try to walk that off. Daniel Patrice has been one of, if not the most important bat in this lineup for the Disciples, so you absolutely do not want to see anything happen to him. So David Dinsky, who doubled deep to right field off the wall, is going to come to the plate, and in the meantime, I think that's Matt Kemp out on the mound, having a chat with Luca Kloppenberg. What to do with Dinsky. 2 on and 2 outs. And this conversation is lasting a while. And Kemp appears to be waiting for Ilyar Chen to come out to the mound to end the meeting. And Chen is out there, and now Kemp turns around. So the meeting is over with. Runners first and second, 2 down. Top of the 9th, game 1. Patrice was hit on the knee, of course, staying in the game, so that's why he's getting nice fans. Applause by the fans. Dinsky, by the way, has singled, struck out, hit by a pitch, singled and doubled. So he's got 3 hits in 4 at-bats. His double was high off the right field fence. And this is a team, the Disciples, they were last in the league in home runs, but they probably would have been closer to first if they didn't play in this cavernous ballpark. But that's okay. That's the brand of baseball they've played. And they'll take the extra base hits and then run down those fly balls with their speedy outfielders. Dinsky fouls away the first one. Dinsky has made 2 phenomenal catches today, both on fly balls off the bat of Fildrik Llewellyn. I would venture to say that both of the balls would be gone in other ballparks, and here Dinsky ran both of them down. The game would certainly look a lot different than 9-4, that's for sure. 0-1 to David Dinsky. Line drive. Oh, and a diving catch by the second baseman, Fildrik Llewellyn. And it looked like he wasn't even sure he caught it himself That was a fantastic diving play by Llewellyn, the second baseman. That ball was ticketed for right center field. It would have been an RBI for sure. It was absolutely stung, and Llewellyn snagged it in the outer webbing of his glove. So the inning's over. The Disciples do not score. No runs, no hits, no errors, 2 left. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. It is 9-4 Haar. This is game 1 of the Bundesliga quarterfinals, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Bottom of the 9th inning here in Haar. The Disciples 3 outs away from taking a 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 series, and Fildrik Llewellyn, who I mentioned before, takes a strike. Llewellyn is 0 for 4, but 2 of his fly balls were absolutely crushed, and Dinsky ran them both down. One in straightaway center field, where there is an entire national park worth of outfield space. And the other was in right center field, where there's only, you know, a state park's worth of outfield real estate. There's a curveball tapped foul, 0-2. The Disciples with 4 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the fourth, 1 in the sixth. Paderborn scored 3 in the fourth and 1 in the fifth, and that's been the scoring. There have been base runners all over the place. It's one of the reasons why this game is almost 4 hours old. It's like a Red Sox-Yankees game from 2003. 0-2, swung on, foul-tipped, and dropped by Wallace. Now, Llewellyn not getting cheated on that swing, and he looks at his bat as if to say, why didn't you connect with that ball? Oh, and 2, Endriat trying to close this game out. The first 5 were handled by Titus von Kopf and Jan Endriat. That ball grounded foul into the Haar dugout. And Titus von Kopf himself out there to retrieve that ball. And Titus, after throwing 90-something pitches in game 1, you might see him in the outfield in game 2. He's a two-way player sometimes for the Disciples. Has had some big hits all season for them. This is a Disciples team that really doesn't have any weak links. Everybody has contributed in some way. 0-2. Pulled foul again. Still 0-2. Fans rooting for that third strike. And the pitch to Llewellyn. That's a curveball in the dirt blocked by Wallace. 1-2. There comes the 1-2 pitch to Fildrick Llewellyn. It's outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Llewellyn trying to get on base. Set up a rally of some sort. It's 3, 4, and 5 in the order. Llewellyn, Hintz, and Bergman. Two balls and 2 strikes. That ball is popped up high and outside. That's going to get out of play. Oh, wait a minute. Hello? So, still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Fildrick Llewellyn. Fans again rooting for that 3rd strike, first out, and it's upstairs, full count. And you hear the cheers coming from the Paderborn dugout now. And hey, what do you know? The sun is coming out. The temperature is going to heat up if that happens, that's for sure. It's muggy and warm to begin with, but it's been relatively overcast. Now the sun's coming out. It's quite nice. Full count to Llewellyn leading off the bottom of the 9th. And he rips that one down the line. That's going to hook foul. And it one-hops its way out of the ballpark. Llewellyn he's had a bunch of good swings today, but he has absolutely nothing to show for it. 3 balls and 2 strikes. We will do it again. Llewellyn with a little wry smile after he yanked that one foul, as if to say, come on, man. I've squared up a bunch of them today. 3-2. And that's fouled away again. That was a fastball. And Llewellyn is asking for the pine tar spray. He apparently can't keep his hands on the bat. You see he immediately walked off to the right and asked the Untouchables, who have a bat boy. The little kid comes out of the dugout, hands him something. Three balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. We are in the bottom of the 9th of game 1. Game 2 is going to start about a half hour after this one. Well, the rate we're going, that's going to be about 7 p.m. Here's the 3-2. Breaking ball is inside, ball 4. So Llewellyn, after fouling off about 4 or 5 pitches, eventually draws a walk. And so Daniel Hintz will step up to the plate now. Hintz has walked twice and otherwise 0 for 2. He is flied out and grounded out. The Disciples would love a double play, as it's 5 p.m. here, so you figure game 2 is not going to start that much before 6 p.m., maybe a little bit before 6 p.m. It gets dark around 8:30, and then if it gets cloudy, it's dark even sooner than that. I was talking about all the difficulties of playing 3 games in 2 days. Well, there's a little squibber off the end of the bat. It stays fair, rolls to Patrice, and now there's somebody's calling foul ball. How? Alex Hartle calling a foul ball. I don't understand what that would be. Is he saying that it hit Hintz in the batter's box? I mean, it clearly did not. And now Alex Tufts. First of all, that ball is the home plate umpire's call anyway. Let's see, who called it? Was it home plate umpire that called it? Or was it the first base umpire? Let's watch this replay again. It was the first base umpire who called that, but that's not his call. The ball didn't reach first base yet. And there was no call by the home plate umpire, so he clearly did not call it foul either. They're discussing, and what's it going to be? So Leroy Chan is now going to explain to Alex Tufts something, but I cannot imagine what it is because I don't know what they. I guess they're saying that it hit. I guess they're saying that it hit Hintz in the batter's box. I have no idea. But all I can say is that was odd. That's what I can say. Clearly a fair ball, and it was called a foul ball. And so Hintz gets another chance. 0-1. I'll show that replay once more in a moment after the next pitch. Maybe you see something in the video shot that I can't on my small computer monitor here. There's the pitch, curveball fouled away. Here it is again. This is what happened prior. Now you tell me, who calls what? I cannot figure that one out. Anyway, the count is 0-2 on Daniel Hintz. And that's outside, blocked by Wallace. No advance by Llewellyn from first, 1-2. Well, I don't know exactly, like I said, I don't know exactly what happened on that, but the one thing that I will say, it took me many years to remember as a baseball player and fan, is that the umpires, when the umpires make a mistake, it's no different from a pitcher making a mistake or a fielder making a mistake or a hitter swinging and missing on a fat fastball right down the pipe. It's a mistake, but you can't blame the whole game on it. That's a ground ball. That was foul. That ball sneaking past Nate Sean Thomas and called foul. So the count still 1-2. Nobody out. We're in the bottom of the ninth. Andriot and the Disciples trying to get through game one here. They have a 9-4 lead. Daniel Hintz has a 1-2 count against Jan Andriot. This, I think, is his highest pitch count this year. The pitch swung on and foul tip to the plate. I will look that up for you right now. Jan Andriot. Yep, he has set his new high for pitches. He threw 61 in a game against Heidenheim back on May the 26th. And so Andriot is reaching deep into the tank right now, trying to close this game out. 1-2 the count on Daniel Hintz. Nobody out, runner on first, bottom of the ninth. And the pitch. Curveball is low. And they appeal. No, he did not go. Nothing close on that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Popped up. Boy, there have been a ton of foul balls in this inning. That's got to be 12 at this point. Llewellyn fouled off a number. And Hintz now really battling against Jan Andriot. Still nobody out. We are in the 9th inning. This game now exactly 4 hours old. Well, that's a long game. And hey, we got another one coming up. The 2-2 pitch from Endriot to Hintz. Fouled away again. Endriot starting to laugh out there, it looks like, if it weren't for the frustration of it all. I know it's super frustrating when you're the pitcher and you make good pitches and they just keep getting fouled off. The more that happens, the more the advantage swings to the hitter. The more times they see the pitch coming out of the pitcher's hand, the better they get. Theoretically, anyway. 2-2 on Daniel Hintz. Llewellyn off first with his hands on his knees, and the pitch is lined foul again. Well, the Disciples are going to have to send Paderborn a bill for all these baseballs. If this was a softball tournament, that's what they would do. But of course, this is not a softball tournament.
Auf geht's, Disciples.
2-2. In the dirt, gets away from Wallace. No advance from Llewellyn, though. Not risking anything down by 5. Now it's a full count. Finn Bergman is on deck. He's the guy who swung the best bat for Paderborn today. Like I said, the lead is safe. Full count to Daniel Hintz. You know the Disciples absolutely do not want to have to use Luke Steinlein in this game. The pitch, a pop-up to short right field. Rosenthal, shading his eyes from his son, makes the catch. And finally, the first out has been recorded. What a battle between Hintz and Endriot. And in the end, that missed call makes no difference, to everyone's relief. So there's one away, and Finn Bergman will step up to the plate. Bergman struck out in the second inning and then walloped a 2-run home run in the fourth and then walloped a double in the fifth. Then he struck out again, so 2 for 4. Here he is with runner on first. A ground ball could end the game, but let's take things one at a time. Bergman swings ahead of a breaking ball way out in front. Strike one, 0-1. Well, if the second game lasts this long, I have news for you. We are going to be pausing and continuing tomorrow, which throws a wrench into the pitching plans for everybody, because then you figure, and that is a balk. That's going to be a balk unless time was called. Time, I guess, was called. I did not see a signal. Bergman asked for time, and it looked like he was not granted it. And then Endriot stopped the delivery, but I guess time had actually been given. Otherwise, that's a balk. That pitch is outside, 1 ball, no strike. 1-1, rather. Yeah, thinking about the strategy of what would happen if Game 2 was suspended on account of darkness, which, you know, unless the pace picks up in Game 2, which, you know, to be fair, very well could be the case. But a game suspended in darkness would be difficult. That's a high fly ball, left field, and it is gone way out of here. Drew Thomas just took a courtesy look and watched it sail over the fence, over the trees, and out of the ballpark. Finn Bergman with his second dinger of the game, and it is now 9-6. Bergman with 4 runs batted in. Let's watch this. And that was another no-doubter. So 2 outs, nobody on. Bjarne Reinhardt will step up to the plate. So there's 1 away. The Disciples still just need 2 outs to end this game. And Bergman has been putting some frequent flyer miles on the baseball today, that is for sure. Reinhardt swings and misses at a pitch that bounces away. 1 strike the count to him. Let's see a question in the chat. Is this pro baseball? The answer is it's semi-pro. Most of the players are normal people who work jobs on the weekends, and, well, they work jobs during the week and they play baseball on the weekends. And then every team has maybe 1 or 2 players that are just professional and are there to either coach or play. But it's not fully professional baseball, technically speaking. The 1-0 is low and outside, 1-1 rather. The count was 0-1 on the swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that's upstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. Two and 1, the count. No, 1 out in the inning. Fly ball, left field. Thomas is underneath it, has it measured, and he's got it for out number 2. Off the end of the bat of Bjarne Reinhardt. And now Luca Rammelmann is the last man standing between the Disciples and a Game 1 victory. Rammelmann today has struck out 3 times and singled, but then he came around and scored. That was back in the 4th inning. And the pitch, swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Now Jan Endriat, that was his 80th pitch, and that is by far his high watermark of the season. I mentioned his previous high was 61 pitches. All of his appearances, I think, were in relief. Maybe there was 1 start in there. But he's trying to finish this one off, and he will have done his work for the weekend, that is for sure. The pitch, a slow ground ball to short. Riestra charges, fields, throws, got him, and the game is over. The Disciples win Game 1 by a score of 9-6. And Game 2 will begin in about a half an hour, although I can imagine that they're going to try to rush that up a little bit and start things early if they can. Daylight until, well, I'll tell you when the official daylight ends here in Haar. And they have special ground rules in Haar for when it gets dark. So today, today's sunset is exactly at 9:01 p.m. and they usually have a rule because there are lights here in Haar, but they're not great. The rule is definitely about, I think it's 15 minutes after sunset, the game must be suspended. But prior to sunset, depending on how cloudy it is, you know, the teams can have input into the matter, and it's ultimately up to the home plate umpire. But that we will get to as we need to for Game 2. Meanwhile, Game 1 goes the way of the Disciples by the final score of 9-6, 9-11-0 for Haar, 6-9-1 for Paderborn. And Game 2 will begin, I'm going to guess, around 10 minutes before 6. I'm going to leave the stream on, and I hope you will tune back in then. Meanwhile, this is... watching, everybody, and don't forget to tune back in momentarily. See you in a minute. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about 5 minutes shy of 6 p.m. local time here in Haar. And my name's Tim Collins. I'm thrilled to be back with you for the start of Game 2 of the 2022 quarterfinal between the Paderborn Untouchables and the Disciples München-Haar. Game 1 went to the Disciples. They won 9-6. It was a 4-hour ball game. And the game ended about 20 minutes after 5 p.m. So it was a long affair, hard-fought affair. There was really never a comfortable moment for either team. The Disciples at one point had an 8-0 lead, but then Paderborn kept on fighting back, and they got as close as 9-6. Finn Bergman had 2 home runs, both of which were absolutely crushed. And it wasn't enough, however, for Paderborn. And now here in Game 2, Paderborn, remember, they are the home team for these first 2 games. Tomorrow, Game 3 at 1 p.m., Haar will be the home team. And that's, in case you missed it, that's due to the rescheduling that had to take place due to the COVID outbreak last week in Paderborn. And so the 2 Paderborn home games were actually just pushed to today, although the teams had already had their travel plans in place. So Bundesliga being as it is, it made more sense to just leave those travel plans in place and play the 2 home games on the road, as it is to speak. So anyway, the starting pitcher in your screen is the young right-hander Nico Gerbert, Nicholas Gerbert. Gerbert this year had an ERA of 4.5 in 30 innings pitched for the Untouchables. He allowed 27 hits, 15 earned runs, 18 walks, 28 strikeouts, and that's how those innings were pieced together. He will be backed up defensively by Finn Bergman at third, Chris Byers at short, Fildrik Llewellyn is at second, Daniel Hintz is at first. Ian Eberhardt in left, Bjarne Reinhardt in center, Luca Rammelman is in right, and the catcher is Maurice Bendrian. So actually, defensively, it's exactly the same for the Untouchables. However, they do have some changes to their batting order, which I'll tell you about in a moment. Meanwhile, the Disciples also have a change in their batting order. It starts with Nate-Sean Thomas, who's playing third base, but then Simon Lechner, the designated hitter, is going to bat second. That's the change. Drew Thomas in left field bats third. Daniel Patrice at first base will bat cleanup. David Dinsky in center field bats fifth. Will Thorpe, the catcher, is going to bat sixth. Callum Murphy at second base bats seventh. Francisco Riestra, the shortstop, bats eighth. And Joseph Rosenthal playing right field and batting ninth. We are ready to begin Game 2. And the scoreboard is not ready, so I'll just keep my manual on. Hope you're back joining us here. Getting ready to start Game 2, starting at 17:59, it looks like, 1 minute before 6 p.m. local time. Remember, sundown is 9:01 p.m., but depending on how cloudy it is, it might actually get dark well sooner than that. There are lights in this ballpark, but they're not good. Can't really play much longer than sundown. So we will keep an eye on the clock. Meanwhile, the first pitch was upstairs to Nate Thomas, and the count 1-0. There's a fastball called strike. Alex Hartle is doing balls and strikes for Game 2. Ilyar Chan down the left field line, and Jens Weider down the right field line. 1-1 to Nate Sean. Fouled to the screen. He had a good cut at that fastball from Gerbert. Gerbert, I believe, is 22 years of age. Let me double check that. I remember him pitching back in 2017 against the Disciples. And the 1-2, that's upstairs. The only thing I remember is a little bit unfortunate for him. He's clearly a talented pitcher, but he came in, I think, in a 9th or 10th inning with the winning run on third of a tie ball game, and his first pitch was a wild pitch, and the Disciples won the game. This one is high. Full count to Nate Thomas. Now Gerbert is 22 years of age. And he walks Nate-Sean Thomas. Thomas, who was on base 3 times in the first game, is on base to start things here in Game 2. Of course, Maurice Bendrian behind the plate threw out 2 of 3 would-be base stealers. Nate Thomas was the only one who was successful. He threw out Rosenthal twice. But you got to figure the Disciples are going to continue to try to play their game and be aggressive. So Simon Lechner steps up to the plate. Lechner this year batted .286. He had a home run, a triple, and a couple doubles. And he looks at a pitch upstairs for a ball. Designated hitter is Simon. One and 0 to him. Thomas not going inside, and he's hit. Well, a walk and a hit by pitch. And right away, the Disciples have 2 on and nobody out. That's how game 1 started. Game 1 began when Thomas reached on a strikeout wild pitch, and then Thorpe was hit by the pitch. So now, Thomas will walk, Lechner hit by the pitch, and Drew Thomas, excuse me, as I mix my player names around. Drew Thomas in the first game had 2 hits. He also walked twice and was hit. He was on base 5 times in 6 plate appearances, including that triple that started the scoring for the Disciples. He would love to replicate that here. Fastball missed outside, ball 1 from Gerbert. Gerbert, another one of the talented young arms that Paderborn sports. They, of course, with their academy, they're focused on developing players. There's a strike. And they have a lot of players who have played for the U23 national team. And that really has been their main focus the last several years, more so, honestly, than the Bundesliga, winning the Bundesliga. The pitch outside, Bendrian trying to yank it back to the zone to frame it. But the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. It's turning into a gorgeous evening. The weather forecast all day had something like 80% chance of rain. There's a 2-1. That's outside, ball 3, 3-1. Gilbert a little frustrated, just missing the edge. You can see Bendrian is also really pulling the glove back, trying to frame it for Alex Hartl. You know, sometimes that can actually backfire and make the umpire less likely to call a strike. Framing is an art form, that is for sure. 3-1. Swing and a miss as Thomas chased a pitch that seemed like more of a pitcher's pitch. It was down and away, it was well located. But Drew got his hack in. 3-2. Nobody out, runners on first and second, top of the first of game 2. Strike 3 called, a fastball running over the inside corner. And Thomas is out number 1. Let's watch the replay there. My replay is not turned on yet. My apologies. So there's no replay of that one, but there will be in the future. Daniel Patrice will come up to the plate. Patrice, again, all over the base paths in game 1. He singled, reached on a fielder's choice. Singled again, was hit by a pitch. He drove in 2 and scored 1 himself. Right-hand hitter with power. And the fastball missed high and outside. 1 ball, no strikes from Nico Gerbert. Gerbert, compared to Mark Harrison, is much more diminutive in stature, but he still throws directly over the top. And he looks like he has some life on his fastball, the 1-0. That's upstairs and high, 2-0. Two and 0 to Patrice. There's a strike catching the outside corner. Patrice checked his swing, but it was in there. 2-1. Nate Thomas at second. Simon Lechner at first. Llewellyn running in behind Thomas at second base, and Gerbert steps off. Two balls, 1 strike on Daniel Patrice. This one is low, 3-1. On deck hitter is David Dinsky. The Disciples would love to come out of the box hot like they did in game 1. Fans trying to do their part to make that happen. 3-1 on Dinsky. Hitters count. And he takes a strike over the outside corner. Dinsky, I think, did not agree. And the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. I don't think the runners will go here. Only 1 out, although Patrice does not strike out all that often, and you have good base runners on the paths. But Bendrian behind the plate has been a weapon. They do not go, and Dinsky does strike out, so it's a good thing. So, excuse me, that's Patrice, not Dinsky. Dinsky is coming to the plate right now, and there are 2 down. Let's watch this one on the replay, the location of that pitch. Down and away. Perfectly located by Nico Gerbert. So 2 down, and after the promising beginning with the first 2 batters reaching, now it's up to Dinsky to turn this into a productive inning. That would be quite a pick-me-up for Paderborn if they can get through this frame without the runs scoring. The pitch in the dirt, that one bounces away from Bendrian. Both runners will advance, and Bendrian throws it to second, now back to third. And Nate Thomas is out. And Alex Tufts right there to argue in the face with Jens Weider. Thomas, first of all, should not have rounded that far. Bendrian nearly threw the ball into center field. It was really not a wise throw to second base, but it's a wild pitch, and then Thomas is going to get picked off third. Watch it. It goes 2 to 4, 5, and Thomas was called out. And Bergman selling it immediately for the umpire. Jens Weider. Tufts loses the argument, and the inning is over. So Dinsky will get to bat again in his next at bat. Meanwhile, let's score that. It's a wild pitch. Both runners moved up, but then Thomas is thrown out 2 to 4 to 5. I guess 4 to 5 would be the pickoff, and that's out number 3. So no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base. The end of a half inning of play here in Haar. No score. This is game 2 of the Bundesliga quarterfinal, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We go to the bottom of the first inning here in Haar. No score after Nate Thomas was caught too far rounding third base after the wild pitch. And Zach Treese will go to work, and he will deal with Maurice Bendrian, Fildrik Llewellyn, and Finn Bergman, who has worked his way up to third in the lineup after 2 home runs and a double in the first game. I'll give you the rest of the lineup in a moment for the Paderborn Untouchables as Zach Treese delivers a first pitch strike. Treese, by the way, this year, area of 3.5 in 79 2/3 innings. And the right-hander's pitch, strike 2, 0-2. That's been his bread and butter, just getting ahead of hitters and pitching to contact. He does not knock the bat out of your hands, but he will give you a solid performance. 91 hits in 79 2/3 innings, 31 earned runs, 13 walks, 76 strikeouts. So that's a very low walk total for this league. The pitch and a breaking ball hit him. So no sooner do I speak about his command than he hits Bendrian with a breaking ball. And so that's how the bottom of the first inning begins. So Fildrik Llewellyn will step up to the plate. Llewellyn had some really good swings in game one. He looks at a strike. He had 2 fly balls that would have probably been home runs in other ballparks. And he had absolutely nothing to show for it. He was 0 for 4. He did walk and score. That was ahead of the home run from Bergman. Now he drives one to deep right center field. Dinsky shades his eyes. Actually not very deep, and he makes the catch. 1 away. 1 away.
So schaut's aus. Abgeschlagener Ball, aber es geht in Richtung seichtes Centerfield. Schnappt sich sofort. Da wird Dinsky aus der Luft. Ich denke, der ist wahrscheinlich noch sauer, weil er jetzt nicht mehr Bierwerder ist. Nächster Schlagmann, die 13, Finn Bergmann.
And Finn Bergman will step up to the plate as I finally got the correct scoreboard pulled up for you. There we go. Bergman was launching baseballs all over the place in game one. He looks at a strike. Bergman struck out his first at bat, then homered, then doubled, then struck out, then homered again. So it looks like he's got a little pattern going there. And a weak swing at that one, and he fouls it back. Strike 2. Runner on first base is Bendrian. Not going. Pitches outside. Good block by Thorpe. The lineup for Paderborn: Bendrian, Llewellyn, Bergman, 1, 2, 3. Then Daniel Hintz, Chris Byers, and Bjarne Reinhardt, 4, 5, 6. And then Luca Rammelman, Ian Eberhardt, and Ladislaus Landwehr, 7, 8, 9. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, throw behind the runner, and just barely getting back with an emphatic safe call at first base. So Bergman strikes out, and there are 2 down. That was a good pitch from Zach Treese. And Thorpe is the master of the back pick sometimes. And Bendrian was relative nonchalant getting back to the base and nearly got picked. So now Daniel Hintz, 2 outs and a runner at first. Bendrian, a very short lead with his hands on his knees, and now he extends it. The pitch, there's a strike. See the question in the chat, is Konsta Kurika a good pitcher? I've only seen him pitch a few times, and he certainly looks like he's got good stuff to me. My guess is they're going to need him tomorrow, possibly even today in this game, depending how things go. There's a little tapper, weakly hit in front of the plate. It's a fair ball picked up by Thorpe, and he calmly throws out Daniel Hintz, 2-3 on the putout, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left at the end of a complete inning of play. No score here in Game 2 of the Bundesliga quarterfinal between Paderborn and Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people of the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to the top of the second inning here. Game 2, Haar leading the series 1 game to none. 1 game to none. 1 game to none. Come on, Tim. Get it together. Dinsky will step back to the plate. He was at the plate when Gerbert uncorked that wild pitch, which ended up with Nate Thomas being caught rounding too far around third. And so Dinsky gets to do over. 5, 6, and 7 in the lineup. Dinsky, Thorpe, and Callum Murphy. And Nico Gerbert deals. Fastball high, ball 1. Looking through Gerbert's statistics, his longest outing of the year was 6 innings against Dortmund on the 11th of June. And 2 balls and no strikes. And this is a team, Paderborn, normally they sort of piece things together. Everybody gets 4 or 5 innings. Dinsky pops one straight up in the middle of the diamond. He's standing on home plate. Now who's going to catch it? Third baseman Bergman makes the call. And the catch. It looked for a minute like Gerbert was going to call for that one himself. That was straight up into the sun, and that was absolutely not easy. Eine Frage in die Chat. Wie ist denn so ein Wildbräu? Kann man das trinken? Ja, kann man schon ein Wildbräu trinken. So Will Thorpe steps up to the plate. Right-hand hitter. In game 1, Thorpe was hit a couple of times. He squares to bunt and lays it foul backwards. That's strike 1. Now Thorpe in game 1, hit by pitch, walk, fly out, fly out, fly out. So 0 for 3 officially, but also on base 3 times. He did score a run, scored twice actually. Thorpe, in years past, has been one of the Disciples' power hitters. This year, he's been more of a move it along kind of a guy, trying to just knock in runners or move runners up. He has had less power this year. It doesn't mean it's not there, though. Pitch was outside, 1-1 the count. That's outside, 2-1. Gerbert trying to power that fastball through the zone. No score, top of the second inning, game 2, best of 5 series. And that's ball 3, 3-1. Now Gerbert walked a batter and hit a batter in the first inning, but then he struck out 2 and was helped out by Nate Thomas getting caught off third base after Bendrian threw to second, recovering from a wild pitch. 3-1 to Thorpe. And a strike is called on the outside corner. And the count full. And that's ball 4. Thorpe will take first base. Second walk of the ball game for Gerbert. And with 1 out, that will bring up Callum Murphy. Murphy in game 1 singled to drive home a run. That was the 4th run in the first inning for the Disciples. And then he reached twice in his next 4 at-bats, once via the error and once via a walk. So overall, he was 1 for 4 with a run batted in. And that pitch is a strike called on the outside corner. Gerbert working quickly, even with Thorpe on first base. And Nicholas comes set. Fouled away, and the count 0-2 on Murphy. Murphy did have a home run this year. He hit it in Stuttgart. As I mentioned, the Disciples 1 through 9, they have guys that can do damage. Oh, and 2, big hole on the right side. In the dirt, blocked by Bendrian, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Shortstop Byers is shaded up the middle, so there's actually kind of a hole also on the left side between the shortstop and the third baseman, Finn Bergman. Llewellyn is also shaded up the middle. That's in the dirt. Good block by Bendrian. Count even 2-2. Gilbert really spiked that one down. Gilbert takes a little walk to rub up the baseball. And Murphy awaiting a 2-2 pitch. Thorpe off first base with one out. And that's outside. You can hear Gilbert grunting all the way back here. Now, I don't know what kind of pitch that was, or maybe if it's just the sunlight, but it looked like he was trying to throw a slider. It looked strange coming out of his fingers. 3-2, let's see if Thorpe goes. He does not, and it's fouled to the screen. Murphy had a good cut. Outfield is actually shading Murphy around to the right side. The center fielder, Reinhardt, is a good 10 steps into right center field. So there's a large gap in left center. And now Thorpe is picked off and being run back and forth between first and second. The throw, did he get around the tag? He says he did, but he was tagged out. And now he pops up and realizes that he is out. So Thorpe gets picked off, and there are two down. That play went 1-3-6-1. I believe it was Gerbert himself who tagged him out. So two down. But Thorpe getting too antsy on a 3-2 count. Took off too soon. And so suddenly there's two outs and nobody on for Murphy. That's ball 4. Well, the Disciples, even though they won game 1, they did have a couple base runners thrown out. But that was really more because of the excellent throwing of Maurice Bendrian behind the plate. He is definitely a very good catcher. That's why he's on the national team. So Riestra now steps up to the plate. Riestra in game 1 swung the bat very well, although he was only officially 1 for 4 with a walk. But he hit the ball hard several times. And that pitch is low to him. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 down, Murphy at first. No score, top of the second. That one is right through the pipe. Riestra taking, and it's 1-1. Just a beautiful day. The weather's been phenomenal the past week or so. Maybe you've heard. I mean, it's been a heat wave, but today's actually much cooler than we've had. Very pleasant temperatures. This ball lined on a bounce, and it eats up the second baseman. Llewellyn gets into the outfield. That will probably be a base hit. It was a broken bat, one-hop line drive to Llewellyn, who, by the way, is also looking directly into the sun. And I think he was fooled by the crack of the bat, thought it maybe was hit harder than it actually was. And it's a base hit for Francisco Riestra as you watch the replay. Llewellyn got his body in front of it, and it just ate him up. It took a short hop. Those are very tough plays. So that's a ruled a base hit. And so Murphy is at second. Riestra is at first. But I imagine if Thorpe hadn't been caught. But that's how it goes. So Rosenthal now steps up to the plate with 2 on and 2 outs. Josh in game 1 was on base via the walk. Excuse me, Joe Rosenthal, not Josh. The pitch was outside for a ball. My apologies. This is what happens when I'm doing 17 things at once. Nico Gerbert thought he had strike 1, but it was called outside for a ball. One and 0 the count. And that one is outside, ball 2. Rosenthal, the number 9 hitter. If he can extend things, Nate Sean Thomas is standing in the on-deck circle. 2 and 0 to him. Murphy at second, Riestra at first. And that one is called a strike, and this time it's Rosenthal's turn to shake his head. 2-1. And a missed high, ball 3, 3-1 to Rosenthal. Gubert. Falling behind, he walked a batter and hit a batter in the first. He's got 2 walks in this inning, but thanks to the caught stealing, the single, instead of loading the bases, only has runners on first and second. Rosenthal asks for time and receives it. 3 balls, 1 strike. And Gubert steps off this time. The 3-1. Swing and a miss. Healthy cut from Joe. Rosenthal, in his final at-bat in Game 1, hit a deep drive to left field with the bases loaded that was caught by Ian Eberhard. It was a really nice running catch. And ball 4 just missed outside, and the bases are loaded. 3rd walk of the inning for Gubert. And the top of the order, Nate Thomas, will step up to the plate. Let's take another look at that pitch. 3-2, it was away. You know, I used to have that little replay sign. I think I accidentally deleted it, so I will be sure to tell you when you're looking at a replay and when you're not. I'm not going to mess with that now during the broadcast, but for tomorrow it'll be fixed. Nate Thomas, bases loaded, and 2 outs. And that is low. Well, Gubert has been his own worst enemy this inning. He's only allowed the 1 hit. That was the line single off the bat of Riestra, but everybody else has been on with a walk. 3 walks in the inning plus a single, but the caught stealing, and so far no runs. That's ball 2, 2-0. Gubert in the game has 4 walks and a hit batter, so he's thrown a lot of pitches. 48 to be exact, and 2 outs into the 2nd inning. Murphy, Riestra, and Rosenthal. Good speed on the bases. 2-0 to Nate Sean Thomas. And a strike catches the outside corner at the letters, 2-1.
Nix ist vorbei, auf geht's, weitermachen, weiter klatschen, Nate Sean Thomas am Schlag, 2 balls, 1 strike. This is loaded.
Hitters count for Nate. And that missed inside, ball 3. 1 more pitch off the plate and the Disciples would take the lead. And Gubert takes a walk behind the mound. Three and one. Murphy at third, Riestra at second, Rosenthal at first. 3-1 on Nate Thomas, left-hand hitter with power. The pitch. And he was swinging for it right there, and he got a good pitch to hit and fouled it away. The count is now full, 3-2. So the runners will be off with a full count and 2 outs. And Gubert, boy, if he can make a good pitch here, would have wiggled his way out of a jam and a half. This is the playoffs. Every moment like this counts. The payoff pitch. A little flare into shallow center field. A base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Riestra. He will score. It's a 2-run flare single for Nate Thomas. And the Disciples lead 2-0. Didn't hit it hard. Just placed it perfectly. Well, with the runners going, also gave Rosenthal the ease with which to get to third base on that. And he came in with a good pitch. Thomas was jammed, but he flared it out into shallow center field, and 2 runs coming home easily. And the Disciples take the lead here in game 2, 2-0. Simon Lechner will step up to the plate. Runners on first and third. 2 down. I would not be surprised at all to see Nate Thomas run here. He's taking his lead. Not going. The pitch is down and in with a breaking ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Lechner was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. Gerbert, 53 pitches now. 2 outs into the second inning, and he comes set. And ball 2. Lechner, by the way, one of the most patient hitters in the Disciples lineup. And Bendrian wants to go have a chat with Nico Gerbert, and it looks like Matt Kemp is going to do the same. Gerbert has thrown a lot of pitches in this inning. I haven't been counting, but I have to believe it's over 30. He's got 3 walks. Kemp, of course, is looking at the home plate umpire. And I would not be surprised if he will lure the home plate umpire out here and then tell him what he thinks. But that being said, Gerbert has not had great command. Whether you think some of the borderline calls should have been strikes or not. Kemp is still out there. Meanwhile, Hartle is kicking at the dirt in front of home plate, and now he turns to head out there, but instead does not. And so the little pep talk between Kemp and Gerbert is over with. Simon Lechner steps up there. I mentioned to you that he is one of the most patient hitters on the Disciples. He drew 19 walks. That was second only to Callum Murphy, and he did it in a lot less playing time. 2-0 the pitch, and there's a strike, 2-1. I would imagine that the pep talk from Kemp had something to do with don't nibble, just go straight at him. First and third. There goes the runner. This pitch is popped foul out of play, and that's strike 2. Thomas has to go back to first base. Rosenthal is at third. Nate Sean Thomas is at first. Good speed on the bases. Excellent speed on the bases. 2-2 on Simon Lechner. And the pitch. Inside and low, ball 3, full count. So that will free Thomas to run again from first base. 3-2 with 2 outs. On deck hitter is Drew Thomas. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the second inning, 2-0 Disciples. And the pitch. That's taken low for ball 4, check swing, but Lechner did not come close to going around on that one. That is, boy, how many walks in the inning? 1, 2, 3, 4 walks in the inning. 5 in the game plus a hit batter. And the bases are reloaded for Drew Thomas. And now there is some stirring beginning in the Paderborn dugout as Gerbert nearly at 60 pitches, and most of those in this inning. He pitched around a couple of base runners in the first, but Thomas hacking and had one to hit and fouled it straight back. And if you don't know, when you see a hitter do that, it means they just missed it. Just. Thomas being very aggressive. You have a pitcher who's been struggling to throw strikes. You know he's probably just going to try to lay one in there. And Thomas went up there hacking. 0-1, bases loaded, 2 outs. And a fastball nails the outside corner at the letters for strike 2. So now Gerbert in the driver's seat. Rosenthal at third. Nate Thomas is at second. Simon Lechner at first. 0-2 on Drew Thomas. And a big bouncer up the middle. It is gloved by the shortstop Byers. He touches the bag, and that will end the inning. That ball took a bounce in front of the mound and then about 25 feet up in the air, as if it hit the lip of the grass just in front of the batter's box. It's a 6 unassisted for the final out of the inning. The Disciples, however, do get 2 runs. 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors and 3 left, and we go to the bottom of the second inning here in Haar. It's the Disciples 2, the Untouchables nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people at the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to the bottom of the second inning here in Haar. Chris Byers will step up to the plate against Zach Treese. And he grounds one right to Nate Thomas. Sharply hit, but Thomas with plenty of time to get the throw across. Picked on one bounce and 1 out after 1 pitch. Ball was hit hard off the bat of Byers. First pitch, fastball. Thomas was actually playing relatively shallow and had that ball reach him on 1 bounce. So after Byers, Bjarn Reinhardt steps up to the plate now. After Reinhardt, it'll be Luca Rammelman. Reinhardt in the first game had 2 hits in 5 at-bats. And he looks at a pitch inside for ball 1. Well, Treese has thrown now 13 pitches. Gubert over on the other side is over 60. There's a strike called at the knees, 1-1. The 2-run flare single off the bat of Nate Sean Thomas, plus the 4 walks in the inning from Gubert, and that's how the Disciples got their 2 runs. The pitch, fouled away, and they count 1-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Reinhardt strikes out on a high slider. Second strikeout of the game for Treese. Second out of the inning. And that'll bring up Luca Rammelman. Rammelman, the right fielder. In the first game, he had 1 hit in 5 at-bats. And he fouls away the first pitch from Treese. Treese coming right after the hitters. He is throwing strikes and trying to be as economical as he can. Well, if there's a guy who can end this game before it gets dark, he would be the guy. There's a slider outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Meanwhile, the YouTube chat has cooled off. Folks, if you're still there and you want to communicate with me, you can write in the YouTube chat. I know there's still people watching. There's a swing and a tapper foul, 1-2. If you have any questions, complaints, or if you are, we can take a vote. When Andreas Thies was on earlier and he proclaimed his love for the zombie runner, breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Treese with 2 strikeouts, an extremely quick inning, 3 up, 3 down. And we go to the 3rd inning. The Disciples leading by a score of 2-0. This is game 2 of the Bundesliga quarterfinal. Präsentiert von Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back, and it's the top of the third inning. Nicholas Gerbert going to go back out there. He's thrown 61 pitches to get through 2 innings. It has been a struggle, but he's going to pick it up where he left off, and that is with Daniel Patrice, David Dinsky, and Will Thorpe. 4, 5, and 6 in the lineup. The Disciples leading 2-0. And the pitch is over Bendrian's head and all the way to the backstop, ball 1. That went over the umpire as well. Bendrian, not much of an effort to actually go after that one. There's the 1-0. That's high. 2-0. Oh, we got some Francisco Riestra fans watching the live stream. Thank you for tuning in. Gracias. The pitch is low for ball 3. Three 3-0 on Patrice, who probably has a green light. I would think yes. And he took a strike. He looked like he was in attack mode if he got one he wanted. That was not the one he wanted. So he let it go by. 3-1. That ball is popped up foul territory off to the right, and it's going to land maybe on my head. And it hits off the scorer box and then bounced out of the ballpark. So the kids get to jump the fence, get that ball, and return it for some free candy. I'm glad I'm under a tent. I don't want my laptop to get hit by a ball. 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Patrice. And now he walks on a high fastball. That is walk number 6 for Gerbert, if I have my counting correct. Yes, indeed it is. Well, there's no activity in the bullpen for Paderborn at the moment. So Patrice is on first base, and a whole bunch of people are going to go and get a free beer because of it, I guess. Come to the ballpark, folks. This is what you're missing out if you don't. Here's Dinsky. And the pitch is grounded to the hole, backhanded by the shortstop Byers. A great play to get the lead runner at second base. That looked like it might have been a base hit, and then he got over there and was able to spin and whirl that throw to Llewellyn covering the bag, and Patrice is retired 6-4. So Dinsky replaces Patrice. Now there's 1 away, and Thorpe is the hitter. Thorpe, in his first at-bat, walked, and then he was caught stealing. That was one of 4 walks in the second inning that Gerbert issued. And 6 in the game. Now Gerbert's numbers throughout the regular year, he only actually had 19 walks in 30 innings pitched, which is not a great walk rate, but it's been way out of proportion today. Thorpe takes a strike on the first one. One strike to Will. The outfield is playing him to hit to the opposite field. And time's called. Reinhardt, the center fielder, is way off in right center field. He's good 10 steps to the right. So if Thorpe hits one to the alleyway in left center field, he can run for a while. You already know how large the outfield is, so it's definitely, you got to put some thought into your outfield positioning in this ballpark. There goes the runner. The pitch is outside. Throw to second base is in time. Bendrian is put on a clinic at throwing out base stealers today. That's the 3rd one in the 2 games. Dinsky, who very rarely gets thrown out, that time was out pretty clearly by a lot. The pitch was outside for a ball. So they count 1-1 on Thorpe. The Disciples have just had, that's the most base runners they've had cut down on the bases in one day all year for sure. Got to give credit to Maurice Bendrian. He has been firing some seeds from behind home plate. Here's the pitch to Thorpe. That's right through there, 1-2 now. And Gerbert can get through this inning. Line drive, base hit. It is not to be. Thorpe is going to think about two. He rounds and is heading to second base, and he will get there. It's a two-out double. Now Gerbert, after being helped by his catcher, Bendrian, by the way, you know, he got Thomas off of, well, Bendrian himself did not get Thomas, but Nate Thomas was thrown out at first. In the first inning, Nate Thomas was caught off of third base. And I think Maurice Bendrian is claiming that Thorpe, on his way by Daniel Hintz, stuck his elbow out and tried to make contact with him. Let's watch this. Watch Thorpe as he's rounding. Can't see anything there. Meanwhile, Alex Tufts came out. They appealed to see if Thorpe had missed first base, and Jens Weider says no, he did not. And the sarcastic applause from the Disciples dugout. Now, these two teams, they haven't played each other since 2017, but let's just say there have always been, there's always been a lot of energy when these two teams play. Let's put it that way. We'll put it that way. Here's the pitch. Just missed outside on Callum Murphy. 1 ball, no strikes. But as Bendrian was watching Thorpe round, it looked like he thought Thorpe had made contact with Hintz at first base, which I have to admit I did not see. If it happened, the pitch is a strike. And I couldn't see anything on the replay either. But I saw him as he was heading back. He said something to the home plate umpire saying, hey, he stuck his elbow out. And then they appealed to see if he missed first base when he was rounding. And Jens Weider said, no, he did not. There's a foul ball, 1-2 on Murphy. One ball and 2 strikes. And Murphy fouls away another one. And he had a good pitch to hit. I think he was frustrated he didn't do more with that one. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs. Thorpe at second base. And Gerbert's pitch. Curveball swung on and missed, and the inning is over. So the Disciples do not score, no runs. 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. And at the end of 2.5 here in game 2, the Disciples leading by the score of 2-0. This is game 2 of the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. So we move to the bottom of the third inning here in Haar, game 2. The Disciples leading 2-0. And Ian Eberhardt, Ladislaus Landwehr, and then the top of the order, Maurice Bendrian, will step up to the plate against Zach Treese, who has only thrown 20 pitches. And the pitch is a strike. There's a pop-up. Foul territory off to the right, out of play. And Ty Erickson is off to go get it. Oh, he's going to get outrun by a kid. Nothing in 2 to Ian Eberhardt, who this is his first at-bat actually in this game. Check swing, pitch was high. Eberhardt in game 1 grounded out, was hit by a pitch and walked and then flied out. So he was officially 0 for 2, but was on base twice. 1-2 the count to him, leading off the third. Breaking ball, he ducked and it was over the plate but high. That's the Zach Treese slider. He's got a lot of good spin on that. It's sort of a Jeff Nelson frisbee type, but he comes from around the side with that delivery. And there it is again, and Eberhardt just got a piece to stay alive. Almost like Dennis Eckersley a little bit. Not only the delivery, but also the hair. 2-2. And he painted the corner. That's 3 consecutive strikeouts, 4 in the ball game. Struck out the last 2 hitters of the second inning. That's just a work of art right there. That pitch tailing back right to the mitt, right on the corner, no question. So 2 down, Ladislaus Landwehr steps up to the plate. He's the DH again. In game 1, he singled in 4 trips, 1 for 4. And he drives that one in the air to left center field. Dinsky on the run is there and puts it away for out number 2. 2 quick outs, and now the top of the order, Maurice Bendrian. Well, the Disciples leading 2-0, game 2, which started about 1 minute before 6 p.m. Now we're about 4 minutes before 7 p.m. And we are in the bottom of the third, so about a third of the way through. We shall see if that pace continues here. Bendrian steps out. So he's doing his part to extend things. And the pitch. That one's inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Line drive, left center field. Dinsky racing over, has to cut it off, and it gets by him. And it's going to go all the way towards the warning track. Bendrian will stop at second base with a 2-out double. Take another look at this. Pitch was down and in, and he was able to get the bat head to it. That was more or less over the inner half, but it was tailing back. It looked like a little cutter, and it actually cut right into the barrel of the bat. And Bendrian lined it into left center field, a solid piece. And so, 2-out double for Maurice, and Fildrick Llewellyn stepping up to the plate representing the tying run. He flied out to center field his first time. And there's a curve for a strike from Treese, 0-1. Ground ball pulled foul, strike 2. 2 breaking pitches from Treese against Llewellyn. Fans rooting for his strikeout. No balls, 2 strikes. Two down. Bottom of the third, Treese comes set. Here's the pitch, and instead they check on Bendrian at second base as Murphy ran in behind him. Oh, and 2. Here it comes. That's high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The shortstop Riestra is actually shading towards the hole. They're expecting Llewellyn to pull the ball. Dinsky is straight away in center field, but all the outfielders are deep. And it's a hard hit ground ball to short. Riestra has it, throws to first, in time, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left. At the end of 3 complete here in Haar in Game 2, the Disciples 2, Paderborn Untouchables nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball. This is the 2022 quarterfinal, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. We're getting ready to play the top of the 4th inning, and Nico Gerbert is still out there on the mound, waiting for the catcher Maurice Bendrian, who was out on second base to end the last half inning, to get back in there. And Gerbert, who pitched around some trouble in the first and then had a nightmarish inning in the second, but still only gave up 2 runs. He also had to work hard to get through the third. He is approaching already his season high pitch total. He's at 77 right now. His season high is 86, but he did that over the course of 6 innings against Bonn early in the season. And we are only in the 4th inning now, as Francisco Riestra, the number 8 hitter, steps up. It'll be Riestra, Rosenthal, then the top of the order, Nate Sean Thomas. But Gerbert, like Mark Harrison in the first game, I mean, his job is to go out there and give at least probably 5 innings. His first pitch is a strike. And you never know, sometimes a pitcher who really struggles with their command early in the game, at some point they just find it. That pitch is outside, a breaking ball, 1-1 to Riestra. Riestra singled and scored. That was the Disciples' 2nd run in the 2nd inning. 1-1 to him. And a fastball strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2 to Francisco. Breaking ball, he did not chase it. It was down in the dirt, 2-2 now. 2-2 on Riestra leading off the 4th. The pitch is low for ball 3. Full count. And a ground ball off the end of the bat, slowly hit to short. Byers on the run, throws out Riestra. Nice play. There have not really been a lot of infield plays in either of these games, but that was a nice one. There's one away. Let's take a look at this on the replay. So now Joseph Rosenthal will step up to the plate. So Rosenthal, who walked his first time, steps up. The number 9 hitter. And Gubbert has his sign from Bendrian and deals. Rosenthal squares, and the pitch is a strike anyway. 0-1. Third baseman Bergman charging in to try to defend against that possible bunt, obviously for a hit. 1 strike to Rosenthal. And that breaking ball in the dirt bounces away, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. We are in the 4th. The Disciples scored their 2 runs in the 2nd inning. And the pitch, Rosenthal pops it up, out of play. Strike 2. Where's that going to land? Nobody knows. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, the outfield is swung way over to right for Rosenthal. And he does hit the ball that way quite a bit. Looks to me like Matt Kemp is warming up in the Paderborn bullpen. He did still pitch this year. There's a little squibber off the end of the bat, rolls to the first baseman Hintz. Rosenthal stops, and Hintz steps on the bag. And that is out number 2, 3 unassisted. Which way would you like to be presented with the out, sir? I can either tag you, or I could step on the base. And Hintz elected to step on the base. So there are 2 down, now the top of the order, Nate Sean Thomas. Nate has walked and singled to drive home 2 runs. His 2-run single is the difference in this game so far. It was a little blooper to center field, but still, it was a big hit for the Disciples. And so he's up there with 2 outs and nobody on. And there's a strike over the inside corner under the hands of Nate Sean. And that pitch is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gubbert is already now at 89 pitches. That is his season high. And that pitch is inside. 2 balls and a strike. Two and 1. Ground ball to the first baseman, and it stays down, and it gets beyond both Llewellyn and the third baseman. That was actually, they had the shift on. They had the shortstop. No, excuse me. My eyes are playing tricks on me. That was actually Daniel Hintz, who had the ball. It stayed down on him and went under his glove. And then Llewellyn, who was behind him, backing him up, also had to get past him. This is the replay. Check out what happens here. Well, the infield this year has had some absolutely ridiculous bounces. That's going to be an E3. I mean, it was a ground ball right to him. Bad hop or no, I guess it's an E3. So Nate is aboard. And that'll bring up Lechner, and he squares to bunt, and he bunts through it. They're going to appeal. Did he go? Yes, he did. Looked to me like he did. So the count 0-1 on Lechner. Lechner was hit by a pitch and walked, so he's been on base twice. 2 outs. Nate Sean at first. Heaver might be going. Not there, though. There's a line drive down the right field line. Fair or foul? Foul, just barely. Just barely. Maybe a couple of feet. And so we all go back, and the count is 0-2. Thomas would have probably scored on that, although Remmelman in right field showed off a cannon for an arm. But with 2 outs, you figure they'd probably test it. So Simon Lechner with an 0-2 count. First the missed bunt, then the line drive foul. Nate Sean on first base, taking his lead. And he's going, the pitch is low. Bendrian scoops it, the throw to second base not in time. Goes into center field, Thomas pops up, and he will be at third. That's a stolen base and an E2. So 2 errors in this inning now. And suddenly, Nate Sean is on third base. And so, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and Thomas at third base. So Bendrian has thrown out everybody except Nate Thomas in the stolen base department. He threw out Rosenthal twice and Dinsky. There's a fly ball lifted to center field right at Bjarne Reinhardt, and he makes the catch to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 2 errors, and 1 left on base. And at the end of 3.5 innings of play here in Game 2, the Disciples 2, the Untouchables nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Zach Treese takes the mound as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning here in Haar. The Disciples leading 2-0. Treese only 33 pitches so far to get through 3, and he will deal with Finn Bergman, Daniel Hintz, and Chris Byers. Bergman struck out in his first at-bat in this game. And he waves at a changeup, it looked like. Maybe a split finger, something that he was way out in front of, that's for sure, strike 1. And Treese is one of those guys, he kind of throws everything but the kitchen sink up there. Everything comes from that sidearm angle, and the pitch is not going to count as time was called. He's got good command. He can hit the spots and throw strikes regularly. And he forces you to hit his pitch, and that's a formula that has worked well for him in his 2 years with the Disciples, native of Hot Springs, Arkansas. 0-1 the count to Finn Bergman. Breaking ball, fouled away, strike 2. Bergman has a very short, quick stroke, and I remember a few years ago in 2017 when he was here and he hit a few baseballs up against the base of the fence as a 16-year-old. Thought to myself, boy, that guy's going to be pretty good. Curveball. Drilled to deep left field. This one has a chance, although I think he got under it. Thomas is there and makes the catch. But Bergman put a good swing on it, but didn't quite get it. Launched it a little bit too high. And so Thomas is there to make the catch, and that's the first out here in the 4th inning. And so Daniel Hintz steps up with 1 away. And painted on the outside corner, strike 1. But coming from that sidearm angle, going right across the plate, that is a pitcher's pitch. Ground ball slowly hit left side. Fair ball charged by Thomas. He throws on balance, and he got him. And he made it look easy in so doing. That ball was trickling along the third base line. You kept expecting it to kick foul. It never did. Thomas played it through nicely and got Hintz by half a step. All in one motion. Watch this. Picks it up, throws off balance, and his throw was on the money. Nice stretch by Patrice on the back end. 2 down, and now Chris Byers will step up to the plate. Well, Treese doing his part to move this thing along as quickly as he possibly can. 2 down, nobody on in the 4th. Fouled away, strike 1. He's just coming right after the Paderborn hitters. And so far, he's been successful. He's only allowed 1 hit and 1 walk. Trying to have a 1-2-3 4th. Popped up, foul territory. Patrice over near the fence, has room, but he can't get to it. It looked like he would have had to dodge the bullpen netting area, the protective fence that protects the pitchers that are warming up in the bullpen. And Patrice already had 1 injury over in that area this year, and a little bit gun shy. You see, I think he's frustrated with himself that he did not catch that ball. At any rate, it's 0-2 on Chris Byers. The Paderborn bullpen is down the right field line it's in foul territory, but it's on the field. And a breaking ball, and that was a beauty. Byers was stepping out of the box into the bucket, and he was fooled and knew it. Strike 3 for Treese, and a 1-2-3 4th. Nothing across the board for Paderborn. Take another look at that pitch. That's a knee buckler. And we go to the 5th inning here in Haar. Haar leading game 2 by the score of 2-0. This is the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the top of the 5th inning here in Haar, and Nicholas Gubert still out there. He is going to throw over 100 pitches in this game, and if he's able to get through 5, he will have done his team solid. Drew Thomas, the number 3 hitter, and Daniel Patrice and David Dinsky are going to try to throw a wrench in that plan, however. Gubert, he's only given up 3 hits, but he has been his own worst enemy. He has walked 6 and also hit a batter. And Thomas, with a good cut, fouls away the first one for a strike. In the 2nd inning, when the Disciples scored their 2 runs, Gubert actually walked 4 and gave up 2 hits. There have been base runners all over the place, again, for the Disciples in this game. And Thomas goes chasing a down and away breaking ball, 0-2. Drew Thomas, a mid-season addition for the Disciples, was brought in, I think, at the end of May, if I remember correctly. The season was already well underway. There's a foul ball, and he's been a good fit for this team. They had room on the roster for another foreign player. Thomas is from Chicago, played Coppin State University college baseball, played also in the Empire League in upstate New York. Give a shout out to my people. And the 0-2, that is low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Gubert is set. Here comes the 1-2. Tapped foul at the plate. And we'll do it again. Nobody out. Top of the 5th inning. Game 2. The Disciples leading 2-0 on the strength of a Nate Sean Thomas 2-run single as that pitch is up and in for ball 2. And Drew Thomas has a 2-ball and 2-strike count. That single by Nate Thomas was in the 2nd inning with the bases loaded and 2 outs. It was a 2-out hit. So, and a swing and a foul tip just got a piece of it. Now, Gubert was this close to getting out of that inning, even though he had walked 4 and given up 2 hits. I think he was 1 strike away. It was a 3-2 pitch to Nate Thomas, if I remember correctly. Indeed it was. And Thomas blooped one into center field to score 2 runs. That's where we are here in the 5th. 103 pitches as time is called. The next one will be number 103 for Gubert. There's activity in the Paderborn bullpen. I can't see who's throwing, so I'll just let you know what happens as it happens. And that is upstairs for ball 3, 3-2. Yeah, folks, you know, if you're enjoying this, you can give us a thumbs up on YouTube. Why not? You can also subscribe to the channel. That also helps. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him with a fastball. And Thomas is out number 1. Let's see. Strikeout number 1, 2, 3, 4 for Gubert. Let's take a look at this on the replay. This is the replay of the pitch. And just a good fastball. Gubert ended up on that one leg. That's how you know your pitcher is balanced. Yeah, folks, give us a thumbs up on YouTube, would you? Thanks, Mad Max, for the suggestion. You know, I forget about that sometimes. The algorithm. Daniel Patrice takes a pitch upstairs for a ball. Let's promote German baseball, shall we? It's a fun league to watch. If you're a viewer who has never watched Bundesliga baseball, it's legit fun. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Good cut by Patrice, but nothing there. 1-1. All of the teams have a lot of the same players year after year because people play on the teams that are near their homes. There's not really so much switching around between teams. I mean, there's some, of course, but not a lot. Breaking ball is up and in, 2-1. But what that means is you have sort of, you know, if you're rooting for one team, you got the same heroes and the same villains on the other team that you get to sort of root for and against. And I remember when I was a kid, Harold Baines always killed the Yankees when he was on the White Sox. He was just like, Harold Baines. There's the pitch. Popped up behind the plate. Might land on my head. It does not land it on my head. That's good. At least unless it's still in the air. Okay, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2 on Patrice. And that's outside, ball 3. But Gilbert, even though he's walked the 6 and hit a batter, it feels like he's been at least to 3 balls and 2 strikes on almost everybody else, even the ones he hasn't walked. That's where we are here. He was 3 and 2 on Thomas. He's 3 and 2 on Patrice. He is walking a tightrope, and it's only 2-0. Strike 3 is called. Patrice surprised to learn of this fact, but it's out number 2. And let's take another look at the pitch. Looked to be a good pitch down at the outside corner. Yeah, that's in there. Patrice, tall guy. Maybe he thinks he got Aaron judged on that one, but strike 3, 2 strikeouts for Gilbert. Boy, you know, now that he's over 100 pitches, he's throwing strikes. Dinsky now steps up to the plate. 0 for 2 in this game. There's a pitch outside. I see your question, John. Can you just stream your team's baseball games? Any tips to get started? Well, you can't just do it, but in my case, I just asked the team, hey, can I do it? And they, well, I'll tell you more in a minute. There's a swing and a miss. This was in 2014. I decided I wanted to start streaming the Bundesliga. And the rights for the broadcasts are actually handled by the league itself. So you have to get permission from the league. And I believe that's usually the case also in the U.S. or, you know, wherever you may be. The pitch is inside for a ball, 2-1. But generally speaking, if there's nobody broadcasting the team and you say you want to do it, they're probably going to be like, yes, please do that. I remember when I sent an email to Mitch Stefan, and within 30 seconds I had a reply like, oh my gosh, yes, let's do this. There's a pop fly, right side, long run for Rammelman, and he is there in fair territory to make the catch, and Dinsky flies out to end the inning. So 1-2-3 for Nico Gilbert. That's his best inning yet. Maybe he's just getting warmed up. It's the 5th inning. Bottom half coming up. And the Disciples lead the Untouchables 2-0. This is game 2 of the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Say it with me, everybody. Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back. It is time for the bottom of the 5th inning here in Haar. Haar with 2 runs in the 2nd inning, a 2-run single off the bat of Nate Sean Thomas. And Zach Treese has worked his way through four shutout innings. And he will deal with 6, 7, and 8. Bjarne Reinhardt and Luca Rammelmann, followed by Ian Eberhardt. Treese has only thrown 41 pitches. Meanwhile, Gilbert over on the other side is over 110, I believe. The pitch and a bunt is dropped down the third baseline. It's a foul ball as Nate Sean Thomas picked it up. Just barely went foul. So strike one on Reinhardt. Yeah, for the viewer who was asking questions about streaming, if you have any more questions, you can contact me through my website. Actually, anybody watching, if you want to contact me, the website eurobaseballtv.com, you can click on the contact button, and I will gladly speak to you, especially if you're thinking about trying to stream games on your own. I mean, this is what we want. More baseball streams, please. Let's promote this game. It's a beautiful game. And this is a good league. There's fun games. There's really high entertainment value in this Bundesliga. There's a strike and the count 0-2 to Bjarne Reinhardt. And 2. Fly ball to center field. Dinsky drifting back. And that's out number 1. Dinsky, you know, in center field, it's a little bit like Ricky Henderson. You can tell just by the way he's going back on the ball that he's going to catch it. Henderson used to do that thing where he would pat his glove on his leg, and when he did that, you knew he was going to catch it. Mad Max, I'm glad to see my powers are working. There's a pitch, swung on, grounded up the middle, diving attempt by Riestra, but it gets past him and into left field. So Rammelmann is aboard with a single. That is just the second hit for Paderborn in this game. A little ground ball to the left of Francisco Riestra. He was playing Rammelmann towards the hole. Yeah. Mad Max, responding to your comment, du hörst so oft Wildbräu. What I heard in the past was that Wildbräu actually was not a great brand, but they have completely refurbished their production, and I got to tell you, it's good. It's good beer. I mean, there's not really any bad beer in Bavaria. The pitch is upstairs to Ian Eberhardt. 1 ball and no strikes. I don't know if those of you who are watching from outside of Germany, I don't know if you knew this, but Germany is known for their beer. Hey, thank you, Fan Club Deutsche Baseball. That's really nice. The pitch is fouled away. Yeah, you know, I forgot. You can actually send donations in the Super Chat if you want to. I always forget about this. This channel had never been monetized until this year. And, yeah, anyway, appreciate that. Thank you very much. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ground ball, left side, fielded by Thomas. He goes to second. They get the out. On to first. Oh, and dropped by Patrice. That would have been a nifty double play, let me tell you. But it's just a force out. Rammelmann is out 5-4. And that would have really been nice. You know, I thought the ball was hit too slowly for a double play, but they almost turned it. Eberhardt reaches on the fielder's choice. 2 down. And I see your response to my comment about Ricky Henderson earlier, Mr. World Baseball Traveler. I'm not saying David Dinsky reminds me of Ricky Henderson as a player, but just by the way he goes back on the ball, that's, to me, like when you can tell when they're going to catch it based on the body language. I suppose that's true of many outfielders, but for some reason in that moment, it reminded me of Ricky Henderson. But, you know, yeah, why should Ricky Henderson not have his name dropped? Ricky is the man. Was the man and still is the man. Swing and a miss to Ladislaus Landwehr. 1 ball and 1 strike to him. There are 2 down. Eberhardt, the runner at first base. Treese taking a while to get the sign. Now he's got one. Runner leading off first. Ground ball to the right side, past the diving Murphy into the outfield for a base hit. And first and second now as Eberhardt wisely stays put at second base. 2 outs, 2 hits in the inning and 2 outs. And so, now the top of the order, Maurice Bendrian. Now don't forget, it's only a 2-0 game here. Patrice had been cruising along, but now Paderborn, a couple of little singles. There was the one fielder's choice in there. And now Bendrian, the top of the order, a big hit. Could change this game. It's only 2-0. And a curve, and that was a beauty, in for a strike. Maurice has walked and doubled in this game. In game one rather, he had 2 hits to go with 2 walks. So he's actually only made 1 out in all of his plate appearances today. 4 out of 5 times on the bases in game 1, and so far 2 for 2 today in terms of being on base. That curve misses inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. The tying runs are on. Eberhardt and Landwehr. One and one. Ground ball to the right side, and this is going to sneak through around third. Eberhardt, he's coming to the plate. Rosenthal's throw, he is safe. Oh, and he's shoved by Will Thorpe. Will popped up and shoved him away. Gonna have to watch that replay, but it's a 2-1 game. RBI single off the bat of Bendrian. On base again. He took second, by the way, on the throw. So Eberhardt scored, and let's see what happened at the plate. He slid into home plate. Thorpe didn't really block the plate. You know, it's always tough to tell with the catcher blocking rules. Thorpe, not in front of the plate, not in front of the plate. And looked like Eberhardt got in there with the left hand. He did not slide directly into Will, that is for sure. And I don't know if maybe he said something or if Will thought he heard something, but whatever it was, Will popped up and pushed him, and then Eberhardt de-escalated and walked away. So second and third, and the hitter, Fildrik Llewellyn, takes a strike, and suddenly you have the tying and go-ahead runs in scoring position, 2 down in the inning. And so, a big, big batter in this game right now. And a curve is in there for strike 2, 0-2. So Bendrian has been on his game both behind the plate and at the plate as a hitter. He continues his strong day. Llewellyn 0 for 2, but like I said, he had some really good swings in game 1. And he lines one hard on the ground, backhanded by Riestra. He fires to first, and the pick not in time. A run scores, and the game is tied. An infield single as Llewellyn was hustling down the line. Patrice thought they might have had him. It would have been a fantastic play by Riestra. But safe was the call by Jens Weider, and this game is tied. An RBI infield single off the bat of Fildrik Llewellyn. Boy, what a stretch by Patrice at first base. So Landwehr scored on that. And the game is tied 2 apiece. Still 2 down, runners on first and third. Bendrian is at third, Llewellyn at first, and now Finn Bergman. And that pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. It was a 2-strike pitch, and it was too close to the plate. Llewellyn was able to get the barrel of the bat to the ball. It was a great job by Riestra to keep it on the infield. Otherwise, 2 runs might have scored on that. A high fly ball, deep left center field. Dinsky and Thomas going back. Dinsky is under it, and he makes the catch to end the inning. Bergman came close, but flies out to deep center field, and the inning is over. But Paderborn scores 2 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. There were no errors and 2 left on base. We are tied at 2. Playoff baseball here. We go to the 6th inning in game 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people of the Brauerei Wildbräu. Well, we are back for the top of the 6th inning, and the new pitcher on the mound is going to be the right-hander, the veteran, and actually one of the coaches, Matt Kemp. I believe he is 38 years of age. And he's originally from North Dakota, but he's been living in Germany since 2008 and with the Untouchables since 2014. And even as recently as 2016, he was the best pitcher in the Bundesliga North. But this year he has seen only 6 innings pitched as he has transitioned more into coaching. But here he is, and he's going to pitch. His last appearance was June 18th, 2 innings against Berlin. But that was his longest outing of the year. So his job is going to try to finish this thing out, my guess. And coming in a tie game, this is a playoff game. Paderborn needs to win this game to feel good about their chances, although, of course, tomorrow is anybody's guess what's going to happen with the short rest. So Will Thorpe steps up to the plate. He will be the first man to bat against Matt Kemp. Kemp, I've seen him pitch before. He's a veteran. He knows how to get you out. And he throws strikes like that. Thorpe is 1 for 1. He doubled and then had also walked prior to that. So he's been on base twice. And that one is low.
So Leute, dann packen wir die Tomahawks aus. Auf geht's der Will.
Kemp again works from that extreme first base side of the rubber. And the pitch, a little change, drops in for a strike 1 and 2 on Thorpe. After Thorpe, it'll be Callum Murphy and Francisco Riestra. 6, 7, and 8 in the order. 2-2. And Thorpe strikes out on an off-speed pitch. Very good pitch from Kemp, and he does his job making quick work of the first hitter. In his 6 innings of work, I should mention, he had an ERA of 0. So I should also mention that he's lived in Germany long enough, he does not count as a foreigner, not that it really matters. We are in game 2 of the doubleheader. Callum Murphy now, and he looks at a strike. That's what Kemp does, he throws strikes. And the next one, curveball rolled foul, 0-2. Kemp has a downward moving curveball. He really gets on top of it. Oh, and 2, yeah, Rochen, I see your comment. In fact, everything that you see on the stream, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 quick outs. This entire stream is a one-man show. I have 3 cameras. I have one way out in center field, and then I run the cable around the field. I've got 2 cameras in front of me here, which you can see in your shot. Hi, that's me waving. And I'm doing the switching. I'm running the replay. I'm doing everything. And I don't have a camera person. Sometimes I do have one, but sometimes it's better to actually not have one. There's a ball to Francisco Riestra, 1 ball, no strikes. When I do have a camera person, then you would see the outfield plays much more closely, but Riestra takes ball 2. Kemp asking home plate umpire Alex Hartl if it was inside. Hartl nodding, saying yes. Here's the 2-0. That's in the dirt, 3-0. Rosenthal is on deck. And that one got a piece of Bendrian, and he's lying down for a moment. Three balls, no strikes. There are 2 down here. We've settled into the relaxing part of the evening. 7:45 p.m. I think we're going to have a nice sunset in our favor, and Riestra is plunked. And Kemp immediately apologizing, saying, sorry, man, did not mean to do that. We already saw a few indications that maybe there are some tempers beginning to flare in this game, and that time Riestra hit on a 3-0 pitch, and Kemp immediately trying to gesture to indicate that he did not do that on purpose. So Rosenthal will step up to the plate. Rosenthal has walked and then grounded out today. And the pitch, swinging a tapper behind the plate, foul, strike one. After Rosenthal, the top of the order again for the Disciples. That's Nate Sean Thomas. I remember Matt Kemp also pitching against the Disciples back in 2017. And he was a tough nut to crack for them even back then as well. You know, he's got the veteran know-how. He's been pitching a long time. And he's one of those pitchers, even as he's, sorry, I had the wrong scoreboard up there. Even as he's gotten older, he's one of those guys, he knows how to use your aggressiveness against you. He'll paint the corners. There's the 0-1 breaking ball, hit in the air, foul off to the right. That's going to be out of play, 0-2. Two to two. One thing I can say is that if the sun, well, the sun for sure is going to go down in an hour and 15 minutes. If this game is not over by then and the drama is building, it's going to be a real letdown to have it be suspended. As that pitch is low and outside, 1-2. But, you know, if that's the case, they would clearly just resume play tomorrow. Probably, well, right now Game 3 is scheduled for 1 p.m. But, you know, sometimes in cases like that, may actually, if they have to finish the end of the game, they may say 12 noon start time. There's a pitch outside, 2-2. All I can say is, well, first of all, we're not through with this game. Who knows? Maybe we will finish this game. But in case we don't, just keep checking back on my YouTube channel or, you know, EuroBaseballTV.com, my website. And everything you need to know will be found there. The pitch, big chopper towards third. It's a foul ball. Bergman barehands it. And the count remains 2-2 on Rosenthal. Tied at 2 in the top of the 6th inning. This is a game that cannot be taken lightly by either team. And Rosenthal strikes out, and Kemp strikes out 3 of the 4 hitters he faces. Not too shabby. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left at the end of 5.5. We are tied at 2. This is Game 2 of the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal between Paderborn and Haar. Präsentiert von der Brauerei Wildbräu. We are going to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's starting to get late, literally and figuratively. tied at 2 in a playoff baseball game. And Zach Treese is going to go to work against 4, 5, and 6. Daniel Hintz, Chris Byers, and Bjarne Reinhardt. Treese at 59 pitches. Very economical, and the pitch is grounded slowly left side. Thomas to his left, spins, and throws out Hintz. And no, Patrice had to pull his foot off the bag. That'll be a throwing error on Nathan Thomas. It would have been a nice play, but Hintz is safe at first on the E5. And that'll bring up Chris Byers. A good start for Paderborn here in the bottom of the 6th. Thomas made a good play to his left, and his throw just pulled Patrice off the bag ever so slightly. Boy, think back last inning when Riestra made that phenomenal play, and Patrice was stretching for all he was worth and just barely couldn't get the runner at first. That allowed the tying run to score. Now Byers at the plate, and he breaks his bat and flies it to shallow center field. Dinsky is there. I think he tried to deke the base runner and make it look like it was going to drop in, but he caught that one easily, one away. And so now the hitter will be Bjarne Reinhardt as Byers pops out. Byers now 0 for 3. Reinhardt is 0 for 2. Paderborn at this moment is now out hitting the Disciples in this game. They have 5 hits to the Disciples 3. Gubert, for all of his wildness, was difficult to hit. The Disciples did not hit him very hard. And Matt Kemp came on and struck out 3 of 4 batters last inning. There's a pop fly, foul ground. Thorpe gives it a look. It's out of play. Over the screen, and a bunch of kids go running. That's what happens at the ballpark here in Germany. Strike 1 to Bjarne Reinhardt. For the viewers who are not anywhere near us and maybe have never been here, going to a baseball game in Haar is basically like going to a beer garden, except there's a baseball game on. And quite frankly, in Bavaria, that's how it should be. There's a pop fly again. You got a field off to the right where oftentimes there are kids playing pickup wiffle ball games. You got the burger stand off to the left. You have some seating, which is what you see in the center field camera there behind home plate. But then off to the third base side, there's a grassy hill, and a lot of folks just bring picnic blankets and, you know, set up shop over there in the sunshine. They get burgers and beers and get to enjoy the wonderful weather and the views of the game. There are some beer garden tables over there as well. There's dogs running around. You get the point. If you're in the neighborhood, stop on by and say hello. 0-2 on Bjarne Reinhardt. Hintz off first base. Fastball high. 1-2. And a foul to the screen. Thorpe was looking up as if he thought it was popped behind him, but it actually went directly back. This is the time of night where sometimes it can get difficult to see the ball off the bat, and especially for outfielders. With the sun going down, all 3 of the outfielders are looking into the sun, but right field is probably the worst. 1-2. Popped up into shallow right field. Rosenthal racing in, and Murphy is out. Murphy one-hands it. There are 2 down. And that'll bring up Luca Rammelmann as Hintz retreats back to first base. Rammelmann in this game has singled and struck out. He was then erased on a fielder's choice after he singled. Treese trying to get his way through the 6th. Two down, Hintz at first base. He reached on the error by Nate Thomas. And time is called by Rammelmann. Treese at 66 pitches, 53 have been strikes. That's what you call a good ratio. And a swing and a miss. Thorpe thought about throwing behind Hintz at first, but Daniel was paying attention. Oh and 1. 0 and 2. Therese has not walked a batter. He struck out 5, allowed 5 hits. And that's pretty much in line with his season statistics. He gives up a lot of hits, but he does not walk a lot of people. And he gets the strikeouts when he needs them, just like that. High fastball puts away Rammelman, and the leadoff error is all for naught. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. At the end of 6 complete, we are tied at 2 in Game 2. This is the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Nate Sean Thomas will step up to the plate. We are in the top of the 7th inning. Starting to get late here in Haar, 8 p.m. The game started almost exactly at 6 p.m., 1 minute before, and we are now 3 minutes before 8. This game much quicker pace than the first game. So we shall see. Nate Thomas, top of the order. Thomas Lechner and Drew Thomas against Matt Kemp, who was throwing butterflies in the direction of the Haar Disciples. They were swinging through everything he threw. And with the exception of a hit batter, he struck out the side. So now Nate Thomas gets his turn. And the pitch is low. Kemp really falls off the mound to the first base side. He does not throw all that hard anymore, but you can see he looks like he has like a sinker that really just maybe is one of those heavy balls, and that one drops down. You'll hear hitters talk about someone throws a heavy ball. This is someone who throws a ball that has late sink. And, I mean, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just eyeballing it with Kemp, but that's what it looks like to me. Here's the pitch. That's a strike, and the count 2-1. Nate Sean looking for a big hit. He's been on base 3 times in this game. A walk, a single for 2 runs. Those are the 2 Disciples runs. And then he reached on an error. And he fouls that one away, 2-2 the count now. This is the part of the night the sun starting to go down, and so the hue of the light sometimes makes it difficult to see where the ball goes off the bat, at least for me. Maybe the fielders don't have this issue. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nate Sean Thomas, leading things off here in the 7th. Curve is high, and the count full, 3-2. Yeah, you're right. Camera team would be nice. Actually, just one good camera person. A good camera person. One good camera person. Anybody want to do it? Show up to the ballpark tomorrow, please. I will teach you how to do it. Thomas with a fly ball to left field, and Eberhardt drifting over to his right makes the catch for the first out. So 1 away. That'll bring up Simon Lechner, the designated hitter. This is going to be his 4th plate appearance. 4th time through the order for the Disciples. Of course, first time against Matt Kemp. Nico Gerbert allowed base runners galore, but still kept his team in the game and gave them 5 innings. So at the end of the day, not too shabby for Nicholas. Wasn't as pretty or smooth as he would have liked, but here we are tied at 2. And Lechner takes a strike under the hands on the inside corner, 0-1. Simon was hit and then was walked and flied out. He's got some power. Strike 2 over the outside corner, 0-2. And the 0-2. Curves high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, I gotta say, the organist has been keeping the crowd on their toes all day today, working overtime. That pitch is outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Auf geht's, Simon. Mach was Schönes.
And Lechner gets a piece to stay alive, chopping at that pitch that was dropping down out of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Simon. We're tied at 2 in the top of the 7th inning. Remember, Paderborn is the home team. And in case you are wondering, there is no zombie runner placed on second base in extra innings, should we get that far. We play normal baseball here. None of this video game stuff. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Although to be fair, sometimes it does look like a video game. There's the pitch. That's wrapped foul. The second baseman, Llewellyn, is standing in the outfield grass. There's a giant hole up the middle.
Auf geht's, Seite der Lauf. Auf geht's, Applaus für Simon Lechner. Genau so schaut's aus. Hände in die
2 balls and 2 strikes. There's 1 away. We are in the 7th inning. Drew Thomas waiting on deck. Matt Kemp taking his time. He's going to rub up the baseball a little bit, walk around behind the mound. Simon Lechner taking his time getting into the box. Now he's there. Now Kemp is there. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 away. Nobody on base, and a 2-2 tie. Good ball game. The pitch popped up, foul, left side. Bergman chasing, and it's out of his reach. The count remains 2-2. Well, Simon adding to the string of long at-bats that we have seen, not really only in Game 2, but also Game 1. Game 1 was just a very long battle, a lot of 3-2 counts. Right now the count is 2-2 to Lechner. As Kemp taking his time, getting the sign. And now he's got one from Bendrian that he likes. That one is drilled foul down the right field line. Kemp, for sure, is calling his own pitches. Actually, I checked that. Maybe he, it very well could be. I mean, he's the pitching coach and one of the head coaches of the team. You would think that he wants to call his own pitches, but maybe when he's out there on the mound, he would rather just Maurice do that. So you never know. Swung on and foul tipped into the mitt of Bendrian for strike 3. That is Kemp's 4th strikeout in 1 2/3 innings of work, and there are 2 away here in the 7th. And now Drew Thomas will step up to the plate. And Lechner swinging over the top of what may have been a cutter. Not quite sure. Maybe it was just a straight-up fastball. Whatever it was, he only nicked it, and it went straight into the glove of Maurice Bendrian. So Drew Thomas now at the plate. And a first pitch curve is in for a strike. Well, it bodes well for at least the continued play of this game that the sun is out and the skies are clear. Thomas pops one up left side. Bergman looks like he's got a play in foul ground. and he puts it away for out number 3. 1-2-3 inning for Matt Kemp and the Untouchables. And we will go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's time to stretch again in game 2. We are tied at 2. Don't touch that dial. This is brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back after a lovely rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game by 2 or 3 people. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner from Zach Treese to Ian Eberhardt. Treese still out there. That was his 70th pitch. Excellent pitch count for Zach. And the pitch misses inside. And, you know, you start to think as it's getting dark, they appeal. He did not swing, did Eberhardt, so they count 1-1. As it's getting dark, and you think there's a chance this game maybe would be suspended, but what a huge boost it would be for the Disciples if Treese could at least pitch everything today. There's a curveball in for a strike. He's got a really good pitch count. Of course, he has to remain effective as well. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ian Eberhardt. 8 in the lineup, and then Ladislaus Landwehr will be the next hitter as Eberhardt strikes out. That's the first out of the inning. Treese with 6 strikeouts now as he strikes out Ian Eberhardt for the first out here in the bottom of the 7th. So Ladislaus Landwehr, who is 1 for 2, he singled and scored in the 5th. His run was the tying run. That was on that great play by Francisco Riestra. It was a bang-bang play, an RBI single off the bat of Llewellyn, and he just barely beat it out. Pitches inside to Landwehr. Strike 1, ball 1, excuse me. Said one thing, wrote the other. The 1-0. Swing and a miss, good off-speed pitch. Landwehr way out in front, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. 1-2 as Landwehr swings through that one. It's 10 minutes after 8 here. Bottom of the 7th inning of a 2-2 tie. Of course, the other thing that could happen is that we could go to extra innings. Wouldn't that be fun? Extra innings in the dark. Don't need a zombie runner. It's going to be just the people will be zombies by that point. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Scoreboard says 2-1, but I'm pretty sure it's 1-2. That's upstairs. So it should be 2-2. And popped up off the end of the bat to shallow left center field. Dinsky racing in and calling for it. He calls, oh, he dropped the ball. So Dinsky dropped the ball. He called off Riestra the way he should have, and he went for it with 2 hands, and he dropped it. That's an E8.
Durch den harten Impact aus dem Handschuh raus, das
And Landwehr will reach first base.
safe on the first base.
And Dinsky immediately
Nächster Schlagmann mit der 6.
showing his frustration after that. And so, of the Disciples, that is their second error of the game. Both teams have 2 errors now. And now the top of the order, Maurice Bendrian. Bottom of the 7th inning. This is the part of the order that can do damage. Bendrian grounds one. It hits the mound. Karem's right to a leaping Riestra, steps on second, and they get the out there. Wow, that was acrobatic. It was a hot shot up the middle. It caromed off the pitching rubber, went high into the air. Riestra pulled it down with a leap, and then stepped on second base. And because I accidentally didn't hit the right button, you actually got a good view of it. If I had hit the button like I meant to, you probably would have seen a speck of black and yellow make a nice play. But there you got a good view of Riestra leaping to pull that one down. So there's a force out. Boy, if that had turned into a double play, that would have been something. So Bendrian reaches on a fielder's choice, and there are 2 away for Fildrik Llewellyn. And he fouls that one away for a strike. Strike 1. Llewellyn is 1 for 3 in this game. Was 0 for 4 in the first game. He drove in a run with a single in the 5th. And that's outside, and Thorpe thinking about throwing behind Bendrian, one catcher to another. One and one the count to Llewellyn. It's 8:12 p.m. Sundown is at 9:01. They're probably going to put the lights on relatively soon here. Not that you're going to notice anything on the screen. The pitch is in the dirt, blocked by Thorpe. Bendrian decides not to go. So the count 2-1. Treese, in case you're wondering, his high pitch count for the year was 104. He did that twice. He also pitched 102 pitches against Mainz, I believe it was, at the beginning of the year. Popped up, left side, Riestra and Thomas. And Thomas calls him off and makes the catch. The inning is over. So the error by Dinsky does not hurt the Disciples. And Treese gets through. He's still at 82 pitches as we end the 7th inning. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. We go to the 8th, tied at 2. The drama mounts just a little bit more. This is Haar Disciples Baseball. This is the playoffs. 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the top of the 8th inning, tied at 2. Things are starting to get into nail-biter territory for multiple reasons. First of all, the score. 2 runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for the Disciples. 2 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Untouchables. And Haar, remember, we're in the Haar ballpark, but they are the visiting team, so Paderborn will have a chance to walk it off if this thing remains tied. Daniel Patrice, the number 4 hitter, and then David Dinsky and Will Thorpe, 4, 5, and 6 against Matt Kemp, who has been lights out since coming on in relief of Nicholas Gubert. The pitch to Patrice is a breaking ball that misses low for ball 1. Patrice in game 2 has struck out twice and walked. The other reason it's getting interesting, as that pitch missed for ball 2, is that it's getting dark. The lights are not on yet, but they should be turning on soon. Sundown is in about 45 minutes, exactly 45 minutes at 9:01. The rules stipulate that there's a foul ball at the plate, 2-1. The rules stipulate that play must be suspended 20 minutes after sundown, but quite honestly, once the sun goes down here, even with a little bit of sunlight, it's very difficult to see, and there's a chance that we only have 45 minutes left to get this game in. Fortunately, the skies are bright. It is not cloudy, otherwise it would already be dark. Ground ball slowly hit to Bergman at 3rd. He throws to 1st in time to get Patrice. And there's 1 away. That'll bring up David Dinsky. Of course, the other issue is if we play extra innings, and who knows how long we go. This game would be suspended, I presume, and then, well, I mean, for sure it would be suspended. And then we would pick it up where we left off tomorrow. But think about that. This is why it's so important. If Treese can just finish this game, no matter what happens today, and save the arms, and the Disciples will have made it through today having only used 3 arms. Tomorrow there's another game. And if they have to finish this one, they're going to have to use a reliever for that too. Dinsky looks at a curve for a strike, 0-1. Dinsky in this game is 0 for 3. The pitch, 0-2, another breaking ball. Kemp is not messing around. He's thrown strikes with everything. And he has kept the Disciples guessing since he's come into the game. 0-2. And that one is lined foul. And the lights now are on. Show you what that looks like. Well, you can't really see. The sky is still bright enough that you can't see the lights against it, but they're on. Dinsky with an 0-2 count. 2 outs, top of the 8th inning. And that one bounces in there, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Disciples would absolutely love to win this game because the game 3 tomorrow is not going to be a normal game 3. Normally game 3 would be played a week later and you'd have all your starters rested. Well, nobody's going to have their starters rested for tomorrow. Dinsky lines it into center field, a base hit. Reinhardt was playing out of sight in deep center field, so he just runs over to pick it up. And Dinsky is on with a single, and he is going to be trying to steal. I will bet money on it. Now, Bendrian has thrown him out once today. That was in the 3rd inning. And Bendrian has been throwing missiles from behind home plate. But in this situation, with Thorpe at the plate, Dinsky, good speed. You got to figure maybe he'll let Thorpe get a few pitches to hack at, but if the count gets too deep, Dinsky's going to go. And you don't think Kemp knows that? For sure he does. Dinsky a short lead. Thorpe at the plate. And the pitch is high, ball 1. Thorpe in this game has walked and doubled and struck out. The Disciples have the go-ahead run on first, and it's their speediest guy, Dinsky. And a lob toss over there. And he is back. Kemp checks him, comes set 1-0 to Thorpe. And another check. Dinsky looked like he was maybe going, but he was able to slide back. Kemp, a pretty quick move to first. Not going. And the pitch is a ball, ball 2. Well, at the very least, Dinsky would love it if he can distract Kemp to the point where perhaps he'll make a mistake to Thorpe. Eberhard is way off the line and left. They are swung way around towards right center. And there's another check on Dinsky. This time he's back easily. Two and 0 to Thorpe. And Thorpe cracks it down the line. It's a fair ball into the corner. Dinsky racing around second, heading for third, being waved home. Here comes the relay throw to the plate. He is out at home plate. What a throw by the shortstop, Chris Byers. That was as close as you could possibly get it. Dinsky did not argue. What a play. It's a double for Thorpe. Tufts is out to argue. He's arguing with Hartle, but Jens Weider was the one who made the call. And you know what? I think he's arguing that the catcher's blocking the plate. Maurice Bendrin was standing in front of home plate before he had the ball. That is without question. But it was not called. You're not allowed to stand in front of the plate when you don't have the ball, and that is what Bendrin did. But at any rate, it was a fantastic throw by the shortstop, Chris Byers. Eberhardt to Byers to Bendrian, and Dinsky is cut down at home plate for the second out. And now Jendrik Speer out to the mound. Watch this replay again. Let's watch this again. Now watch where Bendrian is standing. The rule is you cannot block the plate if you don't have the ball. I'm not saying that they should have called him out for that, because he did have the ball before the runner got there, but Bendrian, he's in front of the plate. But he was going to receive the throw, so I guess that's the argument. I mean, if you're trying to make a play on the throw, you're allowed to go towards the ball. You're not supposed to block the plate before that. So, I mean, that's a real borderline play. It did not look like a dirty play, you know, of any sort by Bendrian, but that is one heck of a throw, not only from Eberhardt to Byers, but boy, it was also bang, bang. I mean, if they had called Dinsky safe, I don't think anybody would have argued. But Dinsky, as it was, also did not argue. That was as close as it could be. And so now Thorpe the go-ahead run, but he's at second with 2 outs, and Callum Murphy. Game still tied at 2, and Murphy takes a strike on the inside corner. But talk about a dramatic play in a playoff game. We are in the top of the 8th inning of a 2-2 tie. And that one is rolled foul, 0-2. Kemp a strike away from getting out of this. Murphy, if he could just get a little single here, Thorpe would try to come and score a 2 down. I mean, Dinsky had a great jump, and you thought the ball rattling around in the corner, you figured he would score easily, but that was really well played by Paderborn. There's the 0-2. Swung on and missed. Matt Kemp struck him out, and the inning is over. And what an inning it was for Paderborn. We will go to the bottom of the 8th inning, tied at 2. This is playoff baseball, the 2022 Bundesliga quarterfinal, brought to you by Wildbräu Brauerei. To the bottom of the 8th inning of a game that is still tied at 2. And, you know, when you really think about it, this ball game has hinged on some extremely close plays. In the 5th inning, when Paderborn tied the game, Fildrik Llewellyn beat out an infield single, and it was as close as you could possibly imagine at first. It would have been the 3rd out, and had he been called out, we would still have a 2-1 score. That pitch is a strike called to Bergman, leading off the bottom of the 8th. And then in the top half of this inning, David Dinsky doing his Trey Turner impression with the smoothest slide you could possibly imagine as Bergman swings and misses strike 2, was out at home plate, and it was the closest play you could possibly imagine. It was a double down the line into the corner. Dinsky with great speed was off from first, and Ian Eberhardt rifled it into the shortstop Byers, who rifled it home, and they just barely got the out at home as Bergman waves at a curveball. And the intensity level in this ballgame has gone through the roof. That was really exciting, and it was the Haar fans were so ready to explode, and then there was just dead silence as Dinsky was called out. I mean, you cannot fault Tufts for sending Dinsky on that, as Thorpe crushed it into the corner, but you got to tip your cap to Paderborn. They turned the play. And the close plays, you can't really, you know, complain one way or another. That's just how it is, and that's the beauty of baseball. There's one away here in the 8th inning. That ball drilled to deep center field. Dinsky way back, way back. That ball is going to short hop the deepest part of the ballpark. And because there's no fence out there, it's still in play, and it's a double for Daniel Hintz. That ball probably went 420, and Dinsky almost ran it down. Where that large outfield has played to the Haar Disciples' advantage today. That ball still in the park, but now Hintz is at second base with the potential go-ahead run. Dinsky went probably about 100 feet for that ball over his head, and he got it after one bounce. So lots of action here in Haar. And now Chris Byers, the one who made that phenomenal relay throw. He's got a chance to drive home Daniel Hintz with the go-ahead run here. Paderborn trying to even the series. Game 3 is tomorrow. The pitch is high from Treese, ball 1. Treese, 88 pitches now for the right-hander. And that one's inside, 2-0. Well, Paderborn has been fired up since that play, and of course, who wouldn't be? We've got ourselves a really good ball game here in Game 2. The Disciples won Game 1 9-6. Drilled to deep left center field. Way back goes Thomas. That ball is gone. A 2-run home run off the bat of Chris Byers. First, he throws out a runner at home plate in the top of the inning, and now he drives home 2 in the bottom half. It is 4-2 Paderborn. And that takes the wind out of the fans here in the ballpark in Haar. Watch this. Fastball right down the pipe. Byers got the arms extended and drove it over that left center field wall. Bjarne Reinhardt is now the hitter. 1 out in the inning, and a strike on the outside corner. That is Byers' first hit in this game. He had been dropped down to 6th after he went 0 for 4 in the first game. So he had been 0 for 7 on the day. Fly ball to right center field. This one is being measured by Rosenthal. He's got it for out number 2. And so now the Disciples are going to be playing catch-up in the top of the 9th inning. No activity in the Paderborn bullpen. It's going to be Matt Kemp against 8, 9, and 1. Riestra, Rosenthal, and Nate Sean Thomas. And now Luca Rammelman will step up to the plate. And he swings through a slider, strike 1. That one is down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Treese, for his part, even though Paderborn now with a 4-2 lead, he's done the Disciples a service by going this long into the game. If the score remains 4-2 at the completion, he will have saved the Disciples from using another arm, and they're going to need all the arms they can have tomorrow for Game 3. Paderborn also has a depth of pitching. Most of their pitching is also quite young. That pitch is outside, 3-1. Treese needs to get 1 more out to end this half inning and give the Disciples a chance to come back in the top of the 9th. Remember, Paderborn is the home team. 3 balls and 1 strike on Luca Rammelman, who is 1 for 3 in this game. And now he walks. And that's the first pitch that I've seen Treese throw that made it look to me like maybe he's running out of gas. And you can see he walks around off the mound. Alex Tufts is lurking in the Disciples dugout. You know that he would love to give Treese the chance to just get 1 more out. I think if the Disciples are able to come back in the 9th inning, you would see Luke Steinlein in the bottom of the 9th regardless. So if there is a bottom of the 9th, it's not going to be Treese. So this is it for Zach. That's my guess. The pitch to Ian Eberhardt is a strike. And you figure he probably knows that also. But you know how starting pitchers are. They never want to come out. The pitch, tapped foul, strike 2 to Eberhardt. Eberhardt is 0 for 3 in this game, 2 strikeouts. He also reached on a fielder's choice, and he scored the first of the 2 runs that Paderborn scored in the 5th inning. Paderborn leading 4-2. Popped foul out of play. We will do it again. Now, to continue with the way things are in this oddball road home series, if Paderborn wins this game, that guarantees that the series will go back to Paderborn next weekend, and then the first of those games would be a home game for Haar. There goes the runner. Pitch is strike 3 called, and that is the end of the inning. Throw goes into center field, but it doesn't matter, as Eberhardt is called out on strikes. Rummelman had gotten up and motored to third base, but no harm in that. So Treese ends the inning with the strikeout, but the 2-run home run off the bat of Chris Byers. 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors and 1 left on base. To the 9th inning. Last chance for the Disciples here in Game 2. Paderborn 4, Haar 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. As we go to the top of the 9th inning, Daniel Hintz, the first baseman, is going to come in and try to close this game. I find that somewhat surprising. Matt Kemp was absolutely dealing, but maybe he had just reached his limit. Daniel Hintz, according to the statistics that I am looking at, has not pitched at all in the Bundesliga this year. And if I'm wrong about that, please let me know, but he is not showing up when I look him up in the easy score stats. I know he's pitched before, obviously, but he's going to try to close game 2. And the Disciples have to be pretty happy that Matt Kemp is out of there. He was very tough. In fact, the Disciples only got those 2 hits off of him. He struck out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters in 3 innings. And so Daniel Hintz is going to come on. Florian Seidel comes off the bench to play first base, and he goes in the lineup where Ladislaus Landwehr, the DH, was. Of course, Paderborn is hoping that it will not come to that. Landwehr's spot is actually due up in the bottom of the 9th, but the Disciples are going to have to do some work to make that happen. It is 4-2 Paderborn. The 2-run home run off the bat of Chris Byers in the bottom of the 8th inning, a dramatic shot, especially after the Disciples came so close to taking the lead in the top of the 8th inning. And Byers, who made a fantastic throw to cut down Dinsky at home plate and keep the game tied, then untied it with a swing of the bat of his own in the bottom of the 8th. And Daniel Hintz's first pitch is outside for a ball. I would imagine the Disciples are going to be patient and see what Daniel Hintz can bring control-wise. If you haven't pitched in a while, certainly can be difficult to just come out there and throw strikes, especially in a playoff game. Although Hintz, 35 years of age, he is experienced, and he's not going to be overwhelmed by anything for sure. The 1-0 to Riestra is a strike at the knees in the outside corner. Riestra today is 1 for 3 in this game. And he is looking to get on base. The Disciples 8, 9, and 1 in the order. Riestra, Rosenthal, and then Nate Sean Thomas. Strike 2 from Daniel Hintz. Riestra. I mean, it's legit getting dark. 20 minutes before 9 p.m. here. Looks okay on your screen, but trust me, on the field, the ball is not easy to see. 1-2 to Riestra. Curveball, line drive, right at the shortstop Byers. That's out number 1. And that'll bring up Joseph Rosenthal. Dr. No Skills, no, I can't hear your drum. All I can hear is the sound system here. Tomorrow, game 3 at 1 p.m. Joe Rosenthal, 0 for 2 with a walk in this game, will step up with 1 out in the 9th. Trying to get things started. Daniel Hintz deals, and it's inside, almost hit Rosenthal. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, Hintz, also in the bottom of the 8th inning, drove a ball over 400 feet, and it landed for a double. That was ahead of the home run by Byers. There's a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. One out in the top of the 9th inning. I almost said bottom. And here it comes, outside, ball 2, 2-1. Remember, Paderborn is the home team. Tomorrow, Haar will be the home team. And then when they go on the road, if this score stands up, it'll be guaranteed to be a game 4 in Paderborn. And that pitch missed upstairs, ball 3, 3-1. Nate Thomas is on deck. Rosenthal trying to get on base for Nate. The 3-1. Swing and a miss, 3-2. The atmosphere today has been wonderful all throughout. Still quite a lot of fans here. It's been a long day of baseball, but it's been a fun day of baseball. 3-2. struck him out swinging. And Paderborn is an out away from tying this strange series at 1 game apiece. And Nate Sean Thomas now, the last man standing for the Disciples in game 2. A hard-fought game. Nicholas Gerbert struggled his way through 5 innings in this game. Had trouble throwing strikes, but somehow managed to only give up 2 runs. The Disciples have had a bunch of runners cut down on the bases in this game, and that's really cost them. The most costly, of course, was Dinsky getting thrown out at home plate in the 8th inning, but again, that was just a fantastic play by Eberhardt and Byers. Curveball in for a strike to Nate Thomas. Simon Lechner is on deck. Well, back in 2017, these 2 teams played a bunch of nail-biters in that 4-game series. Nate swings and misses 0-2, and Paderborn 1 strike away from tying the series. And time is asked for and received. Boy, that is really risky when it's the last strike of the game that could be coming. But Nate had something in his eye, and Alex Hartl granted it. I'm always nervous when a hitter asks for time with 2 strikes, especially that late before the pitcher is almost about to release the ball. 0-2. And that fastball is upstairs, 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2. And he stays alive, just got a piece of that. Looked like an off-speed pitch. He was way out in front and just topped it off the end of his bat. And the at-bat will continue, and with it the game. Haar had a 2-0 lead. Paderborn tied it in the 5th, and they untied it in the 8th. The 8th inning of this one, that's the inning you're going to want to go back and watch in its entirety. Both halves of it. 1-2. A little roller foul. We'll do it again. Thomas stays alive.
Die Tomahawks. Auf geht's.
It's 8:45. The sun has almost set. The lights are on, and the sun is perhaps setting on the Disciples in this game. 1-2, 2 outs. And that one way outside, and the count now even, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Thomas trying to keep it alive somehow. And that is upstairs for ball 3. We've got a full count. Simon Lechner in the on-deck circle. If I remember correctly, Simon Lechner had a game-winning hit in that 2017 series. There were a couple of 2-1 games in that one. And this one, also very exciting. The payoff pitch. Outside, and the ball game continues. Nate is on with a walk.
Balls of steel, Nate Sean Thomas.
And so now Simon Lechner, who was hit by a pitch and walked, he also flied out and struck out. Simon is one of the guys, very patient, does not give away at bats. He's up there with 2 outs. in the top of the 9th inning. Nate Thomas on first base. Now Nate will not be stealing. This is not the time for that sort of shenanigan. Daniel Hintz dealing with the tying run, Simon Lechner. And it's right through there for a strike, 0-1. Ball game was started by Gubert, then 4 solid innings by Matt Kemp. Daniel Hintz trying to get the final 3 outs. And that one bounces away. No advance by Thomas. No reason to risk it. 1 ball and 1 strike. If Lechner can reach, Drew Thomas is waiting in the on-deck circle.
Auf geht's, der Simon, auf geht's, Hintz, unterstützt die Jungs, auf geht's, Dugout.
1-1 to Lechner. And that is outside and high, 2 balls and a strike. Simon does not expand the zone. If it's not a strike, he ain't swinging for the most part. 2-1. And a strike catches the outside edge. And again, Paderborn is on the cusp of tying the series. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Lechner representing the tying run. Here it comes. And that one is rolled foul off the leg of Simon. And so the count remains 2-2. Well, I don't know if your heart rate is going up, but mine is. And I don't even care who wins, or at least I'm trying not to, trying to be impartial. I just want to see good baseball, and that is what we have seen so far. Really exciting game. And it ain't over. The 2-2 pitch coming. Line drive, just foul down the right field line out of the reach of Seidel. That ball was yanked, about 3 feet to the right of the bag. Lechner getting on top of that back foot breaking ball from Daniel Hintz. Hintz now at 24 pitches. 2-2. Hintz is ready. Here it comes. And he just got a piece to fight that one off and stay alive. Boy, what an at-bat. That looked like a little slider, and it was going to come back and touch the outside corner. Watch this on the replay. And Simon, just a great job to fight that one off and stay alive. Maybe it was going to be a strike. Maybe he's outside, too close to take. So the count remains 2-2. The pitch. Fouled away again. It ain't over till it's over, folks. These are the moments that sometimes as a baseball fan you just want to hold on to them and just remember this intense feeling regardless of what happens. Here's the 2-2. A little looping line drive. That is fielded by the second baseman off the bag. He recovers and throws to Seidel, who got back and makes the play, and the game is over. Looked like it was maybe going to float into right field for a base hit, but Llewellyn covered a lot of ground and fielded it. Seidel recognized it quickly and was able to get back to the bag to receive the throw, and Lechner is thrown out 4-3, and this ball game is in the books. The series is tied at 1 game apiece, and Game 3 tomorrow will be at 1 p.m. Final score here, Paderborn 4 and the Disciples 2. 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Untouchables. 2 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Disciples. This ball game ending 10 minutes before 9 p.m. So we got it in. We got both games in, unbelievably. And what a job by Zach Treese to pitch a complete game, even though he took the loss. But you really can't fault him. You got to tip your cap. What a game for Chris Byers. He threw out the potential go-ahead run in the top of the 8th inning, and then he slammed a game-breaking 2-run home run in the bottom of the 8th inning and Paderborn has evened this series at 1 game apiece. We will be back for Game 3 tomorrow at 1. After all, feel free to subscribe and feel free to set your clock for 1 p.m. tomorrow, where you're going to tune in and watch Game 3 of this series. That's it for me today. Thank you very much for watching. I'd love to thank all of you in the chat who have been interacting with me all day. It's always a pleasure to know that you're out there, and I appreciate you, and I will see you tomorrow.